Hogwarts, my magical girlfriend Hermione. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 1, Rainy and Foggy London and the Soaked Book. The cold rain, carrying the gloomy atmosphere unique to London in March, lashed fiercely against the grimy window pane. Lynn suddenly opened his eyes. The biting cold didn't come from the rain outside, but from the hard, uncomfortable single bedboard beneath him, and the peculiar smell of old wood mixed with cheap disinfectant that permeated the air. His head was splitting, as if countless needles were stirring inside his skull. Fragments of memories that didn't belong to him surged through his consciousness like a bursting dam. Lynn Li, an orphan Chinese boy also named Lynn, whose parents died young, grew up struggling in this orphanage called Oak House in East London, having just turned 11. As for him, the other Lynn, the last image in his memory was of him wearily closing the dog-eared copy of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows after working late into the night. His computer screen still paused on a forum post about a character analysis of Hermione Granger, followed by a dizzying darkness transmigration. An intro book he knew by heart. Lynn propped himself up and looked around the small, old room-mottled walls, creaking wooden floors. The only light source was the dim gray light from outside the window. He pinched his thigh, and the clear pane cruelly shattered the last shred of hope that this was a dream. Is this the wizarding world? He murmured, his heart pounding uncontrollably. This point in time meant that the curtain of the wizarding world was about to open for him, or rather, for Lynn Li. But at this moment, an even stronger feeling was one of absurdity, followed by immense loneliness. He had become a rootless outsider, playing a role that didn't originally exist in a story both familiar and strange. The dull breakfast time at the orphanage ended, and Mrs. Smith, the administrator, announced in her usual, slightly impatient tone that the afternoon was free activity time. But don't cause trouble. Lynn pulled his thin coat tighter around him and almost instinctively walked towards the familiar community library nearby. In his memory, one of the few places of solace for the original Lynn. The library was well heated, keeping out the damp cold from outside. The quiet atmosphere allowed Lynn's chaotic thoughts to calm down slightly. He wandered aimlessly between the bookshelves, his fingers brushing over the spines. Familiar titles brought a fleeting, illusory comfort. Just as he reached the children's section, a suppressed sob and the harsh jeers of several boys broke the silence. Hey, look! Miss Know-It-All is reading those unwanted thick books again. Who does she think she is? The teacher's little pet. Give me the book. Let's see if it's full of her stars and O's. Go away. This is my book. A tearful yet incredibly stubborn girl's voice rang out. Lynn looked in the direction of the sound. He saw three boys, looking 11 or 12, wearing clearly ill-fitting old clothes. Surrounding a corner trapped in the middle was a little girl. She had a mass of thick, messy brown curly hair, which was now a bit frizzy from struggling. Like a startled lion cub, her pale little face was flushed red, and her large, deer-like brown eyes were brimming with tears. Yet she clutched a hardback book tightly to her chest, refusing to let go. She wore a faded pink coat with somewhat worn cuffs and carried a bulging old-school bag despite her young age. That familiar curly hair and those eyes full of wisdom and stubbornness instantly struck Lynn's heart. Hermione Granger, it was her. Hermione, still in primary school, who hadn't yet received her Hogwarts acceptance letter. A strong protective urge instantly dispelled Lynn's confusion. He barely thought, taking several large strides to rush over and stand between Hermione and the boys. He was slightly taller than the boys, and his sudden appearance, coupled with his imposing aura, startled the leader. Hey, you guys. Lynn's voice was deliberately low, carrying an undeniable chill. What kind of skill is it to bully a little girl? The library is for reading, not for you to act like thugs. Do I need to call Mrs. Smith, the administrator, to mediate? He specifically mentioned the strict administrator of the nearby orphanage, whose reputation was known to all the children around here. The leading boy clearly recognized Lynn and knew of Mrs. Smith's fame, a hint of apprehension flashing across his face, but he still wouldn't back down. What's it to you? Lynn Li, mind your own business. She's a freak, always reading books. Reading is a good thing. Lynn stood his ground, his gaze sharp as he swept over them. At least it's much better than some people who only know how to bully the weak with their fists and mouths. Now, immediately, leave here. Don't make me say it a second time. He slightly turned his body, revealing the passage behind him that led to the administrator's office. The three boys looked at each other, ultimately blustering, muttering a few phrases like "you're lucky" and "freak with freak," then turned and ran off resentfully, disappearing behind the bookshelves. The library corner returned to quiet, with only Hermione's uncontrollable, small sobs remaining. She still clutched the book tightly, as if it were her only shield, watching Lynn warily, her big eyes filled with lingering fright and a hint of confusion. Lynn's heart instantly softened. He squatted down, trying to keep his gaze level with Hermione's, a gentle smile on his face, trying to dispel the earlier harshness. "Hi, it's okay, they're gone." His voice was extremely soft, as if afraid of startling a frightened little bird. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Hermione sniffled, trying hard to hold back her tears, but with little success. She shook her head, whispering, "No, not hurt, thank you." Her gaze fell on Lynn's orphanage badge on his chest, then quickly moved away. "You're welcome." Lynn's smile grew warmer. "My name is Lynn Li." He pointed to himself. "What's your name, Hermione?" "Hermione Granger." The little girl's voice was still nasal but much clearer. She finally relaxed a bit, her arms holding the book loosened slightly, revealing the cover of the hardback, the British Children's Encyclopedia, Wonderful Science Edition. "Nice to meet you, Hermione." Lynn noticed a book in her arms. "Science? That's cool. I also like to study these things." He pointed to the encyclopedia, especially the parts about math and logic. Hermione's eyes instantly brightened, like two polished amber stones. "Really?" She seemed a bit incredulous, yet with a hint of surprise at finding a kindred spirit. "You also find logic interesting? Like the river crossing problem in the book?" She was referring to a classic logic puzzle about a farmer taking a wolf, a sheep, and a cabbage across a river. "Oh, that one." Lynn immediately showed great interest. "Of course. That's a classic. The key is not to let the wolf and the sheep be alone together, and not to let the sheep and the cabbage be alone together. Right, you have to find the correct sequence." He deliberately didn't give the answer, guiding Hermione. Hermione nodded vigorously, tears still on her face, but the fear and grievance from earlier had been replaced by a pure excitement for knowledge. "Yes. I tried several methods, but they were always wrong. The farmer should take the sheep across first." She eagerly shared her thoughts. "That's right, taking the sheep first is safe." Lynn nodded approvingly. "Then the farmer comes back himself, and the second time he can choose to take the wolf or the cabbage. If it were you, which would you take?" He was like a patient guide. Hermione furrowed her small brow, lost in serious thought, her fingers unconsciously twisting a corner of the book page. Looking at this small Hermione, immersed in the world of logic, Lynn felt a strange warmth and an ineffable sense of destiny surge within him. This was the girl renowned for her wisdom in the wizarding world. Even in the Muggle world, her shining light was so clear. The two of them, discussing this logic puzzle, began to talk in low voices in the quiet corner of the library. Lynn didn't directly give the answer but guided Hermione to deduce it step by step with questions. Hermione's eyes grew brighter and brighter, her thoughts clearer and clearer. And when she finally deduced the correct steps completely, her small face bloomed with a huge sense of accomplishment and pure joy, completely forgetting the unpleasantness from earlier. "You're amazing, Lynn." Hermione praised him sincerely, her eyes full of admiration and closeness as she looked at Lynn. "No. You figured it out yourself. You're very smart, Hermione," Lynn said genuinely. He looked out the window. The rain seemed to have lessened. "Are you hungry? To celebrate you solving the problem, how about I treat you to some fries? I know the fries at the shop on the corner are especially crispy and delicious." Hermione hesitated, touched her small stomach, and then looked at Lynn's gentle smile. Finally unable to resist the temptation of fries in this new friendship, she nodded, a shy smile appearing on her small face. "Oh, okay, thank you, Lynn." Lynn stood up and naturally extended his hand. Hermione hesitated for a second, then placed her small hand in his palm. That small hand was a bit cool but very soft. Lynn led her, carefully stepping around the small puddles on the ground, and walked out of the library. Hermione's other hand still clutched her encyclopedia tightly, as if it were her most precious treasure. Stepping out of the library, the air after the rain carried the freshness of earth. Lynn led the small Hermione down the wet sidewalk, his mood brighter than at any time since his transmigration. Just then, Hermione suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear," and stopped. "What's wrong?" Lynn asked with concern. Hermione's small face crumpled with annoyance. I think I left another book on my seat in the library, that basic spells and elementary magic theory. Dad had such a hard time borrowing it from me." She was so anxious she was almost crying. That book seemed very important to her. Lynn's heart stirred. Basic spells? A Muggle little girl reading such a book. This was clearly an important sign. He immediately comforted her, Don't worry, Hermione will go back and look. We just came out of the library. It should still be on your seat. I'll go back with you." Hermione nodded vigorously, and the two turned and walked back quickly. However, just as they were about to re-enter the library doors, Lynn's peripheral vision caught sight of an inconspicuous corner near the library entrance. There was an old wooden shelf for lost and found items. A thin book with a dark blue cover, printed with intricate silver star patterns, lay solitary on the shelf, its page edges seemingly slightly damp from the rain. Lynn's footsteps halted. He had never seen the cover of that book before, but a strong, ineffable intuition instantly gripped him. It was as if the book was calling to him, emitting a faint yet undeniable warmth. He almost unconsciously reached out, his fingertips touching the cool, damp cover. At that very moment, a faint but clear sensation of electricity instantly coursed through his entire body. He seemed to hear a silent hum from the depths of his soul. The noisy background of the library, Hermione's anxious calls, even the sound of the rain outside, were instantly pulled away, blurred. The entire world was reduced to the presence of the book at his fingertips, and a tiny, yet incredibly real spark suddenly ignited in a long dormant place deep within him. Lynn abruptly pulled his hand back, his heart pounding violently in his chest, almost shattering his ribs. He looked down at his fingertips, where a strange tingling sensation seemed to linger. "Lynn? What's wrong?" Hermione tugged at his sleeve in confusion. She was anxious to find her lost book. Lynn took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart, and managed to smile at Hermione. "And nothing, just a little dizzy all of a sudden. Let's hurry and find your book." He took one last deep look at the mysterious dark blue book, forcibly averted his gaze, and followed Hermione back into the library. However, the strange sensation lingering on his fingertips and the faint spark within him, like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, stirred up enormous ripples in his heart. On this rainy afternoon in London in 1991, after meeting the little brown-haired curly-haired girl, Lynn Li's world, for the first time, truly touched the boundary of magic, the gears of fate. At the moment he took Hermione Granger's small hand, and the instant his fingertips touched that mysterious book, rumbled into motion, heading down a path full of unknowns, yet also destined to be closely intertwined with her, the path of magic. Chapter 2: French fries, stars, and sparks on your fingertips. The small shop on the corner, named Old Jack's Fish and Chips, had a modest facade. Oil stains still lingered on the red and white checkered plastic tablecloths, and the air was filled with a tempting aroma of grease and salt. Lynn used the few coins he had in his pocket to buy the largest portion of fries. The golden brown fries were piled up like a small mountain, steaming hot. He and Hermione sat side by side on high stools by the window. The window pane was covered with a thin layer of condensation from the warmth inside, blurring the wet street outside into a flowing, grayish-green expanse. "Here, be careful, it's hot," Lynn said, pushing the paper cone of fries towards Hermione and carefully handing her a small packet of ketchup and a few rough napkins. "Thank you," Hermione whispered, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the mountain of fries. She carefully picked up a single fry with 2 fingers, blew on it, and then bit into it with a crunch. A look of satisfaction immediately spread across her small face, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel's. The earlier fright and distress seemed to have been completely dispelled by this simple yet comforting food. Lynn felt a warmth surge in his heart as he watched her eat happily. He picked up a fry, dipped it in a little salt, and ate it slowly, his gaze falling on Hermione's satchel on her lap. The book, Basic Spells and Elementary Magic Theory, lay safely inside. They had just returned to the library and fortunately found it in the corner of a bench in the children's section. "That book," Lynn began, feigning casualness and pointing to her satchel, "Basic Spells, sounds very profound. Did your dad borrow it?" He tried to make his tone sound merely curious, not inquisitive. Hermione swallowed her fries, nodded, her eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and mystery. Even though Dad is a dentist, he worked at the University of London Library in his early years, and he always finds some special books. She lowered her voice, leaning slightly forward as if sharing a huge secret. "This book, what it talks about is very strange, but it also seems real." "Oh? Like what?" Lynn prompted, his heart beating a little faster. "Well," Hermione wrinkled her cute little brow, trying to organize her thoughts. "For example, it says that there's an invisible force in the world that can influence reality through specific, guidance methods and strong willpower. It also says that this force is particularly evident in some ancient families, like a hereditary talent." She paused, looking a little embarrassed at Lynn. "I know it sounds silly, like a fairy tale." "Not silly at all." Lynn immediately shook his head, his expression serious. Doesn't science always explore the unknown? Before Newton was hit by an apple, gravity was also invisible and intangible. Maybe this force you're talking about is just something we haven't found the right apple to prove yet. He used her previous logic and scientific thinking to draw an analogy, which made Hermione's eyes light up instantly. You think so too? She asked, surprised, as if she had found a kindred spirit. I knew it. The book also talks about some very strange symbols and gestures, and some convoluted, well, like incantations? But unfortunately, I've tried a few times, and nothing seems to happen. She poked at her fries, a little dejectedly. Lynn understood. At this age, Hermione was already actively engaging with and learning knowledge beyond her comprehension, but she lacked true guidance. He smiled and comforted her. Maybe it's just not the right time, or you're missing a crucial key? It's like when we solve puzzles, sometimes we get stuck just one step away. Key. Hermione repeated the word thoughtfully, her brown eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. The rain outside began to patter again. The two quietly ate their fries. Hermione would occasionally point to something interesting outside the window, like a sparrow hopping in the rain, or a red double-decker bus splashing water. Lynn responded patiently, sharing some interesting tidbits he knew about London, and even skillfully picked up fries with chopsticks, a habit he specifically maintained, as they had them in the Oak House orphanage kitchen, drawing Hermione's surprised gaze and requests to try. This is much better than a fork, Hermione exclaimed, after several clumsy attempts, finally succeeding in picking up a fry. She laughed happily, her earlier frustration completely gone. The small table was filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. The fries were quickly gone. Hermione looked at the old wall clock and said, a little reluctantly, I should go home. Mom and Dad will worry. I'll walk you to the corner. Lynn stood up and naturally picked up Hermione's satchel. The satchel was heavier than it looked, stuffed with books. The rain was fine and cool. Lynn opened his somewhat worn black umbrella, tilting it as much as possible towards Hermione. The two walked side by side on the wet sidewalk, forming a small, warm, and dry world under the umbrella. Hermione, holding her recovered basic spells, walked with a much lighter step. Lynn, Hermione suddenly looked up. The sky, washed by the rain, was gray, but her eyes were astonishingly bright. Do you think there's magic on the stars too? Lynn looked down at her. That book mentioned that some ancient sages believed that the arrangement and movement of the stars contained immense energy and secrets, and could even influence the magical tides on Earth. Hermione's voice was full of longing. If only one day we could fly up to the stars and see. The innocent words of a child, however, were like a stone thrown into Lynn's heart, instantly stirring up that strange sensation he felt at the library entrance, the buzzing current when his fingertips touched the deep blue starred book, and the faint spark within him. Perhaps, you don't need to fly that far. Lynn's voice was a little distant, his gaze involuntarily turning towards the library again. That mysterious book, left on the lost and found shelf, attracted his thoughts like a magnet. Some secrets might be right beside us, we just need a pair of eyes to discover them, he said meaningfully. Hermione nodded, half understanding, her small hand unconsciously stroking the cover of the book in her arm. Soon, they reached the street corner where Hermione's house was located. A neat brick red terraced house appeared before them, with warm yellow light emanating from the windows, looking especially cozy. My house is just ahead. Hermione stopped, took her satchel from Lynn's hand, her small face showing sincere gratitude and a hint of reluctance. Thank you so much today, Lynn. Thank you for helping me chase away those bullies. Thank you for treating me to fries, and for talking with me. She paused, seemingly gathering courage, and then quickly said, you're the most interesting friend I've ever met. It's my honor to be a friend of Miss Hermione Granger. Lynn smiled, bending slightly and performing a somewhat exaggerated but kind gentleman's bow. Hermione giggled, her laughter like clear silver bells, dispelling the gloom of the rainy day. Then, tomorrow afternoon, the library, she asked expectantly. Of course, Lynn nodded without hesitation. Same place, Same place, Hermione nodded vigorously, a big smile blooming on her face, and then, hugging her satchel, she ran like a happy fawn towards the warmly lit door of her home. She reached the door and looked back, waving vigorously at Lynn. Lynn also smiled and waved, waiting until he saw her safely enter her home before turning to leave. Under the umbrella, he was alone. The warmth and laughter from moments ago faded, replaced by a deeper sense of solitude and an intense longing for that mysterious book. That book, what exactly was it? Why did it react that way to his touch? And what did the spark within him mean? Almost by an instinctive impulse, Lynn's steps involuntarily turned back towards the community library. The rain seemed heavier than before, drumming a dense rhythm on the umbrella. His heart rate also accelerated, a mix of tension, anticipation, and a hint of fear of the unknown pushing open the heavy wooden door of the library. The familiar warmth and scent of books washed over him. The afternoon's bustle had subsided, leaving only a few scattered readers. Lynn's gaze immediately fell on the inconspicuous lost and found wooden shelf by the entrance. The book was still there, the deep blue cover seemed to glow faintly in the dimly lit corner. Silver star patterns shimmered with subtle, undetectable glints under the light. Lynn's heart pounded like a drum. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his fingertips, and walked over. Step by step it was quiet all around, with only the faint sounds of the librarian tidying books in the distance. Lynn stood before the wooden shelf, holding his breath, and reached out his hand again. This time, he no longer hesitated, his fingers firmly and slowly covering the cool, damp cover, but clearer than last time. Stronger, that strange electric sensation instantly exploded from his fingertips, like countless tiny silver needles, rapidly spreading upwards along the nerve pathways of his arm, rushing straight to his head. His brain felt as if a flashbang had been thrown into it. After a moment of blankness, countless unnameable, fragmented, and ancient syllables roared, spun, and whispered in the depths of his consciousness. They were disjointed but carried an indescribable rhythm and sense of power. Simultaneously, the faint spark within him suddenly flared up. A weak but truly existing warm current, like a awakened stream, gurgled from his heart, instantly flowing through his limbs and bones, dispelling the damp chill of the rain and bringing a strange, powerful warmth. Lynn abruptly pulled his hand back, his body uncontrollably stumbling backward a step, hitting the bookshelf behind him with a soft thud. He gasped for air, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead, his face somewhat pale. The sensation of that instant was too shocking. It was not an illusion. Absolutely not. He looked down at his palm. His fingertips still seemed to retain that tingling, electric sensation. Although the warm current within him quickly subsided, the spark seemed a little brighter than before, and also a little more stable. "Sir? Are you all right?" A gentle voice sounded nearby. It was the library's librarian, an elderly woman with the gold-rimmed glasses and gray hair, looking at him with concern. "No, nothing." Lynn quickly straightened up, trying to steady his breathing and pounding heart, forcing a smile. "I just slipped a little. The roads are slippery in the rain. Be careful." The old woman nodded, her gaze sweeping over the spot he had just touched, the deep blue book. A hint of understanding seemed to flash in her eyes, or perhaps it was just ordinary concern. "This book has been on the lost and found shelf for almost a week now. No one has come to claim it. The cover is quite special, isn't it?" It's very special." Lynn's voice was still a little unsteady. He forced himself to avert his gaze, not daring to look at the book again, fearing it might cause another anomaly. "Excuse me, can I borrow this book?" "Of course. Items in Lost and Found, if someone is interested and willing to take good care of them, can be borrowed after registration." The old woman walked behind the counter, took out the registration book. "Please register your name and contact information." Lynn picked up the pen, his fingers still slightly trembling from the lingering excitement. He neatly wrote, "Lynn Li, Oak House Orphanage, Lynn Li," the old woman murmured, making a note in the registration book, and then carefully picked up the deep blue book from the lost and found shelf. She meticulously wiped away the remaining water stains from the cover with a clean, soft cloth before solemnly handing it to Lynn. "Please take good care of it. This book looks like it's quite old." "I will, thank you very much." Lynn took the book with both hands. It felt slightly heavy in his hands. The cover was made of a type of leather he had never encountered before, with a subtle grainy texture, cool to the touch, yet subtly exuding a gentle warmth. The silver star patterns appeared even more mysterious under the light, as if truly slowly swirling. This time, when his fingers fully contacted the cover, the intense electric sensation and buzzing did not appear. There was only an extremely faint, pulsating vibration, like a sleeping heartbeat, emanating from deep within the pages, suddenly echoing the steadily burning spark within him. "What's its name?" Lynn couldn't help but ask, his gaze falling on the cover, where there was no text title. The old woman shook her head, smiling. "It didn't have a name tag when it was brought in. Perhaps it doesn't need a name. Knowledge itself is its soul." Lynn hugged the nameless, deep blue star book tightly to his chest, like holding a lost and found treasure. The cold cover pressed against his chest, and that faint yet firm sense of resonance strangely dispelled the chill outside the library and the loneliness within him. He bid farewell to the librarian, opened his umbrella, and stepped back into the rain. The raindrops hitting the umbrella seemed to sound different. He looked down at the book in his arms, then looked up at the gray sky, as if he could pierce through the clouds to see the stars Hermione longed for, hidden behind them on this rain-shrouded London evening in 1991, Lynn Li's world, due to the arrival of a girl named Hermione Granger in a nameless star book, completely changed course. The strange sense of power lingering on his fingertips, the tiny spark burning within him, the silent and mysterious vessel of knowledge in his arms, all silently declared, magic was no longer a distant legend, but a tangible reality in his palm, a destined current he was about to step into. And the starting point of this path was in the library tomorrow afternoon, under the gaze of those wise and expectant brown eyes. Chapter 3, The Dance of the Attic Light and Heartbeat. The small attic storage room at Oak House Orphanage became Lynn's only sanctuary. It was filled with discarded tables and chairs, dusty old picture frames, and various items emitting the smell of mothballs, with only a tiny skylight allowing in a sliver of London's dim light. Mrs. Smith's hawk-like eyes would never easily cast their gaze into this corner. Lynn laboriously dragged an old screen to the doorway, barely creating a relatively secluded space, then carefully took out the deep blue, nameless star book from his embrace. The book cover remained cool, but a faint, pulsating vibration, like a sleeping heartbeat, clearly transmitted through his fingertips, resonating strangely with a stable burning spark within him. Lynn sat cross-legged on the cold floor, using the faint light filtering through the skylight, holding his breath, and with a feeling akin to pilgrimage, opened the heavy cover. There was no dazzling light as imagined, nor obscure Latin or runic script. What met his eyes were yellowed, strangely textured ancient pages, covered with dense, completely unfamiliar symbols. They were not simple geometric shapes, but rather a peculiar fusion of abstract star trajectories, flowing energy patterns, and complex geometric structures. The lines were sometimes smooth like a cascading galaxy, sometimes sharp like thorny thickets, intertwining to form deep and mysterious images. There were no text annotations, no page numbers. Only these silent symbols spoke ancient secrets in their stillness. Lynn reached out a finger, with a touch of reverence and tentative curiosity, gently brushing over a set of symbols on the page. That set of symbols depicted a pattern composed of 3 nested spirals and several sharp angles. Buzz! The page under his fingertip seemed to come alive, a vibration, weaker than when he touched the cover but much clearer, instantly transmitted through, carrying an indescribable rhythm at the same time. The spark within him gave a sudden jolt, and a subtle but real warm current followed, flowing along the veins of his arm, down to his fingertips. Touch, seemingly about to infuse into the symbols on that page. Lynn was startled, instinctively wanting to withdraw his hand, but in that flash of an instant, a strong intuition gripped him. Guided, he forced himself to steady his mind, no longer resisting the warm current from within, but instead tried to gaze at the spark with his mind, imagining it splitting off an extremely subtle, hair-thin wisp of energy, slowly and tentatively flowing towards his fingertip according to his will, infusing into that strange symbol. The vibration under his fingertip suddenly intensified. That set of originally static symbols seemed to be infused with life. The edges of the lines glowed with an extremely faint, almost imperceptible silver sheen. The sheen flowed rapidly around the trajectory of the symbols, then instantly vanished. The entire process was as quick as a blink. Had Lynn not been fully focused, he would have almost missed it. An indescribable sense of enlightenment, like a clear spring, instantly flowed through Lynn's consciousness. Although he still couldn't understand the specific meaning of the symbol, he clearly felt the state it represented, a slight disturbance of energy, a nascent tremor of spatial structure. Success. He really guided the power within him. Immense joy and disbelief instantly overwhelmed Lynn. His heart pounded, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, not from exertion, but from intense mental concentration and the shock of success. He looked down at his fingertips, then at the symbols on the page that had returned to calm. The spark within him seemed to have dimmed slightly due to the recent output, but it still burned steadily, with a subtle tendency to slowly recover. This feeling, it's amazing, he murmured, his voice trembling slightly. This was no longer the passive, shocking contact at the library entrance, but his first time actively and consciously guiding and utilizing the mysterious power within him. The Starbook was indeed the key for him to understand and master this power. He couldn't wait to try the next symbol. However, when he concentrated and tried to guide the spark to release another wisp of energy, he felt a slight dizziness and a distinct sense of mental fatigue, as if he had just performed an intense mental calculation. The spark within him also transmitted a signal of weakness. It seems, this power also needs exercise and recovery, and cannot be overused. Lynn immediately became alert, suppressing his excitement, and closed the star book. He understood the principle that possessing a treasure makes one a target. Caution and concealment were necessary before fully mastering the power. He carefully hid the book deep inside a worn, locked leather box, covering it with a few old clothes. And only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, at the familiar corner of the community library, Hermione almost ran in right on time, her small face flushed, her curly hair a bit disheveled, clearly having run too quickly. The moment she saw Lynn, her eyes immediately lit up, like two sparkling brown gems. Lynn, she trotted over, placed her heavy school bag on the table, and eagerly pulled out basic spells and elementary magic theory from it, her voice slightly raised with excitement. Look, I tried that mental guidance again last night, although nothing appeared yet. I feel like the air is a little different. It's like the slight tremor before water boils. She tried hard to describe her subtle sensation, gesticulating with her small hands in the air. Lynn looked at her excited expression, and his heart stirred. Hermione's talent for energy perception was indeed innately keen. Although she hadn't truly awakened her magic yet, her intuition was already far beyond ordinary people. Is that so? That's really great, Hermione, Lynn praised sincerely, his eyes warm. This shows that your perception is very keen. Perhaps you are already very close to finding that key. He used the analogy of the key he had mentioned before. Hermione nodded vigorously, her face radiant with the joy of being affirmed. I believe it. Oh, by the way, Lynn, she suddenly leaned in a bit, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity and a hint of slyness. You seemed very interested in that strange book on the lost and found shelf yesterday, didn't you? She was referring to the star book. Lynn's heart tightened slightly, but he maintained a calm expression. Oh, the cover of that book was very special, with silver star patterns, quite noticeable in the rain. Later, the administrator let me borrow it, saying no one claimed it. He selectively revealed part of the truth. Really? Show it to me quickly. Hermione's curiosity was instantly ignited, and her small hand reached out eagerly. Lynn hesitated. The star book was too mysterious, and too easy to attract unnecessary attention. But looking at Hermione's pure, knowledge-seeking eyes, a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could share a little safe secret. He needed someone who understood the common sense of this world to discuss it with, and Hermione was undoubtedly the most suitable person, provided he was cautious enough. The book is a bit old, and very special. The administrator told me to take good care of it. Lynn carefully chose his words. However, when I tried to look at it yesterday, something a little strange happened. He deliberately lowered his voice, creating an atmosphere of sharing a secret. What happened? What happened? Hermione was immediately drawn in. Leaning forward, almost lying on the table, Lynn spread his palm upward. I tried to concentrate, just like you feel the air trembling. He guided Hermione's thoughts, and then I felt like there was a tiny, very faint warm current in my body, like a small spark. He avoided the concrete description of spark, using the more vague warm current and small spark, and then, Hermione held her breath. Then, I tried to imagine guiding it to my fingertip. Lynn extended his right index finger. Just now, while reading here, I tried it again. He deliberately paused, building suspense. Hermione's eyes widened, staring intently at his fingertip. Lynn took a deep breath, mobilized the spark within him, which had recovered somewhat, and carefully, extremely slowly, guided out a wisp of warm current, several times weaker than when he tried the star book. Concentrating it at his fingertip this time, he didn't touch anything. He simply let this energy subtly activate under the skin of his fingertip. 1 second, 2 seconds, under Hermione's anxious gaze, Lynn's index fingertip, extremely faintly, almost like an illusion, lit up. The light was as faint as the most inconspicuous firefly on a summer night, a fleeting flash, not even as bright as the skylight outside if one wasn't staring intently. It would be almost impossible to notice. Hermione, however, let out a short, suppressed gasp, her small hands suddenly covering her mouth, her big eyes filled with incredulous shock and ecstasy. I saw it. Lynn. I saw it. Your fingertip. Just now, it just lit up, very, very small, like when a match first ignites. Her voice trembled with excitement, her small face flushed with delight. Lynn timely showed an expression of surprise and a hint of confusion. Really? You saw it too? I thought I was staring at the book for too long and my eyes were playing tricks on me. He withdrew his finger, and the faint warm current dissipated with it. It's true. I swear, Hermione was so excited she almost jumped up. She grabbed Lynn's wrist before he could withdraw it, her small finger eagerly poking the spot on his fingertip that had just glowed. Right here, it glowed right here just now. Lynn. Is this? She didn't say the word, but the meaning in her eyes was crystal clear. This was the manifestation of the power mentioned in the book. Lynn felt Hermione's warm and firm small hand on his wrist, and saw the incredibly excited and adoring light radiating from her because of him. An indescribable sense of satisfaction and warmth filled his heart. Sharing secrets, especially such magical secrets, brought a closeness far beyond the ordinary. He gently took Hermione's hand. Her wrist was very slender, in his, smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with encouragement and a hint of mystery. Perhaps, this is a small hint that he gave us. It tells us that the direction is right. It must be. Hermione nodded vigorously, her brown curls bouncing with her movements. She was completely immersed in the great discovery and the excitement of sharing a secret with Lynn, even forgetting to release her grip on Lynn's wrist. It's amazing. Lynn. You're incredible. I'm going to try even harder to feel and guide when I go back. She seemed to be injected with infinite motivation. We'll work hard together. Lynn's smile was gentle and sincere, and the faint warmth lingering on his fingertips seemed to also transmit to Hermione's wrist, which he gently held in the small corner. Two hearts exploring the unknown were closely connected by a small spark, filled with pure joy and sweet tacit understanding. However, this beautiful atmosphere did not last long. Lynn Li, a cold, stern voice, tinged with obvious displeasure, pierced the warmth of the corner like an icicle. Mrs. Smith, the administrator of the orphanage, had appeared at some point not far from their seats. She wore her unchanging dark gray suit, her hair meticulously combed, her face devoid of expression, only her eyes behind her spectacles, sharply scanning Lynn, then falling on Hermione, and, on their still clasped wrists. Lynn's heart sank, and he almost reflexively released Hermione's wrist. Hermione was also startled, recoiling her hand like a frightened rabbit, the excitement on her small face instantly replaced by nervousness. Mrs. Smith. Lynn stood up, trying to keep his voice calm. I recall saying that free time is not for you to spend all day in the library, much less for you to be here. Mrs. Smith's gaze swept over Hermione again, with scrutiny and undisguised coldness. Wasting time with irrelevant people. Mr. Lynn, the orphanage has its rules. Have you cleaned your room? Have you written next week's community service proposal? Her tone was icy, every word like a whipping lash. Hermione nervously clutched the hem of her clothes, her small face somewhat pale. She could feel this lady's strictness towards Lynn, and her unwelcomeness towards herself. I'll go back and do it now, Mrs. Smith. Lynn lowered his eyelids, concealing the coldness in his eyes. He couldn't have a conflict here, especially in front of Hermione. Now, immediately, Mrs. Smith commanded, leaving no room for negotiation. She glanced at Hermione again, her look seeming to say, stay away from him. Lynn took a deep breath, turned to Hermione, forcing a comforting smile, and whispered, sorry, Hermione, I have to go back now. Shall we continue tomorrow? Hermione looked at Lynn, then at the cold-faced Mrs. Smith, her big eyes filled with worry and reluctance, but she still nodded understandingly. See you tomorrow, Lynn. You be careful, she added softly. Lynn's heart warmed. He nodded, no longer looking at Mrs. Smith, picked up his simple cloth bag, which only contained a few ordinary books, and quickly left the library. He could feel Mrs. Smith's cold gaze behind him, and Hermione's worried stare stepping out of the library. London's cold evening breeze met him. The secret of the star book in the attic, the successful guidance of the small spark at his fingertip, the sweetness brought by Hermione's excited and adoring eyes, were instantly diluted by the cold reality brought by Mrs. Smith. The orphanage was not a place to stay long. The Hogwarts acceptance letter became his only and urgent hope. He needed power, needed to quickly master the secrets of the star book, needed a place where he and Hermione could freely explore magic. Away from such cold stares, he looked up at the gloomy sky and clenched his fist. His fingertips still seemed to retain the touch of that faint warm current, and the warmth of Hermione's wrist to protect this nascent bond and secret. He had to become stronger faster. For their next library rendezvous, he hoped to bring Hermione more than just a faint small spark. Chapter 4, Starlight in the Secret Base and Ripples at the Fingertips. Mrs. Smith's cold warning was like an invisible barrier, but it couldn't truly block two exploring hearts. Lynn became even more cautious. He made his attic secret base more covert, covering the screen gaps with old blankets to ensure no light or sound would leak out. At the same time, he sped up his chores at the orphanage, just to be on time for their appointment and not disappoint the little brown head in the library corner. Hermione, too, clearly felt some pressure when they met again. She no longer shared her discoveries loudly as before. Instead, like a wary fawn, she first looked left and right, ensuring Mrs. Smith wasn't nearby, before quickly slipping to Lynn's side and sitting down. Then mysteriously pulling a small cloth bag from her satchel. "Lynn," she whispered, her big eyes sparkling with the excitement of sharing a treasure. "Look what I found." She carefully poured a few items from the cloth bag onto the table. There were several stones of varying sizes and colors, deep ink black, warm milky white, and one deep blue with a strange, almost internally glowing luster. Their commonality was their exceptionally smooth, rounded surfaces and regular, geometric shapes, as if they had been carefully selected and processed by someone. These stones, Lynn picked up the deep blue one. It was cool to the touch and felt delicate, certainly not naturally formed. "I found them in an old stone pile in my backyard." Hermione's voice was still very low but filled with a sense of accomplishment. "I secretly used Dad's toolbox. It has a grinding wheel and polishing paste. I polished them for so long." My hands turned red. She held out her small hands, and indeed, one could see some faint, fresh red marks and calluses on her fingertips and the edges of her palms. Lynn's heart was instantly filled with a warm yet poignant emotion. This 8-year-old girl had silently done so much for their secret. To find objects that could contain that wondrous power. He gently grasped Hermione's wrist, avoiding the red marks, looking at her slightly expectant gaze, his voice unconsciously softening to an extreme. "Does it hurt, Hermione? Don't do this again. It's too much work." "It doesn't hurt." Hermione immediately shook her head, her small face slightly raised. With a stubbornness, "As long as I can help, and find clues for the key, it's not hard at all." "Lynn, do you think these stones, like the symbols in your book, can sense something?" She looked at Lynn expectantly, then at the deep blue stone. Lynn's heart stirred. The symbols in the star book required his own spark energy to be injected. Whether these stones themselves had anything special was unknown, but Hermione's pure intention and initiative were themselves the most precious. He picked up the deep blue stone. It was cold to the touch, but when he tried to very faintly channel a wisp of the warm spark within him to envelop it, buzzed, extremely faint, like a drop of water falling into a deep pool. Only a nearly negligible ripple was felt from his fingertips. The stone itself showed no change. If Lynn hadn't been acutely perceptive, he would have almost missed it. This feeling was completely different from when guiding the star book symbols. It was more like an extremely faint resonance, or rather, a passive feedback from the stone to his energy. "Do you feel anything?" Hermione asked nervously, her small fists clenched. There's a very faint change." Lynn chose to tell the truth, but used more vague words, like a drop of water falling on a very calm surface, creating a tiny ripple. He put down the stone, looked into Hermione's eyes. "Hermione, your intention and effort are the best key. These stones are beautiful. You found and polished them with care, and that in itself gives them special meaning." Hermione's eyes brightened even more. Lynn's words clearly pleased her greatly. She picked up the deep blue stone, caressing it with adoration. Then, "Lynn, this prettiest one is for you. It's very similar in color to that star book." She shoved the stone into Lynn's hand without question. "Thank you, Hermione. I like it very much." Lynn clutched the stone, which still carried the warmth of Hermione's palm. Beneath its cool touch, there seemed to be a faint warmth. He looked at Hermione's excited face, and an idea flashed through his mind. From his simple cloth bag, he took out a small package carefully wrapped in old newspaper. Inside was a short piece of fairly tough thin copper wire he'd found yesterday in a discarded woodpile behind the orphanage, and some small tools, also borrowed from the orphanage toolshed. "Since it's so special," Lynn picked up the thin copper wire and tools, shaking them at Hermione. "How about we make it a home so it can always be with you?" He was referring to another milky white stone Hermione had kept for herself. Hermione was first stunned, then her face erupted with immense surprise. You're going to help me make it into a necklace, like an amulet in a storybook?" Her small face was flushed with excitement. Let's try." Lynn smiled and nodded. He carefully picked up the milky white stone, which had been polished into a teardrop shape, recalling some simple jewelry-making methods he had seen in his previous life. He skillfully wrapped and secured a thin copper wire around the rounded end of the stone. As his fingers moved, a simple yet sturdy frame gradually took shape. His movements were not fast, but very focused. His slender fingers appeared exceptionally nimble in the dim light. Hermione lay on the table, chin resting on her small hands, her eyes fixed on Lynn's movements without blinking, her long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans. Filled with adoration and anticipation, occasionally, she would softly suggest, "Wouldn't it look better if it wrapped around here, or add another small loop?" Lynn always responded patiently, making subtle adjustments according to her ideas. In the small corner, there was only the faint sound of copper wire being wrapped and their occasional whispers. The atmosphere was as warm as a winter sun after an unknown amount of time. An exquisite pendant was completed, the thin copper wire perfectly encased and secured the bottom of the milky white stone, extending into a simple chain link. The overall lines were smooth and possessed a rustic beauty. "Alright, see if you like it." Lynn gently placed the finished pendant in Hermione's open palm. "Wow. It's amazing." Hermione carefully cradled the pendant, examining it closely against the light streaming through the window, her small face beaming with pure joy. "Lynn, your hands are so clever. It's even prettier than some things in my mom's jewelry store display." She eagerly slipped the pendant's copper wire chain around her slender neck. The milky white stone hung just below her collarbone, its warm luster making her small face appear even more vibrant. "As long as you like it." Lynn watched Hermione's happy expression, his heart also filled with satisfaction. He picked up the deep blue stone Hermione had given him, and imitating the style, he wrapped it with copper wire to make a simpler ornament, which he hung around his own neck. The cool stone against his skin seemed to take on a hint of warmth. "Look, we both have amulets." Hermione pointed to the stones on her and Lynn's chests, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. "Mine is called Moonstone, and yours is Starstone. How about that?" She was proud of her naming. "Okay, let's call it Starstone," Lynn responded with a smile. He took out a deep blue star book and placed it on the table between them. "Hermione, today I want to try for us to look at this book together, okay?" Using that feeling we found before, he pointed to his fingertips, then looked at Hermione. Hermione immediately sat up straight, her small face filled with seriousness and anticipation, nodding vigorously. Together, Lynn took a deep breath and slowly opened the pages. This time, he didn't touch the complex symbols, but focused his gaze on a relatively simple pattern composed of a few dots and wavy lines. He concentrated, activated the spark within him, carefully guided out a wisp of warm current slightly stronger than when he demonstrated it to Hermione last time, gathered it at his fingertips, and at the same time, used his mind to depict and feel the rhythm of that set of symbols. Buzz, a familiar, clear vibration emanated from the page under his fingertips. Again, the edges of the lines of that set of symbols glowed with an extremely faint silver stream of light, flashing and disappearing. A slight sense of depletion came from the spark within him. "I felt it," Hermione exclaimed softly beside him, her voice filled with suppressed excitement. The air vibrated again like water before it boils, right there on the page. A little more obvious than last time. She tried hard to describe her perception. "Very good, Hermione, your senses are very keen," Lynn encouraged, also marveling at Hermione's perception. "Now, try, like I did before, to concentrate and imagine you also have that warm little spark in your body. Imagine it flowing down your arm, to your fingertips." Hermione immediately closed her eyes, her small face tense, her brows furrowed into tiny knots, clearly trying desperately to concentrate. Lynn didn't disturb her, only maintaining the faint warm current guiding from his fingertips, letting the subtle vibration and glow of the page symbols continue, providing Hermione with a coordinate for perception. Time passed minute by minute. Lynn maintained the guidance, and the mental focus made fine beads of sweat appear on his forehead. Hermione's small face was also flushed from the effort, her long eyelashes constantly trembling. She could feel the increasingly clear vibration coming from the page, and also the strange warmth emanating from Lynn's fingertips, but within her own body, it still seemed empty, unable to find the so-called little spark. Just as Hermione was getting a little disheartened, and Lynn was also preparing to give up the guidance, Hermione's small hand on the table, unconsciously, her fingers slightly curled from intense concentration, just brushed against Lynn's fingertip that was guiding energy and touching the page. Buzz, as if a spark had splashed into an oil barrel, a surge of energy fluctuation, far more intense than when Lynn guided it himself, suddenly erupted from where their fingertips touched. The spark within Lynn was like a fuse instantly ignited. An uncontrollable warm current surged down his arm towards his fingertips, and the symbols on the page, which had only been faintly glowing, suddenly burst into brilliant silver light. No longer a faint glow, but a light like flowing, molten mercury instantly filled the entire trajectory of the symbols. An invisible, gentle pushing force suddenly spread out from the page as its center. "Ah!" Hermione gasped at the sudden light and pushing force, her body involuntarily leaning backward, almost falling off the chair. Lynn reacted extremely quickly. His left hand instantly reached out from under the table, grabbing Hermione's back and steadying her at the same time. He forcefully pressed his right fingertip, forcibly severing the energy connection with the page symbols, his heart filled with terror. It was out of control. Because of Hermione's accidental touch, his energy output instantly went wild. The dazzling silver light on the page quickly receded like a tide, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only the calm symbol. As if everything just now was an illusion, the library remained quiet, and it seemed no one else had noticed the brief anomaly in this corner. Lynn. Hermione leaned against Lynn's arm, still shaken, her big eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Just, that light just now, so bright, and, it felt like someone pushed me. Lynn's heart was still pounding. He quickly withdrew the hand supporting Hermione, closed the star book, his face a little pale, half from the sudden energy depletion, half from fear he had been too careless. He hadn't expected Hermione's touch to trigger such a violent reaction. The spark within him was now noticeably much dimmer, sending out strong signals of fatigue. It's all right, Hermione, he forced himself to be calm, his voice still a little unsteady. It was me. I didn't control it well, the energy output was too strong. I scared you. I'm sorry, he chose to partially confess, concealing the key fact that Hermione's touch caused the loss of control. Hermione patted her small chest, trying to calm her breathing, but her eyes were astonishingly bright, not with fear, but filled with immense curiosity and desire for exploration. Oh my goodness, Lynn, you just made that symbol glow so brightly. It was like a real star. Is this what that power truly looks like? The iteration and awe in her gaze towards Lynn almost overflowed. Lynn looked at the pure light in Hermione's eyes, which, instead of being scared, was filled with longing. And the fear in his heart was slightly replaced by a strange warmth. He nodded, his tone solemn. Yes, this is, but it also means it's very dangerous and needs to be controlled very, very carefully. I almost hurt you just now. He looked at Hermione earnestly. So, promise me, until we completely learn to control it, don't try it easily, okay? Especially don't touch me when I'm guiding energy. Hermione looked at Lynn's serious and worried eyes. Feeling this concern, she nodded vigorously, her small hand unconsciously touching the moonstone pendant on her chest, as if drawing strength from it. I promise you, Lynn, I'll be careful. But, her big eyes darted around, with a hint of cunning and anticipation. Next time you guide it, can I feel it carefully from the side? Just feel, not touch you. I want to remember that vibration feeling. Looking at her cautious yet eager expression, Lynn smiled helplessly and dotingly. Okay, next time I'll let you feel from the side. However, we need to find a safer place. He looked around the library. Although the loss of control just now was brief, the risk was too great. I know a place. Hermione immediately brightened with excitement, her small face glowing. There's a very small abandoned tool shed behind my house. No one usually goes there. We can turn it into our secret base. It's much safer than the library. A secret base. Lynn looked at Hermione's excited face, then touched the cool starstone on his chest. Perhaps it was time to change locations for safety, and to guard this bond that grew ever more precious because of starlight and secrets. Chapter 5, The Glimmer of Light in the Tool Shed and the Promise of Lemon Cake. The abandoned tool shed in Granger family home's backyard was more promising than Lynn had imagined. It was truly tiny, nestled against the main house's back wall, built of old red bricks, with most of the green paint peeling off its wooden door, revealing patches of wood in varying shades. The shed roof was covered in thick dust and a few stubborn moss patches inside. It was filled with dusty old flower pots, a few rusty gardening shears, and a bundle of dry vines, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth mixed with rust. But Hermione's eyes were astonishingly bright, as if she had discovered a treasure. This is it. She found it when she was playing hide and seek as a child. And her parents have forgotten all about it. She excitedly lowered her voice, her small hand pushing open the creaking wooden door with effort, and a cloud of dust billowed out. Cough, cough. Hermione's face wrinkled up as she choked, fanning the air with her hand. Lynn immediately stepped forward, blocking her, and waved away the dust for her. Be careful. He surveyed the cramped space. Though dilapidated, it had 4 walls and a roof overhead. And most importantly, absolute privacy. Mrs. Smith's shadow and the potential risks of the library were completely isolated here. A plan quickly formed in his mind. The next few afternoons became secret base renovation time for the 2 young explorers. Lynn utilized all the resources he could find at the orphanage, a few relatively clean old wooden boards, reportedly from a broken cabinet, some burlap, originally used to cover miscellaneous items, and even a small, nearly empty can of white paint, a half-finished masterpiece left by some child. They were like 2 busy little squirrels. Lynn was responsible for the heavy lifting, building a simple small platform in the corner with the wooden boards to serve as a workbench. Carefully wiping away most of the dust and cobwebs from the walls and ceiling with burlap, and carefully stacking the truly useless junk into the furthest corner to free up as much space as possible. Hermione, on the other hand, leveraged her meticulousness. She spread a clean floral cloth on the workbench, neatly arranged the few books she had brought, including the crucial basic spells and elementary magic theory and the deep blue star book, in one corner, and even managed to dig out 2 small, paint-chipped tin cans from somewhere, which, after being cleaned, one was used to hold their collected treasure stones and the other for Lynn's tools when Lynn dipped the brush into the meager white paint and carefully, painstakingly drew a crooked, but earnestly attempting to be round, moon and a simple star pattern made of several small dots on the mottled wall. Hermione clapped her hands beside him, cheering softly. "Look, this is our moon and star emblem." The moonstone pendant on her chest seemed to respond, glinting with a warm, soft light. The small tool shed was transformed. Though still simple, it was filled with their own warm and secret atmosphere. Sunlight streamed in through cracks in the roof and a small high window, forming several light beams where dust motes slowly floated, like golden sprites dancing. This became a haven for Lynn and Hermione alone, a place to explore the unknown. "All right, it's safe now," Lynn nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the fruit of their combined efforts, he solemnly placed the deep blue star book on the workbench covered with the floral cloth. "Hermione, are you ready? Today, we'll try to help you find the feeling of spark too." Hermione immediately straightened her small body and sat on the small wooden stool in front of the workbench, which Lynn had also brought from the orphanage, her small face taut with anticipation and a touch of nervousness. I'm ready." She took a deep breath, mimicking Lynn's earlier actions, closing her eyes and trying to concentrate. Lynn didn't immediately have her try to guide. Instead, he first opened the star book and found a relatively gentle set of symbols consisting of several concentric circles and short rays radiating outwards. He extended his index finger, concentrated, and very slowly, carefully guided a fine, silken thread of warm current from the significantly recovered spark within him, gathering it at his fingertip, and gently touched it to the set of symbols. Buzz, the familiar faint vibration came. A barely perceptible silver glow appeared at the edges of the symbol lines, shining steadily and consistently. A soft, regular energy field spread out from the page, like ripples from a small stone dropped into calm water, gently expanding. "Do you feel it, Hermione?" Lynn's voice was very soft, like a whisper. "It's this tremor, like the wind blowing across a calm lake. Don't rush to find heat. First, focus on feeling this movement. Let it be the focal point of your consciousness." Hermione's eyes were closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She tried to block out the occasional bird song from outside the tool shed, to block out the subtle sounds of drying wood, and immersed her entire mind in the tremor Lynn described initially. She could only vaguely sense an indescribable presence in the direction of the book page, but as Lynn's steady and continuous guidance continued, that feeling became clearer and clearer, a subtle tremor, as if the air itself was vibrating ever so slightly, with a strange rhythm, as if breathing. I feel it." Hermione's voice held a trace of imperceptible excitement. "It's like a small drum beating very, very far away, but the vibration travels through the air." "Very good, keep that feeling," Lynn encouraged. "Now, imagine you are that lake surface. Let this tremor feel like water ripples. Start from your fingertips and slowly, gently flow into your body. Don't resist it, accept it, let it become a part of you." Hermione tried as told. She imagined the invisible tremor as the softest light, coming from the direction Lynn was guiding, passing through the air, and gently touching her fingertips. Then, she tried hard to relax, imagining her fingers like sponges, trying to absorb and contain this wonderful feeling. Time flowed in silence. Lynn maintained a steady guidance from his fingertip, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hermione's small face was also slightly flushed from intense concentration. Only their faint breaths and the almost silent, weak hum from the book page remained in the tool shed. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Just as Lynn thought this attempt might again be fruitless, Hermione's body trembled ever so slightly. Immediately after, her small fist, which had been tightly clenched on her lap, and the tip of her index finger, suddenly lit up ever so faintly. The light was as faint as the most inconspicuous firefly on a summer night, flashing and disappearing, even dimmer than when Lynn first demonstrated it to her. If Lynn hadn't been closely watching her, he would have barely caught it. "Hermione," Lynn's voice held uncontrollable excitement, but he immediately lowered it. "Don't stop, you did it. Your fingertip just lit up. Keep feeling that tremor, let it flow in." Hermione clearly felt it too. At the moment that faint light appeared, an extremely faint but incredibly clear warmth, like the first tender sprout breaking through the earth in spring, with a throb of new life, suddenly emerged from where her fingertip had lit up. It was as weak as a candle in the wind, yet it truly existed, carrying an aura distinctly different from Lynn's spark, one that was gentler and softer. I feel it. Hermione suddenly opened her eyes, her brown eyes instantly filled with tears of surprise, her voice trembling with disbelief. It's warm, it's right inside my finger, it's like a tiny, glowing hot water bottle. She excitedly raised her right hand, turning it over and over, looking at the tip of her index finger that had just glowed faintly, as if the most magical flower in the world had bloomed there. Yes, that's your spark. Hermione, you succeeded. Lynn withdrew his guidance, and the light from the symbols on the star book instantly faded. His heart was filled with immense joy and pride. Hermione's talent was even more astonishing than he had imagined. Though faint, this first step was of extraordinary significance. Lynn, I succeeded, I really succeeded. Hermione could no longer restrain herself, jumping up from the wooden stool and, with immense joy and excitement, pouncing on Lynn like a small cannonball, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Her small body trembled slightly with excitement, her head buried in Lynn's chest, her voice muffled but filled with immense happiness. Thank you, Lynn, thank you for teaching me. Lynn swayed slightly from the sudden hug. And then a warm current surged through his entire body. He instinctively raised his hands and gently wrapped them around Hermione's slender shoulders. Feeling the excitement and trust she conveyed, her curly hair brushed against his chin, ticklish, carrying the scent of sunshine and dust. The starstone on his chest also seemed to warm slightly at this moment. All caution, all fatigue vanished, leaving only pure, immense joy and sweetness from sharing success. It's the result of your own hard work. Hermione, you're amazing. Lynn's voice held a smile as he gently patted her back. Hermione looked up, her small face flushed, her eyes shining as if filled with the entire brilliant night sky, still with traces of tears. But smiling incredibly brightly, she released Lynn, stepped back, and like displaying the most precious treasure, again extended her index finger, trying hard to concentrate, her small face turning crimson with effort this time. Without the assistance of Lynn's guiding energy field, the process was much more difficult. She tried several times, her small brows furrowed into knots. Finally, as fine beads of sweat appeared on her nose, the tip of her index finger, with extreme difficulty and intermittently, flickered twice more with an extremely faint, almost indistinguishable light. Though weak and unstable, it was indeed something she had guided independently. Did you see, Lynn? I can make it light up myself. Hermione jumped excitedly, the moonstone pendant on her chest bouncing joyfully with her movements. I saw it. That's amazing. Lynn was genuinely happy for her. He magically pulled out a small greaseproof paper packet from his cloth bag. Inside were two somewhat rough-looking but enticingly sweet and lemon-scented yellow mini cakes. These were his saved portions of the orphanage's afternoon tea snacks, which he had secretly tried to bake with limited ingredients, mainly flour, sugar, and a bit of lemon zest. To celebrate Miss Hermione Granger successfully lighting her spark, I hereby present the magic awakening cake. Lynn mimicked a waiter's tone, handing a cake to Hermione. Wow, lemon cake. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise as she carefully took it, as if holding some rare treasure. She took a small bite, though the texture was a bit dry. The fresh lemon scent and sweetness immediately spread in her mouth. So delicious. Lynn, you can make cakes too. Her gaze at Lynn practically sparkled with stars, her admiration soaring once again. Just a small experiment. Lynn also picked up the other piece and took a bite. The taste was indeed quite ordinary, but seeing Hermione's satisfied expression, it felt incredibly delicious. The two sat side by side on the small wooden stools, sharing the simple yet sweet cakes, and the tiny tool shed was filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Lynn, Hermione licked the cake crumbs from the corner of her mouth, then suddenly thought of something, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at him. You know, when I can make the symbols on the book glow as brightly as you do, will we be able to do even more amazing things, like making cakes taste better by themselves, or making the tool shed clean itself? Lynn was amused by her wild ideas. Maybe, it really is possible, as long as we work hard enough. His heart was filled with even more anticipation for the future. We'll work hard together. Hermione nodded vigorously. Full of drive, she carefully rewrapped the remaining half of her cake. I'm going to take it home and eat it slowly. As they left the tool shed, the golden glow of the setting sun cast a warm hue over the old red bricks. Hermione skipped ahead, occasionally turning back to excitedly chat with Lynn, the moonstone on her chest reflecting a warm light in the sunset. Lynn followed behind her, watching the girl's joyful back, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and warmth. However, Just as he was about to step out of the small picket fence gate of the Granger family home's backyard, the corner of his eye sharply caught something deep within the crown of the tall oak tree in the neighbor's yard diagonally opposite. Among the dense branches and leaves, there seemed to be a blurry dark shadow, and 2 points that glinted with sharp golden light in the twilight. Eyes. The dark shadow seemed to sense Lynn's gaze, abruptly retracted its head, and completely disappeared into the dense foliage. With only a few leaves gently swaying, Lynn's footsteps halted, his heart giving a sudden lurch. That shape, that sharp gaze, could it be an owl? A chill quietly crept up his spine, only to be immediately replaced by immense excitement. He calmly averted his gaze and quickly caught up with Hermione, as if nothing had happened. But his heart, in his chest, pounded uncontrollably because of that dark shadow in the treetop. The appearance of the owl could only mean one thing: that life-changing invitation was finally coming. Chapter 6: Midnight Visitors and Star Resonance. The night at Oak House Orphanage was so quiet that only the occasional groan of old pipes and the whistling wind outside the window remained. Lynn lay on the hard bed, wide awake. Those 2 sharp golden eyes in the treetops during the day were etched into his mind like a brand. An owl? It was definitely an owl. Was its target him, or Hermione, or both? Was that fate-changing envelope already clutched in its strong beak, ready to cut through the night sky of London at any moment? Time seemed to stretch on. Lynn tossed and turned, and the spark within him seemed to sense his anxiety. Throbbing restlessly, he simply sat up, and in the faint moonlight filtering through the window, he retrieved the dark blue starstone pendant from its hiding place. It was cold to the touch, but when he tried to inject a faint warm current of spark into it, extremely subtle ripples seemed to spread within the cold stone, transmitting back a faint but clear, resonant vibration. This feeling was more obvious than before, as if something was approaching. Calling out, he held the pendant and walked to the narrow window, lifting a corner of the heavy curtain, his gaze like a torch as he scanned the street outside, fragmented by the dim yellow light of the streetlights, and the dark tree shadows in the distance. The night wind whimpered, rustling the fallen leaves on the ground. Time passed minute by minute. And just as Lynn thought nothing would happen tonight and was about to give up, thump, 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 a clear, short sound, like a hard object tapping on glass, suddenly came from below the window. Lynn's heart instantly leaped into his throat. He quickly ducked down and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a robust bird, covered in dark brown and off-white feathers, using its curved and sharp beak to tap repeatedly on the glass of the transom window at the end of the first-floor corridor, below his attic room. Those eyes, like molten gold in the night, pierced through the darkness sharply, as if they could directly pinpoint Lynn in the attic. It's here, it really came. Lynn barely hesitated. He slipped out of the room like a shadow, tiptoeing down the creaking wooden stairs. The orphanage corridor was pitch black, with only the dim light filtering in from the transom window at the end, made even darker by the large bird silhouette. He held his breath and quietly approached the transom window. The owl outside the window seemed to sense his approach and stopped tapping. It tilted its head, its molten gold eyes staring unblinkingly at Lynn inside the window. With an almost inhuman scrutiny, Lynn could see its strong talons gripping tightly to the narrow window ledge, and firmly tied to one of its talons was a thick, square parchment envelope. The envelope appeared an antique cream color in the dim light, and an address seemed to be written on it in dark green ink. Lynn took a deep breath, carefully and as silently as possible. He unlatched the transom window and pushed open a crack. The night wind, carrying coolness and a hint of wildness, instantly surged in. The owl did not fly away. It merely extended the talon with a letter tied to it forward, its movements precise and steady, as if trained countless times. Lynn reached out, his fingertips touching the cold, tough parchment envelope and the rough scales of the owl's talons. Just as he untied the string holding the envelope, the owl suddenly flapped its wings, silently merging into the night, disappearing instantly, leaving only a few falling downy feathers and a lingering coolness on the envelope. Lynn quickly closed the transom window, his heart still pounding. He clutched the letter, which seemed to carry the weight of destiny, like a burning ember, and quickly scurried back to his attic room. Locking the door and drawing the curtains, he finally, by the moonlight from outside the window, eagerly looked at the envelope. Dark green ink outlined elegant and strong calligraphy on the cream-colored parchment. Oak House Orphanage Attic Room Mr. Lynn Li. On the back of the envelope was a deep red wax seal. The pattern on the wax seal was not any emblem he recognized, but a complex symbol formed by abstract lines, resembling both intertwined vines and star trajectories, exuding a mysterious aura. Lynn carefully picked open the wax seal with his fingernail and pulled out the parchment letter of the same material. Inside the letter, written in the same dark green ink, read, Mr. Lynn Li, we are pleased to inform you that, after extensive observation and careful evaluation, You have been accepted into an elite boarding academy in the Scottish Highlands, a historical institution dedicated to the study of ancient energies and the development of individual potential. The new term is scheduled to begin on September 1st. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Given your special circumstances, the Academy will dispatch a dedicated representative to await you at the orphanage entrance at exactly 9 a.m. on July 31st. To guide you through subsequent procedures and the purchase of necessary items, please return your decision, acceptance or rejection of this admission, in writing, via any nocturnal messenger, for example, an eagle owl, by July 15th. Yours sincerely, Deputy Principal, Acting. No Academy name, no Principal's signature. The wording was extremely cautious, using study of ancient energies, development of individual potential, and elite boarding academy to replace those sensitive terms, but the core message was incredibly clear. He had been accepted into a magic school, and it was in the Scottish Highlands. Time, place, process, everything was proceeding as planned. A huge wave of ecstasy and relief, almost overwhelming him, instantly flooded Lynn's nerves. He succeeded. He had obtained the pass to leave Oak House and enter that magical world, Hogwarts. This must be Hogwarts. He suppressed his excitement, his gaze falling on the enclosed list. The parchment clearly listed required books for the first year: Introduction to Basic Energies, Beginner's Guide to Ancient Symbol Analysis, Herbal Properties and Basic Applications, Basic Energy Field Construction, Atlas of European Magical Creatures, Abridged Edition, A Brief History of Energy Conversion, Equipment, Plain Work Robes, Black, Protective Gloves, Dragon Hide or equivalent material, Protective Cloak, Black, with fastening clasps, Standard Energy Conductor, various materials available, compatibility testing recommended. All names had been cleverly blurred, but Lynn could instantly match them to the familiar textbooks and equipment from the original work. Wand had become Standard Energy Conductor. This admission letter perfectly avoided any potential risks while precisely conveying all necessary information. Lynn read the letter and the list several times, and after confirming everything, he carefully hid them back in the star book's hiding place. He lay on the bed, his excited emotions refusing to calm down for a long time. What about Hermione? Her letter should be arriving soon, right? They could finally step into that dream world together. The next afternoon, Lynn practically dashed into the Granger family home's backyard shed right on time. Hermione had arrived even earlier, sitting on a small wooden stool, tightly clutching a cream-colored parchment envelope identical to the one he had received. Her small face was a mixture of immense excitement, disbelief, and a lingering trace of fright. Lynn, as soon as she saw him, Hermione immediately jumped up, like a startled bird finding solace, rushing to him in a few steps, holding up the envelope for him to see, her voice still trembling slightly. You see, last night, there was a really big bird. It tapped on my window with its beak, then it left this. My name is on it. She was clearly quite shaken by the owl's sudden visit. Lynn immediately understood. He naturally reached out and gently held Hermione's small hand, which was trembling slightly from excitement and nervousness. Her wrist was cold, conveying a calming strength. Don't be afraid, Hermione. I received one too. He took out his hidden envelope and showed it to her. You received one too? Hermione's eyes instantly widened, fear replaced by immense surprise. Really? Then this big bird. They're called nocturnal messengers. They're specially for delivering important letters like this, Lynn explained, using words she could understand. They're very smart and won't hurt people. See, it just delivered a letter and left, right? Hermione recalled the big bird's sharp but seemingly harmless gaze last night, and how it flew away after dropping the letter, and nodded, her tense little body finally relaxing a bit. She looked down at the identical envelopes in their hands, then at Lynn's warm and smiling eyes, and a wonderful sense of connected destiny arose. They had discovered secrets together, lit their little sparks together, and now, they had received life-changing invitations together. Lynn, Hermione's voice was full of anticipation and a touch of apprehension. Is that academy mentioned in the letter real? In the Scottish Highlands, street studying that ancient energy, it's real. Lynn nodded affirmatively, his tone filled with undeniable excitement. That's where the key we've been looking for truly comes into play. We can learn together, explore more magical things together, just like you said yesterday, make the shed clean itself, or make cakes taste better. He encouraged her with her childish words from yesterday. Hermione giggled, a brilliant smile blooming on her small face, and the last trace of unease vanished. Let's go together. She nodded vigorously, her brown eyes filled with longing for the future. She pulled Lynn to sit on the small wooden stool, eagerly opened the envelope, and the two of them, heads together, carefully read the equally cautiously worded admission notice and list. "Look, we have so many of the same books." Hermione pointed to the list, exclaiming excitedly in a whisper, "Introduction to Basic Energies, Beginner's Guide to Ancient Symbol Analysis, oh, and this Standard Energy Conductor. It sounds so cool." She was completely immersed in the new life that was about to begin. We'll buy them together," Lynn agreed with a smile. He took out the star book and placed it on the workbench, ready to begin today's exploration. However, just as his fingertips accidentally brushed the book's cover, a vibration much clearer than usual, accompanied by an extremely faint but real warmth, instantly emanated from the star book. It was as if the book had also sensed the presence of the admission letter, creating some strange resonance. Lynn's heart stirred, and he subtly withdrew his fingers. Was there indeed some connection between the star book and that academy? This mystery, perhaps, could only be unraveled when they truly stepped into that ancient castle. "Hermione," Lynn picked up the quill, brought by Hermione, and a plain white piece of paper. "Now, the most important thing is to write a reply. Tell them we accept." Write a reply," Hermione immediately responded, her small face flushed with excitement. She snatched a quill, dipped it in ink, and neatly wrote on the paper, "Dear Mr. Deputy Principal, I, Hermione Granger, am greatly honored and pleased to accept your academy's admission. I look forward to September 1st. Yours sincerely, Hermione Granger." The handwriting was neat, with the seriousness characteristic of a child. After finishing, she proudly showed it to Lynn. Lynn took the pen and also solemnly wrote his acceptance reply on another piece of paper. As he signed off, he looked at Hermione's tender yet firm signature. A gentle smile gracing his lips, he carefully folded the two replies and looked out at the setting sun. "When it gets a little darker, we'll put the letters by the shed door," Lynn said. "Those nocturnal messengers will find them." Hermione nodded vigorously, her small hand unconsciously touching the moonstone pendant on her chest. Then looking at Lynn's starstone on his chest, her eyes filled with infinite anticipation for the journey full of starlight and unknowns they were about to embark on together. Chapter 7, The Bronze Pocket Watch and the World Behind the Brick Wall. On the morning of July 31st, an unusual tension hung in the air at the entrance of Oak House Orphanage. Lynn had been waiting there early, his simple cloth bag containing only the deep blue star book, 2 written acceptance letters, his and Hermione's, and the cool starstone on his chest. His heart beat a little faster than usual, his gaze fixed on the street corner. 9 o'clock sharp precisely. An old, dark green vintage car, looking somewhat aged, glided silently to the orphanage entrance like a ghost and stopped steadily. The car door opened, and a lady stepped out. She appeared to be in her 50s, tall and slender, dressed in a perfectly tailored dark gray skirt suit, covered by a thick, dark green cloak-style coat. Buttoned all the way to her neck, her hair was meticulously styled into a tight bun at the back of her head, revealing a smooth and serious forehead. A pair of square-framed spectacles rested on her nose, and behind the lenses, her eyes were sharp as an eagle's, as if they could penetrate one's heart. Most striking was a thin bronze-colored chain she wore on her chest, the end of which seemed to be hidden beneath her clothing. Her expression was extremely serious, unsmiling, exuding an undeniable sense of authority and an extraordinary, stern aura. Lynn immediately recognized her, Minerva McGonagall, although her demeanor was even more severe than in the movies. That iconic seriousness and precision were unmistakable. Mr. Lynn Li, her voice, like her appearance, was clear, calm, and firm with a Scottish accent, without any unnecessary fluctuations. "Yes, madam." Lynn stepped forward, gave a polite slight bow, and handed over the 2 folded reply letters. "These are the acceptance letters from Miss Hermione Granger and me, Professor McGonagall." Lynn confirmed her identity in his mind, took the letters, her gaze quickly scanning the handwriting on the envelopes, her sharp eyes lingering on Lynn's face for a moment, as if evaluating something. She did not ask a single question about why Hermione's letter was delivered by him, merely nodded slightly, and placed the letters into an antique-style leather handbag she carried. "Very well," her voice remained flat. "Where is Miss Granger?" "She should be here soon, madam." No sooner had Lynn finished speaking than he saw a small figure running quickly around the street corner. Hermione, with her bulging schoolbag on her back, had a flushed face, clearly having run all the way. She had specifically worn a clean, light blue dress today, with a milky white moonstone pendant hanging on her chest. "Sorry. I'm not late, am I?" Hermione stopped beside Lynn, panting, her small hands nervously clutching her schoolbag straps, her big eyes timidly looking at the powerful and serious lady before her. Professor McGonagall's gaze behind her spectacles fell upon Hermione, the sharp lines seeming to soften almost imperceptibly. but her tone remained devoid of warmth. "Just in time, Miss Granger. I am the Academy's guide. You may call me Miss McGonagall. Please get in the car." She briefly gestured towards the vintage car behind her. Hermione secretly sighed in relief, instinctively leaning closer to Lynn. Lynn naturally and gently touched her elbow, conveying a "don't be afraid" look. This small gesture was caught by Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze. But she said nothing, merely turned and opened the back car door. The interior of the car was not large, but exceptionally tidy, filled with a faint scent, like a mix of old books and mint. Professor McGonagall sat in the front passenger seat. Lynn and Hermione sat side by side in the back, with a little distance between them. Hermione sat rigidly, her hands neatly placed on her knees, secretly glancing at the car's simple, almost austere decoration out of the corner of her eye. Lynn, however, appeared much calmer, his gaze fixed on the familiar yet strange London streetscape. Rushing past the window, the car traveled for about 20 minutes, finally stopping at the mouth of an inconspicuous alley near Charing Cross Road. The alley was narrow and dim, lined with old bookstores and record shops that looked to have little business. "Get out," Professor McGonagall commanded succinctly. The three got out of the car and stood in the alley. Professor McGonagall did not walk towards any of the shops, but instead went straight to a dirty red brick wall deep in the alley. The wall was bare except for mottled stains and a few graffiti marks. Hermione looked at Lynn with confusion, while Lynn subtly winked at her, signaling her to remain calm. Professor McGonagall pulled out a bronze chain from beneath her clothing. At its end hung not a pocket watch, but a smooth, irregularly shaped bronze metal piece, seemingly engraved with extremely fine patterns. She gently pressed the metal piece onto the wall, on a specific red brick that looked indistinguishable from the others. Buzz! Lynn and Hermione simultaneously felt an extremely faint vibration in the air, like a plucked string. Immediately after, an even more magical scene unfolded. The brick, held by the metal piece, seemed to be infused with life, beginning to wriggle slightly and rhythmically. It receded into the wall, then slid sideways. Following this, the bricks around it, as if dominoes being pushed, slid, rotated, and reassembled one after another at an astonishing speed. In just a few seconds, a wide, arched doorway, large enough for 3 people to walk through abreast, had opened in the previously solid and seamless wall. Behind the doorway was a winding, endless cobblestone street. On both sides of the street, various oddly shaped, crooked shops stood in a dense array, their display windows glittering with colorful, dazzling lights. A mix of strange scents wafted through the air, the sweet aroma of candy, the musty smell of old parchment, a certain pungent herbal scent, and also, a smell like metal and sparks. Hermione abruptly covered her mouth, barely preventing a gasp from escaping. Her big eyes were wide and round, filled with extreme shock and disbelief, her small mouth slightly agape, completely captivated by the sight before her. This was the world mentioned in the letter. It was even more incredible than anything she had seen in her wildest dreams, although Lynn was mentally prepared. When he witnessed this wall-hole opening and saw the bizarre street scene inside, his heart still pounded uncontrollably. This was Diagon Alley, the entrance to the magic world. The clamor, the colors, the omnipresent strange energy fluctuations were more real and more stunning than any imagination. Professor McGonagall seemed oblivious to their shock. She put away the bronze metal piece and stepped into the archway first, her figure instantly merging into the bustling light and shadow. She turned back, her gaze behind her spectacles sweeping over the two still standing stunned, her voice still calm. "Miss Granger, Mr. Li, follow me. Time is limited." Lynn took a deep breath. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he turned his head to look at Hermione, who was still absorbed in the immense shock, like a startled deer, and smiled, extending his hand to her very naturally. "Are you ready, Hermione? Our new world is in there." Hermione's gaze returned from the bizarre alley to Lynn's outstretched hand, then to his warm and encouraging smile. That immense shock and unease seemed to be instantly infused with a calming strength. A smile, mixed with nervousness, excitement, and infinite yearning, bloomed on her small face. She nodded vigorously, then unhesitatingly placed her small hand into Lynn's palm. His palm was warm and strong, firmly enclosing her slightly cool fingers. "I'm ready." Hermione's voice trembled slightly, yet was filled with determination. Lynn, holding her hand, took a step, following closely behind Professor McGonagall, and stepped into the archway made of red bricks, leading to an incredible world. The cool touch of the cobblestone pavement came through the soles of their shoes, and the bustling human voices, the clinking sounds from the shops, and various strange smells instantly surrounded them. Hermione tightly held Lynn's hand, curiously and nervously looking around, cauldrons automatically stirring in display windows, quills floating in midair, shops piled high with glittering crystal balls, and a shop entrance adorned with countless bronze statues of various shapes. seemingly still subtly moving. Everything exceeded the limits of her comprehension, leaving her overwhelmed. Lynn felt the reliance and trust Hermione conveyed through his palm, and looking at the living tapestry of the magic world before him, an indescribable passion surged in his chest. He gently squeezed Hermione's hand and whispered, "Look, Hermione, our first stop should be there." He raised his hand and pointed to a towering, dazzling white building not far ahead. The building stood out among the crooked shops, grand and imposing, its bronze doors tightly shut, and at its entrance stood two short, arrogant, pointy-eared creatures dressed in scarlet uniforms with gold trim, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Hermione followed his gaze, saw the white building and the strange guards at the entrance, and her small mouth opened slightly in surprise again. And just then, the moonstone pendant on her chest, as if sensing the omnipresent strange energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment, suddenly emitted an extremely faint, yet undeniably clear, warmth. Hermione instinctively covered her chest. Looking at Lynn in surprise, Lynn felt her sudden tightening in his palm and immediately cast an inquiring look. "My stone, it just got warm?" Hermione whispered in surprise, her eyes full of novelty. Lynn understood in his heart, touched the starstone on his own chest, and indeed felt a faint warmth and an extremely slight resonant vibration. It seemed that these stones, imbued with Hermione's feelings and their initial energy, were quite sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment. "It seems they like it here too," Lynn chuckled softly, holding her hand, and followed a tall figure in the dark green cloak ahead, merging into this bustling river named Diagon Alley, flowing with magic and miracles. Hermione clung tightly to his side, her initial nervousness replaced by immense excitement and a desire for exploration, her small hand firmly gripping his, as if it were her only anchor in this new world, and the key to infinite possibilities. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Bronze Door and Star Echoes. The coolness of the cobblestone pavement seeped through the thin soles of her shoes, yet it couldn't dampen the excitement coursing through Hermione's veins. Her small hand was firmly enveloped by Lynn's warm, dry palm, like the only real anchor, fixing her in this bizarre, dazzlingly colorful and dizzying new world. Professor McGonagall's dark green cloak parted the crowds ahead, like a steady icebreaker, clearing a path for them. "Look at that," Hermione couldn't help but exclaim, her fingers unconsciously tightening as she pointed to a shop window by the roadside. There were no goods inside, only countless colorful bubbles moving on their own without wind, colliding and merging, transforming into patterns of castles, flying dragons, and even the Hogwarts crest, then popping with a puff and shattering into tiny specks of light, reforming. They're performing magic tricks." "Workshop," Lynn replied softly, his gaze sweeping over the crooked, seemingly about to fall sign above the window, its lettering like dancing earthworms. "It probably sells little trinkets to make life more interesting." Hermione's eyes sparkled like two polished obsidian stones, greedily absorbing everything around her. Countless bronze-colored statuettes of various shapes hung at the entrance of one shop, some like owls, some like toads, some even like miniature knights, and they were static, but subtly, rhythmically, wriggling their joints, emitting tiny, metallic clattering sounds. From next door wafted an impossibly rich, sweet aroma, giant glass jars piled with self-hopping chocolate frogs, lollipops shimmering with colorful light, and a type of pink cotton candy that constantly changed shape, like clouds. The air also mixed with a musty smell of old parchment, a certain pungent, irritating herbal scent, and a faint, almost imperceptible hiss, like a red-hot branding iron plunged into cold water. That was the smell of magic. Lynn thought the starstone on his chest lay against his skin, its faint warmth ever present, like a steady heartbeat, echoing the omnipresent magic energy in the surrounding environment. Hermione's moonstone on her chest had clearly sensed it too. She would unconsciously touch it from time to time, feeling the strange warmth, her face showing an expression mixed with wonder and a hint of unease. "Don't be afraid." Lynn noticed a slight tremble in her fingertips, tilted his head slightly, and lowered his voice so only she could hear. "They like it here just like us." He gently squeezed her palm. Hermione looked up, meeting his reassuringly smiling eyes, which held no mockery of her overreaction, only understanding and a certainty that put her at ease. She took a deep breath, the mixed, strange scent filling her nostrils, strangely dispelling the last bit of timidity. She squeezed his hand back firmly, her small face once again radiant with curiosity. She nodded vigorously, her gaze once again drawn to the sweet-smelling shop. Those candies, do they really move? I'll buy some for you to try if we get a chance, Lynn said with a smile, mentally calculating the galleon exchange rate. Just then, Professor McGonagall stopped in front of a towering, dazzlingly white building. It formed a stark contrast with the crooked, colorful shops around it. Cold, solemn, and magnificent, the massive bronze doors were tightly shut, engraved with intricate, chain-like patterns. Exuding the inherent heaviness of metal, two guardians stood at the entrance. They were short, only reaching Professor McGonagall's waist, their skin a strange, bronze hue as if polished by years, glinting with a metallic coldness in the sunlight. Their ears were long and pointed, slightly upturned at the ends, and their noses were long and sharp, almost occupying half their faces. Most striking were their eyes, large and protruding, a cold, emotionless emerald green, which at this moment scanned passers-by with an undisguised scrutiny and arrogance. Despite their short stature, they wore scarlet, gold-trimmed robes, similar to uniforms, and held slender metal rods with obsidian embedded at the tips. This was Gringotts, the bank of the wizarding world. Lynn's heart quickened slightly. The goblin guardians in the original work had been cleverly alienated. Bronze skin, emerald green eyes, longer noses and pointed ears, a combination of details sufficient to distinguish them from any known image. They were called guardians, not a specific racial name. Hermione was clearly awed by the imposing atmosphere and the guardian's cold gaze, unconsciously leaning closer to Lynn, her small hand gripping his more tightly. Lynn subtly stepped half a pace forward, shielding her slightly behind him. Professor McGonagall seemed not to notice the guardian's arrogance, walking straight ahead. The bronze pendant on her chest slid out from her robes again, the irregularly shaped metal piece gleaming with a subtle luster in the sunlight. She raised it, aiming it at an inconspicuous, bronze inlaid groove on the large door. There was no sound, but Lynn and Hermione simultaneously felt an invisible, heavy pressure emanating from the door, as if a sleeping giant had been awakened. Immediately after, the two massive bronze doors, as if pushed by invisible giant hands, slowly and silently slid inward, revealing the deep space within. A cold, crisp scent of metal mixed with underground rock. "Follow," Professor McGonagall said concisely, leading the way inside. The sight within the doors made Hermione gasp again. An incredibly tall marble hall, with a dome so high it was almost out of sight, hung with huge crystal chandeliers burning with pale, cold flames. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the hurried figures of those same guardians in scarlet, gold-trimmed uniforms. They sat behind rows of tall counters made of dark hardwood, perched on footstools, their emerald green eyes sharply scanning the wizards in front of the counters, their fingers moving swiftly over thick ledgers, or weighing various colored metal blocks with a peculiar scale with complex markings. The air was filled with the smell of money, metal, and the unique damp chill of deep underground. Professor McGonagall walked towards a seemingly unoccupied counter. The guardian behind the counter lifted his eyelids, his emerald green eyes coldly sweeping over the three, lingering for a moment on Lynn and Hermione, two children who were clearly muggle-born, with a hint of imperceptible disdain. "Exchange." Professor McGonagall's voice was exceptionally clear in the spacious hall. She took a heavy, ordinary-looking velvet pouch from her handbag and pushed it onto the counter, making a dull clinking sound. The guardian extended a slender, long-fingered hand, also with a bronze sheen, and untied the pouch. What poured out was something Lynn and Hermione were both incredibly familiar with: pounds. Brand new banknotes and heavy coins. The guardian let out an almost inaudible sniff, as if scoffing at this inferior currency. He picked up a coin, running his fingertip over it. Instantly, extremely fine, ripple-like patterns appeared on the coin surface, then quickly vanished. He picked up another, repeating the same action. Then, he took out a magnifying monocle and meticulously examined the anti-counterfeiting marks on the banknotes, his movements precise and almost harsh. The waiting time seemed unusually long. Hermione was a little uneasy, her big eyes curiously yet nervously surveying the busy guardians and the various wizard customers. An old wizard in a patched robe was tremblingly counting a few dull-looking copper coins. At the other end, a lavishly dressed witch impatiently tapped her fingers on the counter, waiting for a guardian to count a small pile of glittering gold coins. Those were probably galleons. Lynn, however, seemed much calmer, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping the hall, but in reality observing the operational procedures and the expressions of the guardians. He noticed that when the guardians handled magical metals, a nearly greedy focus would appear in their eyes. Finally, the guardian put down the monocle, announcing a number in his sharp, uninflected voice, then pulled out a heavy tray from under the counter. It was neatly arranged with three types of coins: large and heavy, glittering gold; smaller, silvery white with a soft luster; and even smaller, dull-colored, like brass. He deftly counted out the corresponding amount and pushed them in front of Professor McGonagall. "Galleons, sickles, nuts, Professor McGonagall explained simply, dividing the coins into two small piles and handing them to Lynn and Hermione respectively. The galleons felt heavy in hand, with a characteristic coolness of metal, embossed with a complex, labyrinth-like symbol. The sickles felt a bit smoother, the nuts were rough and light. Hermione carefully cradled her pile of coins as if holding fragile treasures, her fingertips feeling the coolness and texture of the metal, an unprecedented sense of reality belonging to this wizarding world welling up in her heart. She looked up at Lynn, finding him looking back at her with an encouraging smile in his eyes. "Keep them safe," Professor McGonagall reminded them, then gestured for them to follow her to the other side of the hall. There was a row of small, unmarked doors there. Lynn and Hermione followed Professor McGonagall into one of the doors. Behind the door was a small compartment, only big enough for a few people. The door closed silently behind them before they could react. The compartment shuddered violently, then plunged downwards at a breathtaking speed. "Ah!" Hermione cried out, the immense sensation of weightlessness instantly making her lose her balance, and she involuntarily fell backward. "Careful!" Lynn was quick-witted, his arm swiftly wrapped around her shoulder, steadily holding her, preventing her from hitting the cold metal wall. Hermione practically leaned entirely into his embrace, her small face pale, her heart pounding, her hands unconsciously gripping the front of his clothes tightly. The compartment plummeted rapidly down a deep, dark shaft, with only a small glowing crystal embedded in the compartment's ceiling providing faint light. The wind whistled past their ears, carrying the damp, cold air characteristic of deep underground. Lynn stood steadily, his feet as if nailed to the floor, one hand firmly supporting Hermione's shoulder, the other braced against the cold wall, bearing the force of the descent and the full weight of the girl in his arms. "It's all right, Hermione, I'm here." Lynn's voice, steady and strong, reached her from above, cutting through the whistling wind. "It's like a very fast elevator." He tried to comfort her with words she could understand. Hermione kept her eyes tightly shut, burying her face in his chest, feeling the reassuring warmth and strong heartbeat from him, her nose filled with a faint scent of sunshine on his clothes, the smell of the orphanage's laundry soap, now incredibly comforting. Each slight tremor of the compartment made her body stiffen, her fingers gripping his clothes so hard her knuckles turned white. The starstone pressed against him through his clothes, the moonstone against her. The two stones, in the rapid descent and their close proximity, seemed to create a strange resonance. A warm current, clearer, warmer, and like a faint electric current than ever before, simultaneously spread from the area of both their chests, quickly flowing through their limbs, dispelling the underground chill and strangely calming Hermione's panic. She slowly, tentatively opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, and saw Lynn's defined jawline and concerned gaze. The whistling wind continued, the sensation of weightlessness remained, but the overwhelming fear had largely dissipated due to his warm embrace and the strange warmth in her chest. I'm okay," Hermione whispered, her cheeks slightly flushed, realizing she was still tightly holding onto him, and she stiffly tried to pull away a little. Lynn felt her movement, his arm relaxing its grip slightly, but still gently supporting her, ensuring she stood steadily. "Almost there," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the rapidly ascending, rough rock walls outside the compartment. Indeed, a few seconds later, the compartment's speed began to slow, finally coming to a steady stop. The door slid open silently, and a stronger scent of rock rushed out. Outside was a dimly lit tunnel, with burning torches on the walls illuminating the rough stone and the tracks extending into the deep darkness. A small cart, looking like a mine cart but more streamlined, was parked on the tracks. Professor McGonagall led the way out, as if the thrilling descent had been an ordinary stroll. She glanced back at the two, who were helping each other out of the compartment, her gaze lingering for a moment on Lynn's hand still on Hermione's shoulder, then quickly moving away without any comment. "Get in destination, Mr. Leesvold," her voice echoed in the empty tunnel. Hermione took a deep breath of the cold air, feeling her legs still a little weak. She quietly let go of Lynn's clothes, her fingertips seemingly still retaining the feel of his fabric and the warmth of his body. She secretly stole a glance at Lynn, finding him looking at her too, a faint smile playing on his lips, his eyes gentle. "Just now, thank you." Hermione's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, the blush on her cheeks deepening. "You're welcome." Lynn's voice was very soft, with a sense of matter-of-factness. He naturally withdrew his hand from her shoulder, but as she was about to walk towards the minecart, he extended his hand again, palm up, quietly waiting for her. Hermione looked at the hand extended towards her, then up at Lynn's encouraging eyes. The feeling of being steadily protected by him during the rapid descent surged through her again, mixed with a lingering warmth from the moonstone on her chest. This time, she didn't hesitate at all, placing her small hand back into his palm. This clasping of hands seemed more natural than when they were in the alley, and also more Reassuring, the minecart started, rumbling along the tunnel deeper into the earth. The wheels clattered monotonously over the tracks, and the torchlight danced on the rock walls. Hermione sat close to Lynn, feeling the warmth in her palm and the steady presence beside her. The initial tension and fright gradually replaced by a strange excitement. She began to curiously examine the occasional large metal doors embedded in the rock walls on either side of the tunnel. Were those the vaults? What was hidden inside? Lynn held Hermione's soft small hand, feeling the steady warmth from the starstone, his gaze calmly fixed on the darkness ahead. This was just the beginning, he reminded himself, but holding this hand felt like holding the most important anchor in this world. He gently rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb, earning a slightly shy but incredibly bright smile from her. The minecart traveled through the darkness, carrying 2 beating hearts, heading towards the core of magical wealth, and also towards the depths where their shared destinies intertwined. Star and moon, deep underground, resonated silently. Chapter 9, Mithril Corridor and the First Blossom of Glory, Part 1. The minecart sped through the gloomy tunnel, its wheels rubbing against the tracks with a monotonous yet reassuring clack, clack sound. Torches stuck in the rock walls on either side formed 2 flickering bands of light, elongated into blurry streaks by the high-speed movement. The unique chill of the underground, mixed with the smell of rust, assailed them. Hermione sat pressed close to Lynn, her initial fright long since replaced by novelty. She widened her eyes, trying to make out the rapidly fleeting sights on both sides of the tunnel. Every so often, huge, heavily metal-studded doors appeared on the rough rock walls. Intricate symbols and numbers were carved into the doors, gleaming with a cold, eerie light under the torchlight. Some doors were tightly shut, seamlessly fitted. In front of others, guardians in scarlet, gold-trimmed uniforms could be seen, aiming a peculiar short staff, embedded with a multifaceted crystal at its tip, at a groove on the door. Accompanied by a faint hum, the heavy doors silently slid inward, revealing the bottomless darkness beyond, or a glimpse of mountains of treasure sparkling with various colors, golden, silver, and even the strange brilliance of gemstones, seen for a fleeting moment as the door opened, then immediately swallowed by darkness. Are those the vaults? Hermione asked in a whisper, her voice full of awe and disbelief. She imagined the wealth and secrets that might be hidden behind those tightly closed doors. Lynn responded, his gaze also following the fleeting glimmers of wealth, but his focus was more on the way the guardians opened the vaults. That short staff and crystal seemed to be some kind of energy key. The deeper the number, the older it might be, or the more special the things stored inside. He deliberately used vague descriptions to avoid mentioning any specific families or items. The minecart suddenly turned at a fork, and centrifugal force caused Hermione's body to lean involuntarily against Lynn. Lynn's arm naturally went around her, steadying her. The moment their bodies touched, the starstone and moonstone on their chests once again transmitted a clear warmth, like tiny warm stoves, dispelling the chill of the underground. Hermione subconsciously clutched her chest, feeling the warmth, and her heart settled. She no longer felt as awkward about Lynn's touch as she had in the rapidly descending compartment. Instead, there was a comforting sense of reliance. She didn't immediately move away, only whispered with a slight blush, "Thank you, hold on tight." Lynn's voice was calm, but his arm didn't immediately retract, loosely protecting her until the minecart entered a narrower, more dimly lit branch tunnel. Here, the vault doors on either side were noticeably older, their metal surfaces covered with the erosions of time, and the symbols on the doors were even more complex and eerie. Finally, the minecart slowly stopped in front of a very plain-looking bronze door. This door was a bit smaller than the ones they had seen before, its color dull, without any ornate decorations, only a shallow, keyhole-like indentation in the center of the door. Professor McGonagall was the first to get out of the cart and walked to the door. She didn't take out the bronze plate she had used to open the wall in Diagon Alley. Instead, she took out a uniquely shaped key from her handbag. The key itself was also made of bronze, but its end was embedded with a small, irregularly shaped, deep blue mineral stone, as profound in color as a solidified starry sky. Lynn recognized at a glance that its material was identical to the cover of the deep blue star book he carried. The key's teeth were unusually complex, twisted and spiraled. Professor McGonagall inserted the key into the groove on the door. There was no short staff and crystal like the guardians used, just a gentle turn, click, buzz. After a dull mechanical click, accompanied by a low hum like the sigh from deep within the earth, the heavy bronze door silently slid inward. Inside, there were no mountains of gold and silver jewels, nor dazzling lights, only a profound darkness and a blast of cold, dusty air. Lynn's heart rate suddenly quickened. Was this his vault? the inheritance belonging to the original Lynn Li. Professor McGonagall took a small lantern from her handbag, and with a gentle flick, a soft, steady white light illuminated within the transparent crystal ball at the lantern's top. She held the lamp and walked in first. Lynn and Hermione followed closely, stepping into the darkness. The lantern's light could only illuminate a few meters ahead, and beneath their feet were cold, smooth flagstones. As they went deeper, the light outlined the vault's interior. The space was not large, a narrow rectangle, with smooth, polished rock walls on all sides. The vault was empty, with only 3 boxes of varying sizes placed against the wall at the very back. The first box was made of dark brown hardwood, covered with a thin layer of dust, unlocked, and looked the most ordinary. The second box was made of some dark metal, its surface covered with intricate, vine-like silver patterns, and there was a small circular indentation in the center of the lid. The third box was the smallest and most striking, made entirely of a translucent, deep blue crystal that seemed to have a nebula slowly rotating within it, emitting a faint glow. Without any obvious opening or lock, Professor McGonagall hung the lantern on a hook on the wall, illuminating the entire interior of the vault. She walked to the first wooden box and directly lifted the lid. Inside were not the expected galleons, but neatly stacked items, several sets of folded, seemingly good quality spare clothes, clearly boys' size, a few pairs of shoes, some toiletries, and several thick, hardcover books with no titles on their covers. On top, there was a bulging, thick canvas money bag, and a simple, dark blue hardcover notebook. "This is Mr. Lynn Li's personal storage box, and the liquid assets of his vault." Professor McGonagall's voice was exceptionally clear in the vault. "The money bag contains exchanged galleons, sickles, and nuts, enough to cover your 7 years of study and living expenses at Hogwarts, including textbooks, a wand, robes, and other necessities." She took out the money bag and notebook and handed them to Lynn. Lynn took the heavy money bag and notebook. The notebook's cover had the familiar deep blue star patterns and felt cool to the touch. He understood in his heart that this was probably the original owner's records or diary. He didn't immediately look through it, but carefully put it away. Professor McGonagall's gaze turned to the second metal box. "This box requires a matching energy imprint to open." Her eyes fell on Lynn's chest. "Mr. Li, please place the stone on your chest into the groove on the lid." Lynn complied, pulling out the star stone pendant from inside his collar. The cool stone glowed with a deep blue light under the lantern's illumination. He carefully pressed the star stone into the circular indentation. Buzz! The silver vine patterns on the surface of the metal box suddenly lit up, as if infused with life, and the flowing light quickly spread along the patterns to the entire box. Immediately after, a series of crisp, pleasant mechanical clicking sounds came from inside the box. A few seconds later, with a soft click, the lid silently popped open a crack. Lynn lifted the lid. Inside, a soft, dark velvet lining cushioned 3 items, a quill with a slender body, made of a material resembling both wood and jade, its tip embedded with a tiny, deep blue gemstone the size of a grain of rice, constantly shifting with subtle starlight, a palm-sized compass, its casing polished from a warm, dark jade, its surface etched with precise star track patterns, and a ring, its setting of ancient, silver-gray metal, its face a perfectly octagonal, deep blue sapphire as profound as the night sky, with what appeared to be stars slowly rotating within, pen of the stars, astrological compass, and star core ring. Professor McGonagall looked at these 3 items, a faint, unreadable emotion flashing in her eyes. "They belong to you. Keep them safe." She didn't explain much, but Lynn could feel the extraordinary nature of these 3 items. They seemed to have some mysterious connection with the Starstone and the deep blue star book. Lynn carefully put away these 3 items. Finally, his gaze, like Hermione's, turned to the third and most mysterious deep blue crystal box. Professor McGonagall made no move this time, only calmly said, "This box requires a specific time and a key. The key is not with me, nor is it here. The time has not come, so it cannot be opened." Both Lynn and Hermione were a bit disappointed but could only nod. The crystal box emitted a faint glow, like a silent riddle, awaiting its future solution. The process of leaving the vault was much faster than entering. Sitting in the minecart again, passing through the long tunnel, and returning to the cold, grand hall, Hermione couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling of the underground was dispelled by the high, distant dome above, and although the Guardians' emerald green eyes were still cold, at least they were back in the human world. Next, Professor McGonagall led them out of the huge bronze doors of the Mithril Ring, an alternative name for Gringotts, Once again bathed in the bustling light and mixed smells of Diagon Alley, you will purchase your necessities. Here are your lists. She handed 2 pieces of parchment to Lynn and Hermione respectively. Flourish and blots for textbooks, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions for school robes, and finally, a wand. We will meet back in an hour in front of Fortescue's ice cream parlor. She raised a hand and pointed to a colorful shop across the street with a huge ice cream cone sign. Then, without waiting for their reply, her dark green cloak swished, and she merged into the crowd, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lynn and Hermione held their lists, standing on the street of the magical world, looking at the bustling crowds and countless shops before them, finally feeling a true sense of having stepped into this world. Shall we buy books first? Lynn suggested, his gaze sweeping over the long list of book titles. Good, Hermione nodded vigorously, her big eyes sparkling with impatience. Knowledge was always what she craved most. Flourish and blots was crowded and noisy, the air filled with a unique fragrance of ink and old paper. Towering bookshelves almost reached the ceiling, crammed with books of all thicknesses and colors. Some books sat quietly on the shelves, others were chained by magical chains, squirming restlessly. There was even a huge book with a fanged monster on its cover that suddenly opened its pages with a low roar and spat out a small stream of ink when Lynn approached, only to be skillfully covered by a prepared shop assistant with a net. Hermione was in her element, her small face radiating pure joy. She navigated the labyrinthine bookshelves, comparing them to her list, precisely searching for her targets. Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, Theories of Magic, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Magical Drafts and Potions. Each time she found a book, she would carefully brush the dust from its cover, then tenderly cradle it in her arms, her movements as gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. Lynn was responsible for carrying the increasingly heavy stack of books, while also observing the enchanted books with great interest. This copy of 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi is so thick. Hermione stood on tiptoe, trying to reach a large tome on an upper shelf. I'll get it. Lynn easily helped her take it down. Hermione took the book, its weighty presence making her cheeks flush slightly, but more so with satisfaction. Thank you. She looked up, her smile radiant, her eyes curving into crescents. The stack of books in her arms covered half of her face, revealing only her bright, sparkling eyes, full of a thirst for knowledge. When paying, watching Lynn pour clinking galleons from the deep blue canvas money bag, Hermione, clutching her own equally valuable pile of textbooks, suddenly whispered, Lynn, these books, are they very expensive? She remembered her parents' hard work. Knowledge is a priceless investment. Lynn smiled at her, counting out the corresponding gold coins and pushing them to the shop assistant. And my investment looks very worthwhile. He gestured meaningfully at the mountain of books she could barely hold. Hermione's face flushed even more, and she mumbled softly, I'll study hard, but her heart felt warm. Chapter 10, The Mithril Corridor and the First Blossom of Glory, Part 2. Next was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The shop was spacious and bright, with a fresh scent of new fabric lingering in the air. A short, stout, smiling lady in purple robes greeted them warmly. Hogwarts first years? Oh, dears, quickly stand on the stools. Madame Malkin swiftly directed Lynn and Hermione to stand on 2 low stools. 2 elves, common magical service creatures in Diagon Alley, with round ears, large eyes, smooth oak-like skin, and nimble hands and feet, only half a person tall, wearing small work aprons and holding pins and tape measures, immediately scurried over and began to take their measurements. The tape measures flew automatically in the air, circling their bodies, measuring up, down, left, and right, occasionally poking their arms or waists with the tip of the measure, signaling them to stand straight or raise their hands. Hermione was a bit ticklish and couldn't help but let out a giggle when poked in the waist, quickly covering her mouth, her face flushing red. Lynn, however, seemed very relaxed, looking at himself in the mirror and appreciating the convenience of the wizarding world. All done, my dears. Madame Malkin noted down the measurements. Your school robes will be sent by Al to the Hogwarts Express within a week. Now, do you need anything else? For example, everyday robes? Or a pretty little cloak? She smiled at Hermione. Hermione quickly shook her head. No, thank you, madam. Only school robes were essential on the list. She instinctively touched her small pocket containing her money. Even though Lynn had said his money was enough to cover both their essentials, she still didn't want to spend more of his money. Lynn, however, had noticed Hermione's gaze lingering on a dark blue cloak displayed in the shop, with an exquisite silver vine embroidered on its collar. He thought for a moment and said to Madame Malkin, please make her a casual robe too. The color, he looked at Hermione. Do you like the dark blue one from before? Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. Lynn. No need, I consider it a welcome gift, Lynn gently interrupted her. Besides, I'd like to see you in that color, it should suit you very well. His tone was natural, carrying an undeniable concern. Hermione's heart skipped a beat, and the words of refusal caught in her throat. She looked at Lynn's earnest eyes, then thought of the beautiful dark blue robe, and finally, blushing, nodded almost imperceptibly, whispering, "Thank you, Madam Malkin's eyes crinkled into a smile. Excellent taste. The young lady has fair skin, dark blue will definitely look beautiful on her. Leave it to me." As they left the robe shop, the setting sun had already gilded Diagon Alley with a warm, golden edge. Hermione clutched her newly bought textbooks, her heart filled not only with the satisfaction of the books but also a sweet warmth from being thoughtfully cared for. She stole a glance at Lynn's profile, the sunlight outlined his sharp features. He was looking up at a somewhat dilapidated shop at the end of the street with a crooked sign. The sign depicted a wand, and below it read, "Roland Silverwood, Fine Wands, Last Stop." Lynn's voice held a hint of subtle anticipation. Wands. When Lynn pushed open the shop door, which had a brass bell, a scent mixed with aged wood, peculiar resins, and faint dust wafted out. The shop was long and narrow, and countless slender boxes were stacked from the floor to the ceiling, filling every corner, leaving only a narrow aisle. The light was dim, with only a few ancient copper lamps emitting a faint yellow glow. The air seemed to be filled with countless tiny dust motes dancing in the light beams, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. Hermione nervously followed behind him, her small hand unconsciously gripping the corner of his robe again. She could feel a powerful and indescribable energy permeating the shop. Her moonstone pendant, hanging at her chest, suddenly became unusually warm, even vibrating slightly. Lynn's starstone, at his chest, did the same. A figure silently emerged from behind the mountain of wand boxes. It was an old man, extremely thin, wearing a faded dark gray robe, with sparse, neatly combed silver-white hair. His face was covered in wrinkles, like dried tree bark, but his eyes were unusually bright and sharp, a nearly transparent light gray. At this moment, they were like searchlights, keenly and penetratingly scrutinizing Lynn and Hermione, especially lingering for a moment on their faintly glowing pendants, a fleeting hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Good afternoon." The old man's voice was unexpectedly clear, gentle, and had a strange rhythm, like the chime of an ancient bell. A young gentleman, with a mark of the stars, and a young lady, whose heart is as pure as moonlight. "Welcome to Silverwood's domain. I am Roland Silverwood." He bowed slightly, his movements carrying an old-fashioned elegance. Lynn and Hermione were both stunned. This wandmaker seemed to have seen the special nature of their stones at a glance. He called this place Silverwood's domain, not merely a shop. Mr. Silverwood's gaze first fell on Hermione, his light gray eyes seemingly able to see through souls, then, the young lady first. "Please extend your dominant hand." Hermione nervously glanced at Lynn, and only after receiving his encouraging look did she take a deep breath and cautiously extend her right hand. Mr. Silverwood turned, moving as agilely as a leopard, melting into shadows, weaving and searching among the stacked boxes. His fingers brushed over the boxes, as if listening to their whispers. Soon, he returned with a slender box wrapped in faded dark purple velvet. "Try this one." He opened the box and took out a wand. The wand was made of warm, ivory-white material, with natural, elegant spiral patterns, like the fossil of some vine. The shaft was slender and smooth, about 9.5 inches long, and the grip was inlaid with a small circle of tiny, transparent gems, like condensed dewdrops. Moonlight grapevine wood, unicorn hair color, 9.5 inches, moderately flexible. Hermione carefully took the wand. The moment her fingertips touched the shaft, buzz, a low hum did not come from the air, but seemed to resonate directly in her and Lynn's minds. Hermione felt a warm, pure power, like clear moonlight, instantly surge from the wand into her arm, flowing through her entire body, making her shiver involuntarily. At the same time, her moonstone pendant at her chest suddenly burst forth with a bright yet not dazzling milky white light, which flowed like a tangible substance, instantly enveloping the entire wand. Even more astonishingly, Lynn's starstone at his chest also seemed to awaken, its deep blue light illuminating in response. The two lights, milky white and deep blue, intertwined in the narrow space, as if resonating silently. Mr. Silverwood's light gray eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. He stared intently at the two merging lights, exclaiming in a low voice, "Marvelous! Such a strong compatibility and, a sign of symbiosis, Hermione felt as if the wand in her hand had become a part of her body. An ineffable sense of comfort and power naturally arose. She instinctively gave it a gentle wave. Poof! The tip of the wand did not emit sparks or smoke, but suddenly bloomed into a large shower of soft, pure silver light specks. The specks of light, like fireflies on a summer night, danced and swirled lightly in the dim shop, illuminating countless dust-covered wand boxes, and also illuminating Hermione's surprised little face and the equally bright light in Lynn's eyes. The light specks lasted for about 10 seconds before slowly dissipating like stardust. Perfect! Mr. Silverwood's voice was filled with undisguised admiration. The resonance of moonlight and a pure heart. This is the one. Hermione held the wand, which felt as if it had been custom-made for her, with great affection, feeling its warm touch and the wondrous power flowing within her. She looked at Lynn, her eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy, her little face flushed with exhilaration. Your turn, young child of the stars. Mr. Silverwood turned to Lynn, his light gray eyes filled with anticipation and inquiry. Please extend your hand. Lynn stepped forward and extended his right hand. Mr. Silverwood's gaze was as sharp as a knife, carefully examining his palm and the knuckles of his fingers, as if deciphering a code. Then, he once again disappeared into the jungle of wands. This time, he returned even faster. In his hands, he held an extremely ancient-looking box. The box itself was made of a deep, almost black wood, with no ornamentation on its surface, only the deep luster left by time. He opened the box, which was lined with deep blue velvet. The wand he took out was entirely a cool silver gray, with extremely dense and deep wood grain, like a star-filled winter night frozen in ice. It was covered with extremely fine, naturally formed star-shaped patterns. The wand was straight and resilient, slightly longer, about 11 inches, and the grip was inlaid with a grain-sized, deep blue gem, as profound as a solidified universe, with nebulae seemingly swirling within it, echoing Lynn's starstone, star pattern for wood, phoenix tail feather core, 11 inches, powerful yet restrained. Mr. Silverwood's voice carried a reverence that was almost devout. Lynn reached out, his fingertips touching the shaft, cold as a starlit night. Boom! This time it wasn't a hum, but a tremor that seemed to come from the depths of the soul. A vast, profound torrent of power, like the universe at its genesis, instantly surged into Lynn's body. His starstone at his chest erupted with an unprecedentedly brilliant deep blue light, a light like burning flames, instantly enveloping the entire wand. The natural star pattern markings on the star pattern for wood shaft suddenly lit up under the blue light, as if coming alive. At the same time, Hermione's moonlight grapevine wand also lit up again with a soft milky white glow. The two lights, deep blue and milky white, instantly intertwined, like two surging star rivers, colliding, entwining, and resonating fiercely in the narrow space. The mountain of wand boxes stacked throughout the shop seemed to be awakened by this power, emitting faint hums and vibrations. Mr. Silverwood's lips trembled slightly with excitement. Star essence source. True star essence source. And, a twin radiance, Merlin's beard. He stared unblinkingly at the two merging glows. Lynn felt as if the wand in his hand had become an extension of his limb. The cold yet powerful energy resonated perfectly with something within him. There was no repulsion, only a seamless, harmonious fit. His mind stirred slightly, and he did not deliberately wave it, but merely lifted the wand gently. Sizzle, a slender, condensed deep blue electric arc, like a streak across the night sky, suddenly shot from the tip of the wand. The arc was not an aggressive lightning bolt. It danced agilely, weaving and darting through the air, leaving behind fleeting yet elegant blue trails, as if riding mysterious star runes in the dim shop. The arc lasted for a few seconds before silently dissipating into the air, leaving only a faint scent of ozone in a room full of lingering blue dust. Like the embers of stars, a silence fell over the shop, broken only by the faint, residual hums of countless wand boxes. Mr. Silverwood took a long, deep breath, looking at Lynn, then at the wand in his hand, which had returned to stillness yet seemed to contain an endless starry sky. Finally, his gaze swept over Hermione, who was also holding her wand, her eyes full of shock, and her wand, which emanated a warm, moonlit aura, fates intertwined, twin stars shining. The old man murmured, his light gray eyes filled with complex, inscrutable light, finally turning into a long sigh in irrepressible excitement. Good. 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 They have chosen you. Remember, the wand chooses the wizard. Treat them well. After paying, the price of both wands was quite substantial. Lynn and Hermione walked out of Roland Silverwood's wand shop as the lingering sunset had already painted the entire diagon alley in a warm orange-red. Each held their own wand in their hands, their chests warmed by the slightly warm stones, their hearts filled with unspeakable excitement and a wonderful sense of connection. The soul-shaking resonance in the shop earlier seemed to have forged an invisible bond between them. "Your wand is truly beautiful," Hermione said sincerely, looking at the silver-gray wand with a deep blue gem in Lynn's hand. "Yours too," Lynn smiled, his gaze falling on the warm moonlight grapevine wand in her hand. "They seem to be very compatible," he hinted at something. Hermione's cheeks were tinged with a sunset's blush. She looked down at her wand, her fingers gently caressing the shaft, feeling the wondrous connection, and an involuntary sweet smile curved her lips. Her moonstone at her chest seemed to respond with a wave of warmth. The two walked side by side towards the agreed-upon ice cream shop. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and their newly acquired wands shimmered with a subtle yet mysterious glow in the afterglow. Star and Moon, in the ancient alley, completed their most important covenant with the magical world, and quietly illuminated a new chapter in each other's lives, filled with infinite possibilities. Chapter 11, Whisper of Sweetness and Glimmer of Star Tracks. The warm golden glow of the setting sun lazily spilled onto the ancient cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley, stretching the shadows of passers-by. The air was filled with various peculiar scents, the sweet aroma of freshly baked cauldron cakes, the crisp fragrance from the magical herb shop, and a rich, enticing, sweet scent, a mix of milk and fruit, emanating from their destination, the Honeydukes Swirl Ice Cream Parlor, adorned with a giant rainbow swirl cone sign outside the shop. Several small round tables with red and white checkered tablecloths were set up, and brightly colored sun umbrellas swayed gently in the breeze. Professor McGonagall was already waiting there, standing ramrod straight, her dark green cloak remarkably conspicuous amidst the crowd, looking down at an antique silver watch on her wrist. "Just in time," she said, raising her head. Her gaze swept over Lynn and Hermione's wands, and the new textbooks they held. Hermione also had an extra paper bag containing a dark blue robe. Her face showed no change in expression. "Did you get everything?" "Yes, Professor," they replied in unison. Hermione's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of excitement, her fingers unconsciously caressing the smooth shaft of her moonlight grapevine wand, as if she could still feel the lingering warmth of its pure power. Lynn was much calmer, only the starstone pressed against his chest, radiating a steady warmth. "Very good," Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. "The Hogwarts Express will depart from Platform 9 and 3/4 at King's Cross Station in London at precisely 11 o'clock on the morning of September 1st. Your tickets," she conjured two stiff cards from an inside pocket of her cloak, "have been tucked into the first page of your new textbooks. Be sure to arrive on time. Missing the train, the consequences are your own." Her tone carried her usual strictness, but as her gaze swept over Hermione's cheeks, slightly flushed with excitement, it seemed to soften ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. "Now, you may enjoy an ice cream here, as a conclusion to your school shopping." Professor McGonagall gestured towards the colorful display window of Honeydukes Swirl. "I will return in half an hour to arrange your return home." With that, she turned again, her dark green figure quickly melting into the bustling crowd and disappearing. Lynn and Hermione were left standing in front of the ice cream parlor, bathed in the enticing sweet scent and the warm glow of the setting sun, feeling a momentarily disoriented sense of ease. The hustle and bustle of the magical world seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, leaving only the two of them and the fantastical sweet swirl before their eyes. What flavor do you want?" Lynn broke the silence, pointing to the dazzling array of ice cream tubs in the window, some even slowly changing color or bubbling with tiny fizz. Hermione's eyes were instantly drawn to them, her earlier tension replaced by curiosity. She leaned closer to the glass, her small nose almost touching it, carefully deciphering the peculiar labels. "Fizzing was bee flavor." "Hiss, will this shock my tongue?" "Bubblegum pod flavor, smells like green apple." And "Dragon's breath chili. Can this really be eaten?" She pointed to blood-red ice cream with tiny sparks dancing on its surface, her expression incredulous. Lynn was also amused by the names. "To be safe, how about we pick something milder? Like that moonlight berry? It looks very fitting for you." He pointed to an ice cream with a soft lavender hue, studded with tiny silver particles, like crushed moonstone powder. Hermione's cheeks quietly took on the same color as the sunset again. She quickly glanced at Lynn, muttering softly, "Who wants to be fitting with ice cream?" But her steps honestly moved towards the moonlight berry display tub. "Then, what about you?" "I'll try the Stardust Caramel Sea Salt," Lynn said, pointing to an ice cream with a dark brown base, evenly distributed with countless shimmering golden particles. Soon, both of them, each holding a towering ice cream cone, sat down at an empty red and white checkered small round table outside the shop. Hermione carefully licked her moonlight berry. The cool, sweet taste instantly melted on her tongue, carrying a wonderful, fresh berry scent like a forest after rain. The silver particles created a subtle, rustling, magical sensation in her mouth. They weren't gritty but added a touch of fun. She narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, like a kitten savoring a treat. Lynn's Stardust Caramel Sea Salt was richer and more mellow. The salty sweet caramel sauce perfectly balanced the creaminess of the ice cream, and the shimmering golden stardust melted in his mouth, leaving a warm aftertaste, as if he had truly swallowed a small piece of a nebula. "How is it?" Lynn asked, smiling, as he looked at Hermione's satisfied expression. "Delicious," Hermione nodded vigorously, a bit of light purple ice cream still on the corner of her mouth. "Much better than what they have at Marks and Spencer." "What are these tiny silver particles? They feel so strange." "I don't know, maybe some kind of magically processed edible mineral powder," Lynn guessed, his gaze falling on the ice cream on Hermione's mouth. He naturally reached for a tissue from the box on the table. "Here, you have some." His movement was so natural, his fingertip almost touching her cheek. Hermione's body stiffened for a moment, her long eyelashes fluttering rapidly, and the temperature of her cheeks rose sharply. She instinctively wanted to wipe it herself, but Lynn had already gently brushed the corner of the tissue, ever so lightly, across the corner of her mouth. The touch was as light as a feather, yet it carried an undeniable electric current, instantly spreading from her mouth to her earlobes. Hermione's heart thumped, almost drowning out the street's clamor. She could clearly smell the faint aroma of stardust caramel from Lynn's fingertips, mixed with a clean, rain-kissed grass scent on him. That was the smell of the new school robe fabric. Is it gone?" Her voice was barely a whisper, her eyes fixed on the cone in her hand, not daring to look up. Yes, it's gone." Lynn withdrew his hand, as if he had just done the most ordinary thing. He folded the tissue and placed it on the table, continuing to eat his ice cream with a composed demeanor. Only he knew that the lingering warmth and soft touch on his fingertips had made his own heart skip a beat. The starstone in his chest also seemed to sense something, radiating a warmth more pronounced than usual. The atmosphere became suddenly quiet and thick, with only the soft sounds of them eating their ice cream. The golden glow of the setting sun passed through the gaps in the sun umbrella, casting a fuzzy halo on Hermione's fluffy brown curls, and illuminating her small earlobes, which were almost transparent with redness. Lynn's gaze was unconsciously drawn to her, watching the fair nape of her neck exposed when she looked down, and her lips, slightly pursed with nervousness and glistening with a bit of ice cream. Hermione seemed to want to break the heart-pounding silence. She looked up, but her gaze met Lynn's focused eyes. The deep eyes reflected the sunset in her small figure, so intently that her heart fluttered again. She frantically shifted her gaze to the dark blue hardcover notebook Lynn had placed on the table, just retrieved from the vault. "Your diary?" "No, notes." She tried to change the subject. Lynn followed her gaze and picked up the notebook, not sure what it is yet. "Found it in the vault." He weighed the notebook in his hand, then tentatively opened the cover. The flyleaf had no name, only a line of flowing, elegant, dark blue script arranged like a star trail. "Stars guide the path, knowledge discerns the essence." Flipping further, the pages were blank, but their texture was very peculiar, cool and smooth to the touch, with a unique feel of a starstone, as if not paper, but some kind of dark blue metal foil as thin as a cicada's wing. Lynn tried to trace his finger across a blank page, and where his fingertip passed, it left a blue trail shimmering with faint starlight. The trail, as if alive, lingered on the page for a few seconds before slowly fading away. "Wow!" Hermione instantly forgot her earlier shyness, completely captivated by this magical phenomenon. She leaned closer, her big eyes full of wonder. "It can record with magic?" Or, she instinctively reached out her index finger, wanting to try tracing it on the blank page as well. Just as her fingertip was about to touch the page, the starstone on Lynn's chest and the moonstone on her chest simultaneously warmed slightly. On the notebook page, where Hermione's fingertip was about to touch, a line of tiny script, shimmering with a soft, milky white glow, automatically appeared. Where the mind goes, the writing appears. Hermione's finger froze in midair, her eyes wide with surprise. It can sense my thoughts?" "No, is it our stones?" She looked at Lynn, Then at the moonstone pendant on her chest, Lynn was also astonished. He picked up the pen of the stars, which he had also obtained from the metal box, its body resembling both wood and jade, with a shifting, star-like sapphire embedded at the top. As his fingers gripped the pen, the starstone again emitted a familiar warmth. He gently touched the pen tip to a blank page, thinking to himself, "Test." As his mind moved, the page under the pen tip immediately showed the dark blue word "test," identical to what was in his mind, flowing and clear, as if ink automatically flowed from the nib, but the writing itself shimmered with tiny starlight. "It's amazing," Hermione exclaimed, unable to contain herself. She looked at the pen of the stars in Lynn's hand, then at the notebook with its automatically appearing writing, her eyes sparkling with a pure, fascinated glow for an unknown magical artifact. This is simply the perfect learning tool. Recording, thinking, organizing, without any hindrance, she looked at Lynn, her tone filled with excited affirmation. "This notebook and pen must be meant to help you master profound knowledge. That knowledge discerns the essence." Her affirmation and pure joy infected Lynn. Looking at the girl's sparkling eyes as she discovered the magical artifact, a warm current also surged through his heart. He smiled and offered the pen of the stars to Hermione. "Do you want to try?" With her mind, Hermione hesitated, but her thirst for knowledge and curiosity about this magical combination ultimately overcame her reserve. She carefully took the pen of the stars, which was smooth and warm to the touch. The moment her fingertips touched the pen's shaft, the moonstone on her chest immediately radiated a clear warmth, as if subtly resonating with the star-shaped sapphire at the pen's tip. She mimicked Lynn, touching the pen tip to a blank page, and thought to herself, "Magic is the most rigorous logical art." A sentence, shimmering with a soft, milky white glow and clear, elegant script, immediately appeared on the dark blue page, word for word exactly what she had thought. The milky white glow intertwined with the dark blue writing Lynn had left earlier, like stars and moonlight dancing on the page. "It really works," Hermione exclaimed in delight, looking at the sentence she had written. A strange, unprecedented feeling surged in her heart. This was not just recording, it was more like a direct projection of her thoughts. Lynn looked at her excited face, his heart stirred. He picked up the notebook, turned to a new page, and again touched the pen of the stars to the paper. This time, he didn't think of words, but focused his mind, trying to visualize the stunning scene from the wand shop. Two beams of light, dark blue and milky white, intensely intertwining, resonating, and embracing something magical happened. On the dark blue page, no words appeared. Instead, as Lynn concentrated his thoughts, flowing lines and colors began to emerge. Dark blue streams of light, like a surging river of stars, and milky white glows, like the bright moonlight, intertwined, collided, and merged, forming an abstract yet powerful and wonderfully rhythmic dynamic light and shadow image on the page. Although the details were far from the real scene, the strong sense of resonance and visual impact were perfectly captured and presented. This, Hermione watched, dumbfounded, not even noticing the ice cream melting and dripping onto her fingers. She recognized the scene depicted by the light and shadow. It was their shared, soul-shaking moment of wand resonance. A strong sense of empathy struck her, making her chest feel slightly warm. Lynn put down the pen, looking at the marvelous image on the page, drawn by the pen of the stars, recording their shared experience. His heart, too, was filled with an inexpressible feeling. He gently pushed the notebook towards Hermione. "For you." "Ah." Hermione suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at the notebook pushed in front of her and the unique light and shadow image on it. Her small face instantly flushed crimson, and she waved her hands repeatedly. "No, no. This is too valuable. And it's yours. Knowledge needs to be shared, and so do memories." Lynn's tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable seriousness. "Besides, without your moonlight, this drawing wouldn't be complete, would it?" He pointed to the intertwined light and shadow on the page. "Consider it a return gift for the admission present." He meaningfully glanced at her paper bag containing the new robe. Hermione's heart pounded rapidly. The words of refusal tumbled in her throat a few times but ultimately remained unspoken. She looked at the light and shadow image on the page, symbolizing their magical connection, then at Lynn's sincere eyes. Finally, her fair small hand, trembling slightly, gently pressed against the cool dark blue cover of the notebook. It felt as if his fingertips' warmth still lingered there. "Thank you." Her voice was as soft as a sigh, her cheeks as red as ripe berries, but her bright eyes were filled with a joy sweeter than ice cream, almost overflowing, and a hint of dependence she herself hadn't even noticed just then. Professor McGonagall's dark green figure appeared punctually at the street corner. The half-hour of sweet time, amidst the faint glow of the Star Trail notebook and the aroma of ice cream, quietly slipped away. The sun sank lower, bathing their figures and the dark blue notebook on the table, which held the wondrous memories of their first encounter with a magical world, in a warm golden light. The paths of the stars and the moonstone intertwined more deeply, silently, in the twilight of London. Chapter 12, Snowfeather's First Cry and the Ripples of the Stars and Moon. Professor McGonagall's figure appeared punctually under the colorful parasol of Honeydukes, like a precise clock hand. She glanced at the half-melted ice cream on the table, which had clearly been temporarily forgotten by its owner, and the deep blue starry notebook clutched tightly in Hermione's arms. Her brow twitched almost imperceptibly, but she said nothing in the end. "Time to go." Her voice was as cool as usual. "I will send you back separately. Miss Granger, your parents are waiting for you at home." "Mr. Li," her gaze turned to Lynn. "I have made the necessary arrangements at the orphanage where you are temporarily staying to ensure your smooth journey. Now, please stand closer." Lynn and Hermione quickly stood up. Hermione carefully placed the starry notebook into the paper bag containing her new textbooks, her movements as gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. Her fingertips still retained the cool touch of the notebook and its weighty significance. Lynn quickly packed his own belongings. Professor McGonagall drew her wand, a straight, smooth, unadorned dark wooden wand. She gestured for Hermione to stand to her left and Lynn to her right, about an arm's length apart. "Don't move, it might be a little uncomfortable," Professor McGonagall warned, then gave a steady flick of her wrist pop. There was a slight popping sound, like a cork being pulled. Lynn and Hermione simultaneously felt a powerful force squeezing them from all directions, as if they had been stuffed into an extremely narrow rubber tube. Everything went black, and their ears were filled with the roaring of their own blood and a strange whistling wind. The starstone and moonstone pressed against their chests simultaneously emitted an intense burning sensation, as if resisting the squeezing force. This suffocating sensation lasted only a second or two before suddenly disappearing. Their feet landed firmly on solid ground again, and fresh air, carrying faint scents of grass and car exhaust, filled their nostrils. Lynn shook his head, steadying himself, and found himself standing by a familiar, slightly old street. The lingering glow of the setting sun illuminated the house number of a red brick building not far away. It was the St. Mary's Children's Orphanage in London, where he was currently staying. Hermione and Professor McGonagall were nowhere to be seen. The grey exterior walls of the orphanage looked exceptionally quiet in the setting sun. Lynn took a deep breath, suppressing the slight dizziness brought on by the rapid transfer, and also the fleeting concern for the brown-haired girl holding the starry notebook. He knew that Hermione should also be safely back at her home in Hampstead by now. In the days that followed, while waiting for the Hogwarts Express to depart, Lynn's life was occupied by two things: voraciously studying his newly purchased magic textbooks, and carefully attempting to explore the legacy from Lynn Li's vault, especially the deep blue starry notebook and the pen of the stars. The small room assigned to him at the orphanage was in the top-floor attic, cramped but quiet, with a skylight that offered a view of a small patch of gray sky. He spread the starry notebook on the only small desk, with Theory of Magic and a Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration beside it. When his fingers gripped the pen of the stars, the starstone in his chest emitted a steady warmth. As the pen tip touched the blank, deep blue pages, and his thoughts flowed, reflections on the origin of magic, spell structures, and the basic principles of transfiguration streamed clearly onto the pages like a gentle current, shimmering with deep blue starlight. This method of directly materializing abstract thoughts into records was far more efficient than ordinary writing, allowing his understanding of magic theory to advance by leaps and bounds. Besides studying, he also experimented with the star core ring and the astrological compass. The ring, worn on his right index finger, quickly became accustomed to its cool touch, but aside from an occasional, almost imperceptible blue flash, there were no other unusual reactions. The astrological compass was even more mysterious. Its jade casing was warm and smooth, and the etched star trails inside were incredibly intricate. When he tried to inject a faint trace of magic into it, the star trail lines inside the compass would light up for an extremely brief moment, as if a sleeping galaxy had been disturbed, but quickly returned to silence, unable to decipher any specific information. Clearly, both of these items required specific conditions or more powerful magic to activate. One evening 3 days later, as Lynn was immersed in the description of the properties of moonpetal and 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, there was a sudden, crisp knocking sound outside the small attic skylight. Knock, 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 knock. Lynn looked up in surprise. He saw an unusually handsome owl pecking at the glass with its curved beak. This owl was slightly smaller than a common barn owl, but its feathers were pure, unblemished snowy white, appearing to be draped in a faint golden glow in the setting sun. Most striking were its eyes, like two translucent amber gems, bright and bright eyes. The tips of its tail feathers were adorned with several quills that seemed to be formed from tiny ice crystals, shimmering with a rainbow of microlight as they refracted the light, beautiful as a mythical creature. Snowy, Lynn immediately thought of the name Hermione had mentioned. He quickly got up and carefully pushed open the skylight. Snowy flew in gracefully, bringing a cool night breeze. It folded its wings and landed steadily on Lynn's desk, tilting its head. With its beautiful amber eyes, it curiously observed Lynn, then looked at the starry notebook spread open on the desk and the shimmering starry handwriting, letting out a short, clear hoot. A slender parchment scroll was tied to its leg. Lynn untied the scroll, and Snowy immediately lowered its head to preen its fluffy white chest feathers, its posture elegant, unrolling the parchment. Familiar, somewhat childlike but neat handwriting came into view. Lynn, did Snowy find you? Isn't she beautiful? Dad says she might have silver snow owl blood. She was just delivered from the magical pet shop this morning, and I immediately wanted her to deliver a letter to you. I can't wait to go to Hogwarts. These past few days I've been reading my textbooks, especially history of magic. It's so interesting, and I even tried to light the lamp several times with my wand, only succeeded once, almost scorched the curtains. Mom was terrified. How is your notebook research going? Isn't that pen amazing? Oh, I made a little cover for my wand, repurposed from an old scarf, to keep it from getting dirty. What about yours? Looking forward to September 1st. See you at the station. Don't forget it's platform 9 3/4. P.S. Snowy seems to really like the hard candy you gave me last time, the one with the star pattern, if you still have some. Hermione. At the end of the letter, a small, smiling stick figure sun was drawn. The words were filled with Hermione's characteristic excitement, like a leaping flame, and boundless anticipation for a new world. Lynn could almost see her as she wrote a letter, hunched over her desk, her fluffy curls falling by her cheeks, her large eyes sparkling. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, and with it, the warmth from the starstone in his chest seemed to intensify a few degrees. He immediately took out a pen of the stars and a piece of ordinary parchment. The starry notebook was too precious, he didn't want to use it for a reply for now. After a moment's thought, he began to write, Hermione, Snowy arrived safely. She truly is the most magnificent owl I've ever seen, especially the ice crystals on her tail feathers. They are very unique. Thank her for me, and congratulations on having such a wonderful companion. The starry notebook and pen are priceless treasures, doubling my learning efficiency. Chapter 7 of Theory of Magic, discussing the flow of magic, combined with the notebook star trail simulations, has given me new insights. I've enclosed a rough sketch of my thoughts, drawn on another piece of paper. Perhaps it will inspire you. My wand is currently bare. It seems I need to learn from your crafting skills. Hard candy inventory is sufficient. A small bag is enclosed with this letter. Please give my regards to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. September 1st, platform 9 3/4. See you there. Lynn. On another piece of parchment, Lynn Li quickly sketched a few deep blue, shimmering lines representing the flow of magic with a pen of the stars, marking several keynotes. He carefully rolled up the letter, the draft of his insights, and a small bag of hard candy imprinted with silver stars, then tied them to the leg of Zuayu, who extended it. Zuayu seemed to smell the sweet scent of the candy, letting out a joyful coo, affectionately rubbing his head against Lynn's fingers. The touch was cool and soft, then spread his snowy wings, passing lightly through the skylight like a beam of moonlight and disappearing into the deepening twilight. Watching Zuayu disappear, Lynn Li's mood also lightened. He sat back down at his desk, his gaze falling on the palm-sized astrological compass next to the starry notebook. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Hermione's moonstone pendant contained pure moonlight energy, and the notebook and pen of the stars reacted to his thoughts. So, what if he combined the two? This idea was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. He immediately acted. He placed the astrological compass on a blank page of the starry notebook. Then, he gently held the starstone pendant on his chest with one hand, slowly injecting the faint but clear magic within him into the compass. With the other hand, he picked up the pen of the stars, its tip hovering above the compass, trying to recall the aura and sensation of the clear, cold moonlight emanating from the moonstone on Hermione's chest, that unique feeling of purity, softness, and soothing power as he concentrated his thoughts and simulated the moonstone's energy. The star-shaped sapphire at the tip of the pen of the stars suddenly glowed, and the pen tip began to emit a strange stream of light, no longer deep blue, but mixed with a soft, milky white halo. This faint glow, like a living filament, slowly reached towards the astrological compass lying quietly below just as the faint glow from the pen tip, mixed with the radiance of stars and moon, was about to touch the compass's jade casing. Buzz, a low, strange resonance suddenly sounded from within the compass. The precise star trail lines etched on the compass surface instantly lit up like a sleeping galaxy. It was no longer the faint flicker from previous experiments, but a steady, clear, soft silver glow. Countless tiny silver light points slowly flowed and rotated between the star trail lines, forming a tiny, dynamic star map. Even more surprisingly, on the blank page of the starry notebook, a simplified star trail projection, composed of interweaving deep blue and milky white light points, appeared synchronously, echoing the compass's star map. It worked. Lynn Li's heart trembled, his mind highly focused, striving to maintain the simulation of the moonstone's energy and the output of magic, his eyes fixed on the flowing star map on the compass and the synchronous projection on the notebook. However, this wondrous sight lasted for less than 5 seconds. The star map's light within the compass suddenly flickered violently and distorted. The synchronous projection on the notebook page also became blurry, with light points scattering wildly. A chaotic energy fluctuation surged out from within the compass. Poof, with a slight muffled sound, the grain-sized star-shaped sapphire at the tip of the pen of the stars suddenly burst out a small cluster of chaotic blue-white sparks. Lynn Li felt a strong tingling and burning sensation in both the hand holding the starstone and the hand holding the pen simultaneously, as if struck by a weak electric current. Ugh! He groaned, unconsciously letting go. The pen of the stars fell onto the notebook with a clatter. The sapphire at its tip quickly dimmed, leaving only a wisp of smoke and a faint smell of scorching. The star map within the astrological compass instantly extinguished, turning back into a warm but lifeless jade. The chaotic light point projection on the notebook page also completely dissipated, leaving only a blank deep blue. It failed. And the cost was. Lynn Li looked at the sapphire at the tip of the pen of the stars with a pained heart. It was noticeably much dimmer and even had a subtle crack. Intense vexation surged into his heart. He was too impatient. His control over the two powers, especially the simulated moonlight power of Hermione, was far from meticulous, and rashly attempting such a high-difficulty energy resonance and guidance resulted in a backlash. He leaned back in his chair dejectedly, a stinging sensation coming from the spot on his right palm burned by the chaotic energy. He spread his palm, only to see it red all over, with even a few small scorch marks, as if splashed by sparks. Just then, the starstone on his chest suddenly emitted a warmer, clearer sensation than usual, as if reminding him of something. Immediately after, the moonlight grapevine wand belonging to Hermione, which he had placed in a corner of his desk, its transparent gem-like ring at the tip, which resembled condensed dew, incredibly flickered with a very faint, soft milky white light. Even though no one touched it, Lynn Li's heart stirred, and as if by a ghost's prompting, he extended his injured right hand and gently grasped Hermione's wand. The moment his fingertips touched the warm, ivory-white vine-wood wand body, a pure, cool energy, like a babbling brook under a moonlit night, gently and firmly flowed out from the wand, along the meridians of his arm, softly enveloping the burning, injured area of his palm. The feeling was incredibly wondrous. The stinging sensation rapidly receded like melting ice and snow, the hot red mark on his palm faded at a visible speed, and a subtle itching sensation came from the tiny scorch marks, indicating that the tissue is rapidly repairing itself. In just a few seconds, most of the discomfort in his palm disappeared, leaving only the faint pink of new skin and an indescribably comfortable feeling. Lynn Li looked in shock at his almost fully recovered palm, then at the moonlight grapevine wand in his hand, which seemed to possess its own consciousness and had actively healed him. It had now returned to calmness, but its warm wand body still seemed to retain a reassuring warmth. Hermione, he softly uttered the wand owner's name, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This wand not only chose Hermione, but also seemed to instinctively protect those deeply connected to her. The pure healing power he felt clearly carried that unique, comforting aura of Hermione's moonstone. He carefully placed Hermione's wand back in its original spot, as if handling a fragile sacred object. Then, he picked up his own star-patterned for wood wand, looking at the deep, starry blue sapphire at its tip, and tried to convey a faint thought to it, hoping it would respond to him like Hermione's wand. However, the star-patterned wand just lay quietly in his palm, its star pattern markings on the wand body subtle and deep, without any special reaction, neither warmth nor healing power overflowing. It was powerful and restrained, like the silent starry sky, only responding to his will when power was needed, but it did not seem to possess the delicate, protective spirituality of the moonlight grapevine wand. Lynn Li gently caressed the cold body of his wand, then looked at Hermione's warm moonlight wand nearby. The peculiar feeling he had for Hermione, like a stone thrown into a lake, spread deeper ripples. Stars and moon are inherently indispensable twins of the night sky. His power always seemed to need her gentleness to temper it. The night outside the window had completely fallen. Lynn Li carefully put away the damaged pen of the stars and the re-silenced astrological compass. The wound on his palm had disappeared, but the sensation of being healed by the moonlight wand and the gentle power of Hermione contained within it were clearly imprinted in his heart. He picked up Hermione's letter and reread the simple smiling sun. The starlight outside the window also seemed to soften a bit. September 1st truly seemed worth looking forward to even more. Chapter 13, Whistleblowing and Platinum Provocation. September in London was shrouded in a thin mist, and the roar of steam locomotives and the clamor of crowds echoed under the dome of King's Cross Station. Lynn pushed his brand new leather trunk, laden with magic books and clothes, a gift from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions in Diagon Alley, and stood before the seemingly impenetrable brick wall between platforms 9 and 10. The starstone, pressed against his chest, emitted a steady warmth, like a small, comforting heart. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on a spot on the wall, and without hesitation, accelerated his trolley and charged through. Whoosh! The anticipated collision did not occur. Instead, it felt as if he had passed through a cool, watery curtain. The scene instantly shifted. A magnificent, deep red train, spewing thick white steam, lay still on the platform, its engine adorned with a prominent brass plaque that read Hogwarts Express. The platform was packed with students in black school robes and their accompanying parents. The hooting of owls, the clatter of pet cages, parents' admonitions, and children's excited shouts intertwined into a symphony unique to the magic world. The air was filled with a peculiar scent, a mixture of coal smoke, pumpkin pasties, and the fur of some magical creature. Lynn's gaze quickly scanned the crowd. A familiar mass of brown curly hair appeared at the open doorway of a nearby compartment. Hermione was trying hard to stand on tiptoe, half her body leaning out, anxiously looking around. She had changed into a brand new dark blue everyday robe, Lynn's school admission gift, which made her small face appear even fairer when her eyes caught Lynn's. They instantly lit up, and she waved her arms vigorously, a brilliant smile blossoming on her face, like sunshine breaking through the London mist. "Lynn! Over here!" Her clear voice cut through the noise. Lynn pushed his trolley and quickly walked over, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. Hermione jumped down the compartment steps and helped him lift the heavy trunk onto the luggage rack by the door. Her fingertips brushed Lynn's hand inadvertently, and the starstone and moonstone on both their chests simultaneously emitted a clear, resonant warmth. "I was worried you wouldn't find the platform." Hermione sighed in relief, her cheeks slightly flushed from the effort. "The starstone showed me the way." Lynn smiled, his gaze falling on the wand case she held in her arms, made from an old scarf, with the end of her moonlight grapevine wand carefully peeking out. "Nice craftsmanship, Miss Granger." Hermione's face grew even redder, and she pursed her lips, a mix of pride and shyness. "I couldn't just leave it exposed." "What about yours?" Lynn took out a star pattern for wood wand from his inner jacket pocket, still without any protection. "It seems I need to learn from a certain skillful classmate." They exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere was relaxed and natural. Hermione led Lynn into the compartment she had claimed. The compartment was empty, with only the moving platform scenery outside the window. Hermione's luggage was piled on the opposite seat. Clearly, she had specifically saved the window seat for Lynn. As soon as they sat down, Hermione, as if by magic, pulled out a bulging paper bag from her small satchel, which had an undetectable extension charm on it, making it much larger than it appeared. An enticing sweet aroma immediately filled the air, Mom's blueberry muffins, and chocolate frogs from Honeydukes. She presented the paper bag like a treasure, pushing it onto the small table between them. "Try some." Lynn picked up a still warm muffin. It was soft and sweet, with tart blueberry juice bursting in his mouth. Hermione, meanwhile, unwrapped a chocolate frog, swiftly caught the chocolate frog that tried to jump out the window, and triumphantly bit into its leg, caught it this time. She ate, getting a little chocolate sauce on the corner of her mouth. Lynn naturally pulled out a tissue and handed it to her. Hermione took the tissue to wipe her mouth, her fingertips touching Lynn's fingers again, and the warmth in her chest returned. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to concentrate on the Dumbledore card that came with a chocolate frog, but her slightly reddened earlobes betrayed her feelings. The train let out a long whistle and slowly started moving. The scenery of London began to recede, gradually replaced by open countryside. Just as Lynn and Hermione were sharing muffins and discussing theories about the nature of magic from Magic Theory, the compartment door slid open. A thin, dark-haired boy with round glasses peered in, looking a bit reserved and hesitant. A lightning bolt-shaped scar was clearly visible on his forehead, and his green eyes held curiosity and a hint of imperceptible nervousness. He was pushing an old-looking leather trunk. "Excuse me, all the other compartments are full. Can I sit here?" The boy's voice was soft, with a touch of tentativeness. "Of course you can. Come on in." Hermione immediately greeted him warmly, while quickly nudging Lynn with her elbow. Lynn understood. This was Harry Potter. Harry smiled gratefully, struggling to push his trunk, and Lynn stood up to help him put the trunk on the luggage rack. "Thanks," Harry sighed in relief, sitting in the seat opposite Hermione, his gaze curiously taking in Lynn and Hermione. "I'm Harry Potter. I'm Hermione Granger." Hermione introduced herself generously, then looked at Lynn. "This is Lynn Li." "Hello, Harry." Lynn nodded in greeting, his demeanor calm and natural, not overly focusing on the famous scar like others. Harry seemed a little relieved by this normal attitude. He had barely sat down when the compartment door was abruptly pulled open again. A tall boy with freckles and fiery red hair burst in, carrying a bulging paper bag, one cheek stuffed full. "Harry. Finally found you." Merlin's beard. "I almost sat in the wrong compartment." The red-haired boy, Ron Weasley, saw two other people in the compartment, especially Hermione, and his chewing stopped. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he mumbled, "Hi. I'm Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Lynn Li." Hermione introduced again. Ron sat next to Harry, pulled out a crumpled brown paper package from his bag, and opened it to reveal several rather stale-looking sandwiches. "Mom's corned beef sandwiches. Want some?" He enthusiastically offered one to Harry, then looked hesitantly at Lynn and Hermione. "No thanks, we just had muffins." Lynn politely declined. Hermione also politely shook her head. Ron shrugged and began to eat heartily. A subtle silence fell. Harry and Ron quietly exchanged stories of Diagon Alley. Harry mentioned Hagrid, while Hermione took out her History of Magic book and began to read. However, Lynn noticed her occasionally stealing glances in Harry's direction, clearly curious about a legendary savior. Lynn, meanwhile, leaned by the window, feeling the steady warmth of his starstone, observing the scenery rushing past. Outside suddenly, the compartment door was pulled open again, this time with an obvious sense of panic. A round-faced, rather forgetful-looking boy, almost in tears, anxiously asked, "Excuse me. Has anyone seen my toad? His name is Trevor, and he's gone again." It was Neville Longbottom. "No." Harry and Ron shook their heads. Hermione put down her book. "Don't worry, Mr. Longbottom. We can help you look. A summoning charm might work." Before she could finish, a grayish-green, wet, slimy thing plopped down, without warning, from a gap above the luggage rack, landing precisely on the open pages of Hermione's History of Magic book. "Ah!" Hermione shrieked, her body recoiling sharply, almost bumping into Lynn. It was indeed a plump toad, Trevor. It stared with dull, bulging eyes, emitted a croak, and rubbed its hind legs on the precious parchment pages, leaving suspicious wet marks. "Trevor!" Neville cried out, a mix of surprise and guilt just as Hermione was watching her beloved new book being ruined, her small face flushed with anger, her fingers trembling as she reached for her wand, seemingly intending to give this rude amphibian a good cleaning or perhaps outright expulsion. Lynn moved. He didn't use a wand, he simply reached out with lightning speed, his movement so quick it left only a blur as a faint glow just began to appear on Hermione's wand-tip, and Neville's gasp was caught in his throat. Lynn's slender fingers had already firmly pinched Trevor's cold, slippery, bumpy midsection, lifting it from Hermione's book. "Here, Mr. Longbottom." Lynn's voice was calm and unruffled, as if he were merely picking up an ordinary object, as he handed the still-kicking Trevor to the stunned Neville. "Next time, close the cage door properly." With his other hand, he naturally picked up Hermione's defiled History of Magic book, his fingertips gently brushing over the pages. There was no spell light, but the water stains and slime marks vanished instantly, as if wiped away by an invisible eraser, leaving the pages clean and new. "Thank you." Neville fumbled to catch Trevor, hugging him tightly, his face crimson as he apologized to Lynn and Hermione. "I'm so sorry, Miss Granger. Really sorry." "Thank you, Mr. Li." Hermione looked at the restored pages, then at Lynn's calm profile. A clear warmth emanated from the moonstone on her chest, and the shock and annoyance she had felt instantly gave way to a strange sense of reassurance. She quietly sighed in relief and waved her hand at Neville. "Just be careful next time, Neville." Profusely grateful, left with Trevor, Peace returned to the compartment, but the atmosphere had changed. Ron stared at Lynn, his eyes wide, even forgetting to chew his sandwich. "Cool. How did you do that? Without a wand?" "Practice makes perfect," Lynn responded vaguely, handing the book back to Hermione. Hermione took the book, her fingertips touching his again, their gazes meeting for a moment before quickly parting, an unspoken understanding flowing between them. The train continued north, the scenery outside the window taking on a deeper autumnal hue when the trolley witch's voice selling snacks echoed in the corridor. Ron's eyes lit up. Harry generously bought a large pile of cauldron cakes, exploding bonbons, and chocolate frogs to share with everyone. Hermione initially demurely only took one exploding bonbon. But when Lynn offered her a fizzing Whizbee, she couldn't resist taking it, and her eyes pleasantly narrowed as her tongue tasted the jumping, sweet electric current just as Ron's head was encased in a blue periwinkle-colored bubble he had blown, causing Harry to laugh heartily and Hermione to also stifle a giggle. The compartment door was pulled open for the third time this time. The action carried a deliberate arrogance. A boy with pale blonde hair and a pale, pointed face appeared at the doorway. He wore a brand new, impeccably ironed black skull robe, and behind him followed two burly boys, like small mountains, Crabbe and Goyle, completely blocking the light from the corridor. Draco Malfoy's gray-blue eyes, filled with scrutiny, slowly swept over the four people in the compartment, his gaze lingering for a moment on Harry's forehead scar, and a false smile played on his lips. "Everyone on the train is saying Harry Potter is in this compartment," his voice drawled, with a deliberate inflection. "Looks like it's true. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." He extended his hand, clearly aiming for Harry. Ron let out a very soft, mocking snort. Harry hesitated, not immediately taking his hand. Draco's hand froze in midair, his fake smile faltering slightly. His gray-blue eyes swept past Harry to Ron, openly displaying contempt. "Red hair, old robes, no need to ask who you are. The Wheel Eyes always have too many children, probably even wear hand-me-down robes, don't you?" Ron's face instantly turned crimson. Draco's gaze then turned to Hermione, critically surveying her brand new dark blue robe and the thick book she held in her arms, letting out a soft scoff. "And you, Granger? Oh, sorry, I mean, Muggle-born? Already burying your nose in books so early? How very diligent." The sarcasm in his tone was undisguised. Hermione's small face tightened, her fingers gripping the book so hard her knuckles turned white. Lynn clearly felt the girl beside him instantly stiffen, and the faint tremor from the moonstone on her chest, indicating anger. Draco finally turned his gaze to Lynn, who had been sitting quietly by the window. Upon seeing Lynn's East Asian features and calm demeanor, a trace of imperceptible surprise and even more scrutiny flashed in his eyes, as if he were assessing the other's identity and importance. "As for you, Lynn Li?" He had clearly heard the earlier introduction, but his tone carried a condescending inquiry. "A rather uncommon name. What does your family do?" The air in the compartment seemed to freeze. Harry and Ron both looked at Lynn nervously. Hermione turned her head worriedly, but found that Lynn's expression hadn't changed at all. It was still that calm, deep water-like serenity. He didn't even stand up, merely raising his eyelids slightly, his deep black eyes meeting Draco's challenging gaze with an unruffled calm. "Family?" Lynn's voice was not loud, yet it clearly cut through the rumble of the wheels, carrying a peculiar penetrative quality. His hand, resting beneath the small table, unconsciously brushed the cool shaft of a star pattern for woodwand with his fingertips. "My family, I suppose, is at the other end of the star trails." His tone was as flat as if stating the weather, his gaze sweeping past Draco's frozen face to the rapidly receding, golden-red layered mountains outside the train window, as if truly looking out at some distant, unreachable place. "Hogwarts is my home." This answer completely caught Draco off guard. It was neither arrogant boasting nor humble concession, but carried an elusive detachment and a sense of mystery. Draco's carefully prepared probing, based on family and bloodline, was like a punch into cotton, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Crabbe and Goyle behind him exchanged bewildered glances, looking even more confused. "Woo!" Just then, a whistle, even longer and louder than before, tore through the brief standoff. The train began to slow noticeably. "We're here!" Harry exclaimed with relief, pointing out the window. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn under the twilight sky. Across the shimmering black lake, a majestic castle rose from the ground. Countless towers and spires pierced the deep purple night sky, and thousands of windows glowed with a warm, bright golden light, like a brilliant galaxy scattered upon the earth, reflected in the deep, inky lake. Magnificent, mysterious, and breathtaking Hogwarts was right before their eyes. Draco Malfoy's unfinished provocation seemed utterly insignificant in the face of this awe-inspiring sight. He cast one last glance at the four people in the compartment, each with a different expression, especially giving a deep look at Lynn, who remained as still as water. He let out a cold snort, then turned and left with his two cronies, his golden hair disappearing into the dim corridor. Finally here. Ron excitedly pressed against the window. Harry also widened his green eyes, full of wonder. Hermione, meanwhile, quietly breathed a sigh of relief, her tense body relaxing. She instinctively looked at Lynn beside her. Lynn was also withdrawing his gaze from the castle, and their eyes met gently in the air. The Starstone and Moonstone simultaneously emitted a gentle yet firm warmth, as if resonating silently. The end of the journey was also the true beginning of their magic journey. The lights of the castle, in the night, cast a silent summons to them. Chapter 14, Flickering Candlelight and the Stars as Witness, Part 1. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express still echoed in the night sky as the first years surged towards the lakeside dock. Huge wooden boats, pulled by thestrals, creatures resembling winged black horses, visible only to those who have witnessed death, though Lynn and Hermione only saw empty reins at this moment, waited silently on the inky black lake. The lake water was deep, reflecting the brilliant starry sky above and the magnificent lights of the castle in the distance, mysterious and solemn. For to a boat, a voice as loud as thunder boomed. Rubius Hagrid, the half-giant whose height nearly brushed the dock's low roof, held a giant lantern and enthusiastically greeted the first years. His big beard glowed red in the lamplight, and his smile was warm and infectious. Lynn, Hermione, Harry, and Ron naturally found themselves in the same boat. The small boat swayed gently with the waves, carrying them slowly towards the castle, which looked like a fairy tale dream. The closer they got, the more awe-inspiring the castle's grandeur became. Soaring towers pierced the deep purple night sky, and thousands of windows emitted warm golden light, outlining countless spires, arches, and flying buttresses. The bottom of the boat glided across the water with a soft lapping sound, accentuating the surrounding silence, broken only by the first year's continuous gasps of wonder. Hermione clutched the gunwale tightly, her small face flushed with both excitement and nervousness. In the glow of the castle lights she softly recited chapters about the castle's architecture from Hogwarts, a history, trying to calm her racing heart with familiar knowledge. Lynn sat beside her, feeling the steady warmth of the Starstone, his gaze calmly sweeping over the magnificent stone walls and the stained glass windows emanating a mysterious glow, as if measuring the profound heritage of this ancient magic fortress. It's too tall. Ron craned his neck, almost twisting it off. I bet Filch, the castle caretaker, gets exhausted climbing those stairs every day. The stairs are said to move on their own, Hermione immediately interjected, with a hint of I know something you don't smugness, and there are ghosts. The book says Hogwarts has lots of ghosts. Harry seemed less interested in ghosts. He gazed towards the tallest tower, his green eyes reflecting the lights, seemingly searching for something. The small boats finally arrived at a hidden underground dock led by Hagrid. The first years ascended a damp, stone-lined tunnel, eventually reaching a giant oak door. Standing before the door was a witch in emerald green robes, with a serious expression and her hair pulled into a high bun. Professor Minerva McGonagall, welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's voice was clear and authoritative, her gaze sweeping over the excited yet nervous first years, briefly lingering on Lynn and Hermione before she gave a slight nod. The start of term feast will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you must first be sorted into your respective houses. The sorting ceremony is an important tradition. Your house will be your home during your time here, where you will learn, live, and earn glory, and perhaps lose points together. Her last sentence carried a hint of warning. There are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has a glorious history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards. The sorting ceremony will choose the most suitable house for you based on your qualities. Professor McGonagall's gaze seemed to hold a fleeting, subtle scrutiny when she mentioned Slytherin. She briefly introduced the symbolic animals and representative qualities of the 4 houses: bravery, loyalty, wisdom, ambition, then motioned for the first years to tidy themselves. Line up and follow me. The giant oak door silently slid inwards, revealing the brightly lit, bustling great hall. The sight was enough to take anyone's breath away. 4 long house tables were arranged in parallel, laden with glittering golden plates and goblets. Thousands of candles, suspended in midair, illuminated the entire great hall as if it were daylight, their warm glow dancing on the gilded walls and vast tapestries depicting magic scenes. Most astonishing was the ceiling. It was not a stone vault, but like transparent glass, perfectly reflecting the brilliant starry sky outside. The Milky Way flowed, and clouds drifted, Deep and vast, the older students were already seated, their gazes uniformly fixed on the fresh faces at the door, curious, scrutinizing, friendly, or indifferent. The professors sat behind the long staff table at the far end of the great hall. In the center seat sat an old man with white hair and beard, wearing half-moon spectacles, with a long, silvery white beard and sparkling, wise blue eyes. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. He was smiling at the first years, his gaze warm and inclusive. Professor McGonagall led the first years to stand at the front of the great hall, back to the staff table, facing all the students. She placed a tattered, patched, crooked old pointed hat on a high stool. Just as the first years looked at the dirty hat with confusion, a seam suddenly split open at the brim, like a mouth. Then, a loud voice, with an ancient rhythm and even slightly off-key, echoed throughout the great hall. The Sorting Hat began to sing a song it had composed about the qualities of the four houses and a message for the new school year. Lyrics completely original. Avoiding the original work. When the song ended, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted in the great hall. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, unrolling a long scroll of parchment. When I call your name, please step forward, put on the hat, and sit on the stool to await your sorting. Hannah Abbott, a girl with 2 golden braids and a rosy, round face, nervously ran forward. The hat barely touched her hair before it shrieked, Hufflepuff. The second long table from the right erupted in cheers and applause. Hannah happily ran over and sat down. The sorting ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion. Susan Bones also went to Hufflepuff. Terry Boot was sorted into Ravenclaw when Draco Malfoy was called. The boy with pale blonde hair almost swaggered forward, and the hat barely touched his perfectly combed hair before it shrilly announced, Slytherin. The silver and green table immediately rang with reserved but loud applause, and Malfoy smugly walked towards his new classmates, his gaze provocatively sweeping towards Harry and Ron. Ron's face was pale with nervousness, and he whispered to Harry, if I don't get into Gryffindor, my mum will kill me. Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. Hermione's body visibly stiffened. She took a deep breath. Her small fists clenched tightly. She could feel everyone's eyes instantly focusing on her. Lynn clearly saw her slightly trembling shoulders and the fleeting look of apprehension in her eyes just as she took a step. Lynn's hand placed at his side. His fingertips very lightly and quickly touched hers. A gentle yet firm warm current instantly surged into Hermione's heart through her fingertips. That was the power of the Starstone. At the same time, the Moonstone on Hermione's chest also seemed to awaken, sending a clear, soothing warmth that instantly dispelled her nervousness and unease. She quickly glanced at Lynn, seeing his silent encouragement and trust in his eyes, and her heart was instantly filled with strength. She straightened her back. Her steps no longer hesitant, walked forward, and sat steadily on the high stool. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on her bushy brown curls. The hat almost covered her eyes. A brief silence, only a few seconds, but Hermione felt it was a long time. She could feel the hat rummaging through her mind, seemingly examining her memories and thoughts, piles of books, an endless thirst for knowledge, helping Neville find his toad on the train, that peculiar sense of dependence on Lynn, and the deep-seated courage, ignited by Lynn, to prove herself. The Sorting Hat's ancient voice whispered in her mind, a strong thirst for knowledge, clear logical thinking, no doubt. Ravenclaw would cherish your intelligent mind. Hermione's heart was in her throat. Ravenclaw? Wisdom? She certainly craved wisdom, but, wait, the hat's voice held a hint of playfulness. Something else? Oh? A fierce courage, a desire to protect? To protect books? No, it's to protect something more precious? To prove her worth? To not betray a trust. The hat seemed to catch a fleeting image in her mind, Lynn's calm and encouraging face, and the wonderful warmth when their fingertips touched. Interesting, very interesting. The Sorting Hat's voice took on a hint of excitement. Beneath such a strong thirst for knowledge, there burns an equally fierce determination to fight for protection. This courage is not recklessness, but stems from knowledge and cherished things. Then, the most suitable place for you is. The hat took a deep breath, if a hat could breathe, and its loud voice echoed through the great hall. Gryffindor. The long table closest to the staff table on the right instantly erupted in thunderous cheers, applause, and whistles. Red and gold banners fluttered in the firelight. The twin brothers Fred and George Weasley blew loud whistles, while Percy Weasley displayed a reserved smile. Hermione abruptly took off the hat, her small face glowing red with excitement and joy, and her large eyes sparkled with incredible surprise. She had succeeded. It was Gryffindor. She practically skipped towards the Gryffindor table, Unable to resist glancing back at Lynn in the first-year line, Lynn was smiling at her, nodding gently. Hermione sat down in the empty seat next to Percy and was immediately surrounded by the enthusiastic welcome of the Gryffindor students. Her gaze, however, continued to follow that figure in the first-year line. The sorting continued. Neville Longbottom was sorted into Gryffindor after the hat deliberated for nearly a minute. The hat seemed to waver between his obsession with his toad and his desire for courage, and he almost forgot to return the hat to Professor McGonagall. Draco Malfoy let out a clear sneer from nearby. Harry Potter. When the name rang out, the entire Great Hall instantly fell into a strange silence. All conversation ceased, leaving only the crackling of burning candles. Countless eyes focused on the thin boy with round glasses and a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Harry took a deep breath and stepped forward. The hat was placed on his head, covering the scar this time. The silence lasted even longer. The hat seemed to be having an intense internal discussion with him. Harry's brow was furrowed, his lips moving silently. You could hear a pin drop in the Great Hall. Everyone held their breath. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Harry's mind echoed Hagrid's warning and Malfoy's arrogant face. Not Slytherin, eh? The Sorting Hat's voice spoke in his mind, with a hint of amusement. You are very brave, and not bad-hearted, and talented. Oh, my, so talented. Slytherin could help you to greatness, no doubt about that. Not Slytherin, Harry shouted firmly in his mind. Are you sure? The hat pressed. Well, if you're so insistent, then, the hat finally announced loudly. Gryffindor. The cheers from the Gryffindor table almost blew off the Great Hall's magic ceiling. Harry took off the hat, a brilliant smile of relief spreading across his face, and ran towards Hermione and Percy, where he was enthusiastically clapped on the back by Ron, who was next, and the twin brothers. Ron's sorting was almost without suspense. The hat shouted Gryffindor. As soon as it touched his fiery red hair, he let out a sigh of relief and ran over to squeeze in with Harry and Hermione. Finally, Professor McGonagall called the last name, Lynn Li. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Flickering Candlelight and Stars as Witness, Part 2. Lynn calmly stepped forward. Most of the people in the Great Hall were still immersed in the excited afterglow of the Savior being sorted into Gryffindor, but many also curiously observed this calm and distinctly Eastern-looking new student, especially at the teacher's table. Headmaster Dumbledore's sapphire blue eyes, seen through his half-moon spectacles, held a gentle inquiry. Professor Snape, greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and an indifferent expression, merely cast a cold glance before lowering his gaze again. Professor McGonagall's eyes, however, held a hint of subtle expectation. Lynn sat on the high stool. The sorting hat was placed on his short black hair, its brim obscuring his deep-set eyes. Instantly, a vast, boundless torrent of consciousness, imbued with the icy starlight and a sense of ancient age, surged like a broken dam into the sorting hat's ancient and well-traveled mind. Merlin's beard, the sorting hat, upon contact, let out a silent scream of extreme shock, even a hint of tremor, in Lynn's mind. Its consciousness felt as if it had been cast into the boundless cosmic sea of stars. What did it see? Not specific memory images, but an essence, a power as profound as the origin of the universe lay dormant deep within Lynn's soul, cold, powerful, and ancient. The mark of the Star Stone was as clear as a brand. What shocked it even more was that at the core of this cold power, a warm, resilient will, like moonlight, was intertwined. Guarding, that will shared the same origin as Hermione Granger's aura, who had just been sorted into Gryffindor. Was it a vow of protection? Or a bond of souls? The hat frantically flipped through Lynn's qualities, a composure far beyond his age, an almost terrifying logic and insight, unfathomable magic talent potential, a deep understanding of the essence of power, derived from the starry notebook and his past life's knowledge, and that incredibly pure and steadfast will to protect, ignited by a certain brown-haired girl, hidden beneath the icy starlight, Ravenclaw. Without a doubt, the knowledge and wisdom contained in your mind are enough to illuminate Ravenclaw's diadem. The hat's voice whispered excitedly in Lynn's mind. Slytherin. Oh, what powerful potential. That calmness, that sense of control over power. Slytherin can give you the sharpest authority. The hat also captured the restrained control deep within his soul. Gryffindor? This courage to protect, it's as fiery as the core of a forge. The determination to face everything for the sake of protection. The hat was deeply shaken by the extremely clear will to protect in the depths of Lynn's consciousness. Sparked by Hermione, the hat fell into an unprecedented dilemma and shock. It had never encountered such a complex yet pure soul. Coldness and warmth, wisdom and courage, power and protection, formed a strange, almost perfect balance within him. The qualities of all four houses shone with intense brilliance within him. Time passed. Minute by minute subtle murmurs began to rise in the great hall. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all watched Lynn nervously. Hermione's hands were tightly clasped, her knuckles wide, and the moonstone, through her robes, radiated a gentle warmth in her heart. She silently screamed, "Gryffindor! Gryffindor! Difficult to choose, too difficult to choose," the Sorting Hat whispered in distress. In Lynn's mind, "Your belonging seems to transcend the boundaries of the houses." Then, Lynn's calm voice responded in his consciousness, "How about I choose?" The hat was silent for a moment, seemingly processing the suggestion. "Where do you wish to go, young man?" Lynn's gaze, past the brim of the hat, accurately fell upon the Gryffindor table, landing on the girl with the brown curly hair, nervously watching him, her hair dancing in the candlelight. The starstone emitted a clear, directional warmth. "My courage is born of protection," Lynn clearly responded in his heart. "My place is where she is." The Sorting Hat seemed to let out a long, silent sigh of relief, as if it had finally found the key to the answer. That courage born of protection, that clearly directed sense of belonging, broke through all the dilemmas. "Ah, I understand." The Sorting Hat's voice carried a sigh of relief and a strange admiration. "Then, as you wish. Remember your choice." The hat took a deep breath, in a spiritual sense, and its booming voice echoed through the great hall. "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted in enthusiastic cheers once more. Hermione practically jumped up, clapping excitedly, her face blooming with a smile brighter than the candlelight, her eyes sparkling with pure joy and a hint of tears. Harry and Ron also cheered excitedly. Lynn calmly removed the hat, placed it back on the high stool, and gave Professor McGonagall a slight nod. He turned and walked towards the Gryffindor table, his steps steady. Countless eyes fell upon him, curious, scrutinizing. Amazed, he walked straight to Hermione's side and sat in the empty seat she had specifically saved for him. "I knew it. I knew you'd come to Gryffindor." Hermione's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement, her small face flushed red. Lynn turned his head to look at her eyes, sparkling with excitement, and a faint but genuine curve appeared on his lips. "I told you, Hogwarts is my home." His gaze fell on the moonstone pendant on her chest, where the resonance's warmth seemed to linger. "And where you are, that is Gryffindor." Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, like ripe apples, but this time she didn't avert her gaze, her bright eyes filled with starlight. Like smiles and a hint of shy sweetness, the moonstone on her chest clearly responded to the warm current of the starstone. Headmaster Dumbledore stood up and announced the start of the feast with a gentle clap of his hands. The once empty golden plates were instantly piled high with delicacies: golden roasted beef, mountains of mashed potatoes, glistening roast chicken, steaming meat pies, and countless sparkling puddings and ice cream. The great hall was instantly filled with the aroma of food and joyous laughter. Lynn picked up a Yorkshire pudding, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the teacher's table. Professor Snape's indifferent gaze was moving away from him, turning towards Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table opposite. Headmaster Dumbledore's gaze, however, rested gently on Lynn for a moment, and deep within his sapphire blue eyes, a hint of all-knowing comprehension and a touch of elusive interest flickered. The sorting was decided. The stars bore witness under the red and gold banners. Their magic journey officially began amidst the flickering candlelight and the aroma of the feast. Lynn could feel the girl's joy beside him, like a warm stream, silently flowing into his vast, star-like life. Chapter 16, Red Lion's Lair and Star Whispers. The clamor of the welcoming feast gradually subsided, and the warm scent of food in the great hall was replaced by the faint smell of burning wax from the candles. Older students yawned, leaving the long tables in twos and threes. Lynn put down the last sugar-dusted lemon tart, feeling the steady warmth from the starstone, his gaze naturally falling on Hermione beside him. She was meticulously using the tip of her wand, which glowed with a very faint milky white luminescence, to clear non-existent pastry crumbs from the pages of her History of Magic book. Her expression as focused as if conducting a precise experiment, her fluffy brown curls falling by her cheeks. First-year students. Gryffindor first years, gather over here. A serious voice with a clear sense of responsibility rang out. Percy Weasley, a gleaming prefect badge pinned to his chest, stood ramrod straight, waving his arm to beckon their flock of red and gold fledglings. Lynn and Hermione stood up with the crowd. Hermione quickly put away her wand and book, instinctively leaning closer to Lynn. Beneath the excitement of the new environment, there was still a hint of imperceptible nervousness. Lynn could feel the moonstone on her chest transmitting a slight emotional fluctuation, like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings. "Follow me, watch your step, the stairs like to play tricks," Percy called out loudly, leading them through the still crowded great hall and towards a wide stone corridor. The corridor walls were covered with the moving portraits. The figures in the paintings curiously observed the new students, some waving, some dozing, and others, dressed in medieval attire, passionately debating something within their frames. Sure enough, as they stepped onto the first wide stone staircase, a large section of the steps suddenly and without warning flipped upwards with a clunk, transforming into a smooth, steep incline. Several first years walking ahead were caught off guard and exclaimed as they tumbled backward, "Careful, Lynn!" Quick-witted, swiftly studied a round-faced boy, Neville, who nearly rolled down with his left hand, and with his right. He naturally and firmly supported Hermione's elbow beside him. His movements were swift and precise, as if he had anticipated the stairs prank. Hermione's body stiffened for an instant, then quickly relaxed to the warmth and strength from his palm. She looked up at Lynn, her small face flushed, and whispered, "Thank you." The Starstone and Moonstone resonated clearly through their robes, conveying mutual reassurance. "Hold on to the banister, stay alert," Percy shouted from the front. Seemingly accustomed to such minor incidents, they climbed what seemed like 7 flights of stairs, experiencing at least 3 moving staircases and 1 disappearing corridor along the way. Before finally stopping at the end of an empty corridor, there was no door, only a large portrait. The frame was ornate, gilded, and depicted a plump lady in a lavish magenta velvet gown and an exaggerated feathered hat. She reclined in a comfortable armchair, cradling a dozing ginger long-haired cat, with a typical British countryside landscape in the background. Most striking was the large, golden shield with an ornate lion's head relief hanging on the wall behind her. "Password?" the lady in the painting asked languidly, raising her eyelids, her tone operatic, as she critically surveyed the dusty new students. Her gaze lingering for a moment especially on Lynn's calm face and Hermione's thick book. "Dragon Flame Whiskey," Percy replied clearly. "Oh, well, you're in luck." The Red Lion Lady, as Lynn mentally named her, pouted, seemingly displeased with the password, but her portrait frame still emitted a soft click. Then, like a real door, it silently swung inward, revealing a round, warm, and brightly lit opening. A wave of warm air, a mix of burning pine from the fireplace, old parchment, and wool carpet, washed over them, accompanied by the gasps of the new students. A comforting space, like a giant bird's nest, appeared before their eyes. The Gryffindor common room, a huge, circular room with warm reddish-brown stone walls, adorned with scarlet tapestries and woven hangings depicting the adventures of famous Gryffindors. The scene's dynamic, griffins soaring, knights swinging swords. Several brass chandeliers hung from the low ceiling, casting a soft glow throughout the room. Were scattered numerous incredibly comfortable, plump scarlet armchairs and sofas, arranged around several crackling fireplaces with dancing golden flames. Several large tables, piled high with books, parchments, and wizard's chess, were interspersed. Several tall, arched windows with stained glass were currently covered by heavy scarlet velvet curtains. Presumably, by day, they would overlook the magnificent castle courtyard or the distant mountains. The entire space exuded comfort, liveliness, and even a touch of lived-in messiness, as if the air itself pulsed with brave and fearless energy. "Welcome to the Lionheart Inn," Percy's voice held a hint of imperceptible pride. "This is the Gryffindor common room. The common area is open all day, but please keep quiet, especially after 11 at night. The boys' dormitory is up the spiral staircase on the left, and the girls' dormitory is on the right. Your luggage should already be in your respective dormitories. Remember, the Red Lion Lady is the guardian of the common room. The password changes once a week, and the new password will be pinned to the notice board." He pointed to a corkboard with parchment next to the fireplace. "Forget the password and you'll be spending the night in the corridor. Now, go find your beds, and don't be late tomorrow morning." He finished, straightened his back, and walked towards a desk piled with documents, clearly preparing to begin his prefect night work. The new students immediately dispersed excitedly, curiously exploring their new home. Ron, pulling Harry, eagerly rushed towards the spiral stone staircase leading to the boys' dormitory on the left. Neville, clutching his toad Trevor, stood somewhat bewildered. Hermione, however, did not immediately move. She stood in the warm glow, surveying the vibrant space, her large eyes sparkling with novelty and a sense of relief at finding a place of belonging. She instinctively moved a little closer to Lynn, her voice betraying a slight dependence on her only familiar companion in a new, unfamiliar place. "This place, it's even better than the books described." "Indeed," Lynn nodded, his gaze sweeping over the comfortable sofas and dancing fire. "It's very warm, very lively." His gaze finally returned to Hermione's face, Noticing a tiny speck of black ash from the fireplace had, at some point, landed on her nose almost instinctively. He raised his hand and very gently brushed her nose with a pat of his thumb. The touch of his fingertip was warm and delicate. Hermione's body stiffened abruptly, her eyes instantly wide, like a startled fawn, her cheeks rapidly flushing a deeper crimson than the common room tapestries at a visible speed. She even forgot to breathe, her long eyelashes fluttering rapidly, clearly feeling the subtle electric current as Lynn's calloused fingertip brushed her skin, and the sudden, clear warmth from the starstone, as if being baked by the fireplace. Ash. Lynn's voice was calm, as if he had just done the most natural little thing, withdrawing his hand, the delicate sensation still lingering on his fingertip. Oh, thank you. Hermione's voice was a mere whisper, as she frantically lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her robe, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. She felt as if the entire common room's temperature had risen, and the clamor of the other new students seemed to be muffled by a curtain of water, becoming indistinct. The moonstone on her chest glowed faintly, clearly recording the flutter of that moment. You're welcome. Lynn looked at her shy demeanor, a faint curve playing on his lips. Go find your dormitory, it should be upstairs. Hermione nodded vigorously, as if granted a reprieve, and almost simultaneously, she hurried towards the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory on the right. Her ears completely red after a few steps, she couldn't resist looking back, quickly glancing at Lynn, who was still standing there. Lynn was watching her, nodding slightly, his gaze gentle. Hermione, as if burned, immediately turned back, quickening her pace, but a sweet curve she couldn't suppress secretly formed on her lips. Lynn watched her disappear around the corner of the staircase, then turned and walked towards the boys' spiral staircase on the left. The staircase was made of ancient stone, spiraling upwards, with a burning torch inserted into the wall every few steps. He had only taken a few steps when he heard Ron's loud voice from above. Harry! Look! Our luggage really is here. And, oh my goodness, this room is huge. The boys' dormitory was located in a tower, a spacious circular room. The walls were also a warm reddish-brown, and 5 four-poster beds with deep red hangings were arranged like petals around the center. Each bed had a bedside table and a small wardrobe. A faint star map was painted on the high-arched ceiling now, the deep purple night sky outside the window and the dark outline of the forbidden forest in the distance were clearly visible. Harry and Ron's luggage was piled beside 2 adjacent beds near the window, while Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, the other 2 new students, had their luggage by 2 other beds beside the last bed, near the door and relatively less ideal in position. Was Lynn's brand new leather trunk from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Hey, Lynn! Over here, Harry called out enthusiastically when he saw Lynn enter, pointing to the bed near the door. This one's yours, thanks. Lynn walked over, giving a simple nod. Ron was excitedly bouncing on his bed, testing the mattress's springiness. Seamus and Dean were arguing about Quidditch teams. Lynn opened his trunk and took out his toiletries and pajamas, ordinary deep blue cotton, with no magical effects. His movements were unhurried, carrying a composure beyond his years. When his fingertips touched the cool cover of the starry notebook and the pen of the stars, whose sapphire tip had a tiny crack, his movements paused slightly. A flashback of the chaotic energy backlash from the failed astrological compass experiment, and the pure healing power of Hermione's moonlight wand, flashed through his mind. That gentle power seemed to be more clearly imprinted in his heart than any profound magic. Lynn, Harry's voice interrupted his thoughts, filled with sincere gratitude. Thank you for studying Neville on the stairs earlier, and your words to Malfoy in the train compartment were brilliant. His green eyes were full of admiration. It was nothing, Lynn responded calmly, placing the notebook and pen on the bedside table. Exactly. Malfoy's face was unbearable. Ron jumped off his bed, waving his fists. What does your family do, Bah? Lynn, your reply. The end of the star trail was absolutely perfect. Look at his frustrated face. He mimicked Malfoy's stiff expression at the time, making Harry, Seamus, and Dean laugh. The dormitory was filled with the excitement of boys away from home for the first time and their chattering conversations. Lynn made his bed, changed into his pajamas, and leaned against the headboard outside the window. The lights of Hogwarts in the night looked like a river of stars on the ground, and the dark silhouette of the forbidden forest in the distance resembled a lurking giant beast. The starstone, pressed against his chest, emitted a steady and reassuring warmth. He closed his eyes, but his mind involuntarily extended, as if it could penetrate the stone walls and sense the girl in the right tower, who was also adjusting to her new environment in the girls' dormitory. Hermione had also changed into her pajamas, a light blue cotton dress with a small owl pattern. She sat on her bed by the window, clutching the dark blue starry notebook tightly in her arms, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the star patterns on the cover. Her roommates, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, were excitedly sharing their Diagon Alley shopping experiences and speculating about the new professors. Hermione's thoughts, however, drifted far away. The gentle touch of Lynn's fingertips seemed to still linger on her nose, and her cheeks began to subtly flush again. She quietly opened the notebook, and on a blank dark blue page, she lightly wrote 2 words with her fingertip, without infusing them with magic, so they would leave no trace. Silly. After writing, she felt it was too childish, and she annoyed shut the notebook, burying her flushed cheeks in the soft pillow. The moonstone, pressed against her collarbone, emitted a series of warm and peculiar pulsations, as if responding to the pull of another star. Night deepened. The castle fell silent, with only the wind whimpering outside the tower. In the boys' dormitory, Ron was already snoring softly, and Harry was fast asleep. Lynn, however, opened his eyes. He quietly sat up and picked up the pen of the stars from beside his pillow. The starstone glowed faintly, providing a dim light source. He turned to a new page in the notebook, the pen tip hovering above the page. He didn't write, but instead concentrated, gently infusing the clear and warm sense of longing that emerged after the clamor subsided, through the power of the starstone, into the pen tip on the dark blue page. No words appeared, but instead, a very soft, fragmented starlight quietly lit up, flickering light. Breathing, the starlight slowly gathered and flowed, finally outlining an extremely abstract yet vividly rendered silhouette, the profile of a girl holding a book, with slightly curly hair, standing quietly amidst the star radiance. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Hermione, who was tightly clutching the starry notebook in her sleep, her slightly furrowed brows quietly smoothed out. The moonstone on her chest, as if in response, emitted an equally soft, almost imperceptible milky white glow, gently enveloping her, and silently responding to the clumsy but sincere goodnight greeting from the end of the star trail. The radiance of the star and moon, in the warm den of the Red Lion, separated by ancient stone walls, wove a silent and sweet secret belonging to Hogwarts' first night. Deep within the forbidden forest outside the window, an owl seemed to glide over the treetops, leaving a long, low hoot. Chapter 17, The Demonic Light Emerges in the Synchronicity of the Stars and Moon, Part 1. The morning at Hogwarts was awakened by a unique magic. Sunlight streamed through the towering stained glass windows of Gryffindor Tower, casting colorful shadows on the floor. The air was filled with a mix of toasted bread, fried bacon, and fresh parchment. Lynn woke up in the boys' dormitory, where the air was a unique blend of wool blankets and youthful sweat. With a starstone resting warmly against his chest, the common room was already bustling. Hermione was sitting early at a table near the fireplace, with Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 spread open before her. She was nibbling on marmalade toast while reading intently, her fluffy curly hair gilded with a faint gold by the morning light. Seeing Lynn come down, she immediately looked up, her eyes bright with an eagerness for new knowledge. Lynn, look at the timetable. She pushed a piece of parchment over. The parchment clearly listed the first day's classes: Charms class, Professor Flitwick, and Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall, in the morning, and History of Magic, Professor Binns. In the afternoon, Professor Flitwick is the Dean of Ravenclaw, and he's said to be incredibly skilled in charms. Hermione's tone was full of reverence. Professor McGonagall is even stricter, and Transfiguration is one of the hardest subjects in the OWLs. Ron chimed in, holding a huge beef pasty, his mouth full and words muffled, a clear look of awe on his face. Harry, however, looked at History of Magic on the timetable with some concern. Professor Binns is a ghost. After a hearty breakfast, the first years followed the timetable's instructions, navigating the still mischievous stairs. This time, a step suddenly turned into a slippery slope, nearly sending Neville's Trevor sliding away, and finally found the Charms classroom at the end of a corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. The classroom was spacious and bright, with rows of long tables and benches facing the podium. Behind the podium were towering bookshelves packed with thick magical tomes. Professor Phileas Flitwick stood on a specially made stack of books, barely able to get his head above the podium. He was short, with white hair and beard, dressed in neat dark blue robes, and wore a pair of small round-rimmed spectacles, behind which his eyes sparkled with wise and gentle light. "Good morning, first-year fledglings." Professor Phileas Flitwick's voice was high-pitched but clear, with a peculiar rhythm. "Welcome to the wonderful world of charms. Here, will resonates with magic, and spells will become reality. I am Phileas Flitwick, your guide." His opening remarks were concise and enthusiastic. After a brief self-introduction and emphasis on classroom discipline, he immediately got down to business. Today, we will learn one of the most basic, and indeed most important, charms, Lumus Levioso. Professor Phileas Flitwick drew his slender wand, and with an incredibly elegant, conductor-like flick of his wrist, the tip of his wand precisely pointed at a pure white feather on the podium. Lumus Levioso, a soft, pure milky white glow instantly emanated from the wand tip, not a blinding beam, but a substantial, mist-like aura enveloping the feather. To everyone's astonished gaze, the feather seemed to lose its weight, rising lightly and steadily from the podium, floating about a foot above the desk, slowly rotating, and emitting a soft halo. Perfect control. Well, must be like a thread, magic like flowing water. Professor Phileas Flitwick looked at his result with satisfaction, then gestured for the students to take out their wands and practice feathers, one each. Now, it's your turn. Concentrate, feel the flow of magic, and clearly enunciate the spell, Lumus Levioso. Remember, the wrist movement should be light, as if lifting a cloud. Immediately, the classroom filled with a cacophony of chanting and wand waving, rising and falling unevenly. LL Lumus Levioso. Neville's voice trembled with nervousness, his wand flailing, but the feather remained motionless, instead accidentally getting poked onto the floor. Lumus Levioso. Seamus gave a forceful flick of his wand, and a small cluster of sparks shot out from the tip, nearly scorching his feather. Lumus Levioso. Ron's face turned red with effort. The feather twitched, rose only an inch from the desk, and then plop it fell. Harry's situation was slightly better. His feather wobbled up a short distance, its light weak and flickering, but after a few seconds, it too fell. Hermione took a deep breath, her small face taut, her eyes incredibly focused. Following the description in the book, she diligently adjusted her breathing, flicked her wrist at what she believed was a perfect angle, and clearly enunciated, Lumus Levioso. A soft milky white halo lit up at the tip of her moonlight grapevine wand, enveloping the feather. The feather trembled, rising extremely slowly, as if burdened, about 3 inches from the desk. The light, though faint, was relatively stable. Very good. Miss Granger, Professor Phileas Flitwick exclaimed in surprise, to get the feather off the ground on your first try. Excellent concentration. A glow of pride and joy instantly blossomed on Hermione's small face. She tried hard to maintain the output of magic, but it was clearly a struggle, and the feather began to sway slightly just then. Lynn, who was sitting next to her, also raised his wand. He didn't cast the spell immediately, but closed his eyes, seemingly feeling something. The starstone in his chest gave a faint pulse. He wasn't feeling his own magic, but rather sensing the milky white halo at the tip of Hermione's wand, that pure but slightly sluggish energy flow. He opened his eyes, and his star pattern for wood wand traced a strange, almost imperceptible arc in the air, like a star's trajectory. There was no incantation, no light, not even a noticeable magical fluctuation. But the moment he completed this tiny movement, Hermione suddenly felt the sluggishness in her wand disappear. It was as if a gentle yet firm warm current, from the moonstone, instantly permeated the magical pathway. The milky white halo enveloping the feather at her wand tip suddenly became bright and stable. The feather, which had been tittering, was as if supported by an invisible airflow, rising lightly and steadily into mid-air, floating stably, emitting a light several times brighter and softer than before. It was even purer and more ethereal than the light from the feather Professor Phileas Flitwick had demonstrated. Merlin's beard. Professor Phileas Flitwick excitedly jumped off the stack of books, nearly falling, adjusting his round-rimmed spectacles, looking at Hermione in disbelief. Perfect. Absolutely textbook Lumus Levioso. 5 points to Gryffindor. Miss Granger, your talent is astonishing. Hermione herself was stunned. She looked at the stably glowing, floating feather in the air, then at the wand in her hand. Her small mouth slightly agape. That feeling of magic suddenly becoming incredibly smooth a moment ago, what was that about? She subconsciously looked at Lynn beside her. Lynn had already put away his wand and was calmly looking at her, a hint of an imperceptible smile and encouragement in his deep eyes. He nodded slightly, as if to say, "See, you can do it." Hermione's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks quickly flushed. Was it him? That strange smoothness just now, could it have been him? But how did he do it? No incantation, no light. Just as her mind was in a whirl, Lynn raised his own wand, pointed it at the feather in front of him, and clearly enunciated, Lumus Levioso. A condensed, profound, deep blue stream of light, like morning mist being cut through, instantly surged from the wand tip, precisely enveloping the feather. The feather did not slowly rise, but was instantly and smoothly suspended in the air as if guided by an invisible star track. It no longer emitted a soft milky white light, but a restrained, deep blue glimmer, like cold night stars. The light was stable, profound, with a peculiar cold texture, complementing Hermione's vibrant milky white light. Oh, equally excellent. Mr. Li, Professor Phileas Flitwick exclaimed again, unique magical characteristics. Deep and stable. Another 5 points to Gryffindor. Ron's mouth hung open as he looked at the starlight-emitting feather in front of Lynn, then at his own feather lying on the table, and wailed, "That's not fair." The atmosphere in the subsequent Transfiguration class was entirely different. Professor McGonagall's classroom was on the second floor, spacious, cold, with only a podium and neatly arranged desks. Professor McGonagall herself was the embodiment of her classroom, dressed in her impeccable dark green robes, her hair pulled back in a severe bun, her expression as stern as granite. Her sharp gaze swept over each first year entering the classroom, and the room instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's voice was as severe as her gaze, is the most complex, most dangerous, and most disciplined magic you will learn at Hogwarts. It requires precise incantations, perfect wand movements, and strong willpower. Any foolish antics or carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. Her gaze lingered on Ron and Seamus for a moment, and both immediately shrank their necks. Today, our goal is to transform what is in front of you. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and a smooth, polished round pebble appeared on each student's desk, interpolished brass button of the same size. She drew her wand, her movements precise, swift, and without flourish, pointing it at a pebble on the podium. Forma mutatio, a dazzling, metallic silver-white flash of light. The pebble on the podium instantly vanished, replaced by a shiny, clearly edged brass button. The entire process was lightning fast and clean. Did you see that? Professor McGonagall put away her wand. The incantation, Forma mutatio. The one movement, a quick and steady half-turn from inside out, like turning a key. Willpower, you must clearly visualize every detail of the target form in your mind. Now, begin practicing. Chapter 18, The Demonic Light Emerges in the Synchronicity of the Stars and Moon, Part 2. A tense whisper filled the classroom. Professor McGonagall slowly paced between the desks, like a hawk surveying its territory, her sharp gaze scrutinizing every student's movements. Mr. Finnegan. Is your wrist swatting flies? Start over, Mr. Weasley. Enunciate the spell clearly. It's not changey, Mr. Potter. Willpower. Imagine the texture of the button. Not the shape of a stone. Strict criticisms were constant. Ron's pebble only emitted a puff of smoke and became blacker. Harry's pebble twisted, turning into an irregular metallic lump. Seamus's pebble directly split into two halves. Hermione once again became the focus. She was completely concentrated, her small face slightly flushed from effort, and fine beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. She meticulously followed the instructions, clearly enunciating the spell, striving for perfect wrist movements, and desperately visualizing the details of a brass button in her mind. Forma mutatio, a silvery white light flashed. The pebble on her desk transformed. But it wasn't a perfect button. Instead, it became a metallic disc with somewhat rough edges, a color between stone and brass, and an irregular shape. It barely resembled the outline of a button. The form is close, but the details are crude. The starlight magic control is not precise enough, and it lacks metallic texture. Professor McGonagall walked over to her, examining the metallic disc, and gave an objective but merciless evaluation. Miss Granger, your theoretical foundation is very good, but practice requires more precise control. Start over. Hermione's small face instantly fell. The pride from charms class earlier vanished, replaced by frustration and a hint of grievance. She bit her lower lip, her eyes slightly red, and reluctantly raised her wand again. Lynn watched. He could understand Hermione's frustration. Transfiguration demands extremely high levels of detail and precise control, which is precisely an area Hermione, with her book knowledge, found difficult to fully master at the moment. He picked up his own pebble, concentrated, and clearly constructed a three-dimensional model of a standard brass button in his mind. The size, curvature, smoothness of the edges, the central perforations, and even the subtle metallic texture. The power of the Starstone granted him powerful mental construction abilities. Forma mutatio. His voice was calm and even, his wrist movements precise, steady, and meticulously rotated half a turn. Like a machine, 80 blue light flashed and disappeared, so quickly that one might almost think it was an illusion. The pebble on his desk vanished, replaced by a perfect button with smooth edges, uniform color, and the genuine luster of brass. Even the central perforations were clear and round, perfect. Professor McGonagall's voice carried a hint of barely concealed surprise and approval. She quickly walked to Lynn's desk, picked up the button, and examined it carefully. Precise form, complete material transformation, precise and efficient starlight magic control. Cry Finder, 10 points. Mr. Li, you did very well. The initial scrutiny in her gaze towards Lynn was now replaced by intense interest. Hermione looked at the perfect button on Lynn's desk, then at her own rough metallic disc. The stark contrast made her even more frustrated, almost making her bite through her lip. She tried again, but the pebble only turned slightly yellow, moving further away from being a button. Don't rush, Lynn's low voice sounded beside her, very soft, audible only to her. Imagine its weight, the coolness of the metal, the tactile sensation of rubbing it with your fingertips, and not just its appearance. Hermione paused. Wait? Tactile sensation? She had previously only focused on visual form. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tried to recall the feeling of touching a brass object, that heavy, smooth, slightly cool texture. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze held a hint of calmness, forma mutatio. This time, the silvery white light was much more stable. The pebble on her desk transformed into a brass button that, while its edges were not yet perfect, already had a distinct metallic luster and texture. It was much better than before. Significant progress. Professor McGonagall nodded. Keep that feeling, Miss Granger. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, giving Lynn a grateful look. Her earlier frustration was replaced by new motivation. Lynn returned an encouraging look. The Starstone and the Moonstone, across the desk, seemed to silently communicate the joy of success in the afternoon's history of magic class. Professor Binns, a translucent, monotonous ghost professor whose voice was like chanting scriptures, lectured on the rise and fall of medieval European magic councils, which for most first years was an excellent lullaby. Harry and Ron quickly began nodding off. Hermione, however, forced herself to stay awake, diligently recording key points in her starry notebook, using the pen of the stars. With her thoughts flowing, the starlight writing was incredibly smooth. Lynn appeared to be listening, but in reality, he was partly thinking about how to repair the crack at the tip of the pen of the stars, and the subtle connection between the astrological compass and Hermione's moonlight magic. In the evening, the day's classes ended. At dinner, the sky of the Great Hall's dome had turned a deep inky blue, dotted with sparse stars. Astronomy class tonight. Hermione's eyes lit up as she looked at the timetable. It's in the highest north tower. We can see the full night sky. As night deepened, a chill permeated the air. Led by prefects, the first years walked through the silent castle corridors, climbed the long and narrow spiral stone staircase, and finally reached the observatory at the top of the north tower. The view here was expansive, the night wind was biting, and the deep purple sky was like a giant velvet blanket adorned with dazzling diamonds. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens, breathtakingly magnificent. The astronomy professor was a tall, slender witch with long silver hair and gentle eyes, Professor Aurora Sinistra. She distributed brass orreries and star charts. Tonight, we will get to know the king of the autumn sky, the crown of the Griffin constellation group. Professor Sinistra's voice was as soft as the night wind. She pointed to a crown-like pattern formed by several bright stars in the eastern sky, and the moonlight Lake Nebula it guards. Lynn's gaze, however, was involuntarily drawn to another part of the sky. Southwest of the crown of the Griffin, a star emitting a soft, milky white light was exceptionally bright, and not far from it, a deep-colored, inwardly glowing blue star shimmered in harmony, as if forming a natural star map in the night sky. The starstone in his chest warmed slightly, as if resonating with that part of the sky. He subconsciously looked at Hermione beside him. Hermione was intently comparing the star chart, measuring angles with the orrery, her small face looking especially serious in the starlight. The moonstone pendant on her chest, against a backdrop of the night, was emitting an extremely faint, soft glow almost identical to the milky white star in the distance. Lynn's heart stirred. He quietly took out the palm-sized astrological compass from his pocket. While Professor Sinistra was guiding another group of students, he gently placed the compass on the cold stone railing, held the star stone in one hand, and injected a faint trace of magic. At the same time, his mind was highly concentrated, no longer forcefully simulating, but striving to sense the pure and unique moonlight energy emanating from Hermione beside him this time. There was no chaotic conflict. When Lynn's starlight magic carefully, like a stream, touched and enveloped Hermione's naturally emanating moonlight aura, the etched star trajectories inside the astrological compass were once again softly and steadily lit up. Silver light points slowly flowed, forming a tiny yet clear dynamic star map. Even more wondrous, the core of the star map was precisely those two mutually illuminating milky white and deep blue stars in the night sky. On the warm jade casing of the compass, a line of tiny ancient characters, formed by starlight star radiance, quietly appeared. Twin stars shine, trajectories intertwine, the beginning of destiny. Lynn's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He quietly put away the compass, his gaze falling once again on Hermione's focused profile. The night wind stirred the wisps of hair by her cheek, and starlight fell into her bright eyes. The starstone and the moonstone, separated by mere inches, resonated silently under the vast starry sky, like two stars lost in the universe finally finding their mutual gravitational path. Professor Sinistra's voice drifted over. Remember, children, the night sky not only guides direction but also mirrors the soul. When you are lost, look up, your star is always there. Hermione seemed to sense something. She looked up from the star chart, meeting Lynn's profound gaze. They smiled at each other under the starlight, no words needed, a wonderful understanding and warmth quietly flowing between them. The night wind remained biting, but in the observatory, a warm star lamp, belonging only to them, seemed to have been lit. Chapter 19, The Smoke of Magical Potions and the Undercurrent of Warmth. The starlight and night wind of the observatory still seemed to linger on his skin, but the rhythm of Hogwarts never ceased with the night. The atmosphere of Halloween Eve, like fermenting pumpkin juice, permeated every corner of the castle. The sweet scent of baked pumpkin pie and caramel apples drifted through the corridors, and giant pumpkin lanterns were held aloft by the levitation charm, their hollowed-out eyes and mouth flickering with orange-yellow flames, casting dancing, eerie shadows. Flocks of bats, magically conjured decorations, glided silently beneath the vaulted ceilings. However, the last day of classes before the festival was like a bitter pill coated in sugar for the Gryffindor first years. This bitter pill was called Potion Class. The Potion Class classroom was located deep beneath the castle, even colder and dapper than Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration classroom. The light was dim, relying entirely on the eerie green torches on the walls for illumination, casting the rows of stone tables and the shriveled animal specimens hanging above them in a scene reminiscent of a horror story. The air was filled with a pungent smell, a mixture of sulfur, decaying plant roots, and some old potion, making one's nostrils itch. Professor Snape, like a silent black shadow, glided noiselessly into the classroom. His greasy black hair hung on either side of his sallow cheeks, his thin lips were tightly pressed beneath his hooked nose, and his black robes billowed behind him like a bat's wings. The oppressive feeling brought by his cold, deep-set black eyes as they swept across the room made even the dripping condensation on the walls sound harsh. In my class, Snape's voice was low, silky, and chillingly cold, exceptionally clear in this silent dungeon. There will be no foolish wand-waving, nor will there be any showing off of those insignificant theories. His gaze, like a poison needle, precisely pierced Hermione, who was sitting in the front row, and unconsciously straightened her back. What is needed here is precise proportions, absolute obedience, and, his gaze slowly swept over Lynn, with a hint of deep scrutiny. A clear mind, undisturbed by foolish impulses, he began a lengthy opening monologue on potions, his tone filled with disdain for the reckless science and sarcasm for certain inflated self-perceptions. When he finally, unhurriedly, drew his wand and wrote today's potion recipe on the blackboard, Blemish-Bane Potion, a tense, low pressure had already permeated the classroom. The recipe steps were complex and required extreme precision. Porcupine quills had to be added immediately after stirring counterclockwise 3.5 times. When the potion was smoky blue, adding them too early would cause an explosion. Too late would render the potion ineffective. Slug mucus needed to be filtered 3 times to remove all impurities. Dried nettle powder had to be ground as fine as dust. To group, Snape's cold voice fell, begin. Any foolish mistake will lead to you, and your poor partner, suffering unpleasant consequences. His gaze swept over Lynn and Hermione again. Hermione immediately took out her notebook, ordinary parchment. The starry notebook was too precious, and quickly copied the recipe steps, her small face tight, her eyes as focused as if she were disarming a bomb. Lynn calmly stood up to retrieve materials from the storage cabinet at the back of the classroom. When he returned with a glass jar of slug mucus and a jar of dried nettle powder, he saw Hermione frowning at the flickering flame beneath the cauldron. seemingly finding the heat unstable. The flame temperature needs to be 5% higher. Lynn placed the materials on the table, his voice very soft, only audible to Hermione. Hermione paused, then immediately looked at Lynn. How did he know? But she didn't question him, quickly pointing her wand tip at the base of the flame and adjusting the angle ever so slightly. The flame beneath the cauldron immediately became more stable and intense, its color changing from orange-yellow to bright blue. "Thank you," Hermione whispered, the taut string in her heart slightly relaxing due to Lynn's reminder. The brewing began. Hermione was in charge of the main operations, strictly following the steps in her notes, muttering key points to herself. 3.5 counterclockwise stirs, filter 3 times, grind the powder. Although her movements were a bit clumsy, she strove for precision in every step. Lynn, like the most synchronized assistant, precisely handed her the prepared materials when it needed: nettle powder ground as fine as dust, mucus filtered clear of impurities, and venomous snake fangs, a substitute material in the recipe. Sliced as thin as cicada wings with a silver knife, Snape moved silently through the narrow aisle like a ghost. He stopped by Neville and Seamus's cauldron, watching the rolling yellow-green smoke and pungent smell emanating from it, a cold arc forming on his thin lips. Mr. Longbottom, I presume your clumsy hands intend to turn the cauldron into a biochemical weapon? Cry Finder, 5 points deducted for your astonishing destructive power. Neville's face instantly turned greener than the potion in the cauldron. He then stopped at Ron and Harry's table. Ron was frantically stirring, while Harry was filtering slug mucus, with large clumps of viscous material still remaining in the filter. Mr. Weasley, is your stirring stick excavating for gold? Mr. Potter, your filtering results are more nauseating than a troll's booger. 5 points deducted from each of you. Ron's face flushed crimson, and Harry also lowered his head in embarrassment when Snape strode to Lynn and Hermione's table. The potion in their cauldron displayed a textbook perfect smoky blue, its surface smooth and bubble-free, emitting a faint, cool, mint-like scent. Hermione held her breath, intently watching the potion's color, holding a porcupine quill in her hand, waiting for the optimal moment to add it. Snape's cold gaze swept over the cauldron as if it were a physical entity. Then over Hermione's tense small face and Lynn's calm profile. He seemed to be waiting for them to make a mistake just at the critical point where the potion's color was transitioning from smoky blue to light purple. Snape suddenly spoke coldly, "Miss Granger, tell me, what would happen if the porcupine quill were added now?" Hermione's attention was instantly diverted. She instinctively looked at Snape, her mind rapidly searching for the answer. "Professor, the potion's color has not yet fully stabilized. Adding the porcupine quill at this moment would cause its unstable magical elements to violently clash with a transitional potion, possibly triggering a small explosion or producing corrosive fumes." The moment she answered, the potion's color in the cauldron, due to a microsecond change in heat, had already missed the optimal smoky blue. Lynn's pupils constricted sharply. He didn't hesitate for a moment. The instant Hermione realized the color change, his left hand shot out like lightning, precisely grasping Hermione's wrist, which held the porcupine quill, stopping her instinctive motion to drop it. At the same time, his right hand's wand, with a tiny, almost imperceptible movement, precisely tapped the flame beneath the cauldron. A faint, dark blue starlight flashed and vanished. The flame beneath the cauldron seemed to be instantly suppressed and adjusted by an invisible force. The intense blue glow dimmed for a moment, then immediately stabilized. It was this instant of precise cooling that miraculously stabilized the potion, which was about to change color, in its smoky blue state. "Now," Lynn's deep voice sounded in Hermione's ear, holding her wrist and guiding her hand, precisely dropping the porcupine quill into the center of the cauldron, counterclockwise, 3.5 turns. Hermione, almost mechanically, relying on the steady strength transmitted from Lynn's wrist, completed the stirring motion. The potion made a faint sizzle sound, emitting a small wisp of harmless white steam, and its color instantly transformed into a clear, pale purple, like a solution of fine amethyst, exuding a richer, cool minty scent. It was a success. Professor Snape's cold gaze lingered for a moment on Lynn's hand, which still held Hermione's wrist, then shifted to the perfect potion in the cauldron. There was no change in expression on his sallow face, but in those deep, dark eyes, a highly complex glint flashed. There was scrutiny, inquiry, and a hint of an unspeakable grimness. He neither deducted points nor offered praise, merely gliding silently to his next target. Just as he had arrived, the crisis was averted. Lynn released her hand. Hermione's wrist still retained the warmth of his fingertips and that sense of steady strength. She looked down at the perfect potion in the cauldron, then at her own wrist, which had just been held, her heart pounding in her chest. Not because of the recent scare, but because of Lynn's unhesitating action and that, reassuring control. Her cheeks uncontrollably began to flush. Thank you, Lynn." Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, her gaze evasive, not daring to look at him. "Focus." Lynn's voice remained calm, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust, his gaze signaling her to continue with a final cooling step. Hermione took a deep breath, suppressing the flutter in her heart, and moved the cauldron away from the flame, adding the final moonstone powder. According to the steps, the potion instantly cooled and solidified, becoming a clear, shimmering purple paste, perfectly flawless. At the end of class, Professor Snape collected everyone's finished products. Hermione and Lynn's potion, without a doubt, received the highest rating, though no verbal praise. But as they walked out of the cold, damp underground classroom and into the relatively brighter lights of the corridor and the warm glow of the Halloween decorations, Hermione felt a little down. Snape's biting words in class and his sarcasm about her inflated self-perception stung her proud self-esteem like tiny needles. How could he say that, on the way to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast? Hermione finally couldn't help but complain softly to Lynn, her eyes slightly red. "I just wanted to do well. I just wanted to prove." "His evaluation is irrelevant." Lynn's voice was not loud, but it carried a peculiar soothing power, interrupting her self-doubt. "Your worth does not need to be proven through his approval." He stopped, turning his head to look at Hermione. The flickering pumpkin lantern light in the corridor danced in her bright eyes, also illuminating a speck of dry nettle powder that had somehow landed on her nose. Lynn raised his hand again. This time, he didn't touch her wrist, but very naturally used the pad of his thumb to gently brush her nose. The sensation of his fingertips was clearer than before. Hermione's body stiffened again, but this time, she didn't nervously flinch away. Instead, her long eyelashes fluttered rapidly, and her cheeks quickly flushed red, like two ripe cherry tomatoes. She could clearly feel the subtle tingling as Lynn's calloused fingertip grazed her skin, and the warmth, like being baked by a warm sun, clearly transmitted from the starstone. The moonstone in her chest responded with a warm current. "Powder." Lynn withdrew his hand, rubbing the speck of powder between his fingertips, his tone still calm. Hermione's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and she lowered her head, but this time she didn't immediately shy away. The frustration from Snape's earlier criticism seemed to be strangely dispelled by the warmth of Lynn's fingertips and his words irrelevant. A subtle, sweet warmth quietly surged in her heart, diluting the chill of the dungeon. The Great Hall had transformed into a festive sea. Thousands of pumpkin lanterns floated in midair, bats darted beneath the vaulted ceiling, and the 4 long tables were laden with an astonishingly lavish Halloween feast. Whole roasted turkeys, sizzling with oil and golden-skinned, giant steak and kidney pies oozing gravy, mountains of roasted potatoes and creamed corn, and countless strangely shaped desserts, screaming jellies, chocolate cakes with skull-shaped heads, and pumpkin pies constantly oozing blood-red syrup. The atmosphere at the Gryffindor table was lively. The twin brothers, Fred and George, were performing "Making the Pepper Shaker Do the Can-Can," drawing bursts of laughter. Percy, meanwhile, was sternly scolding them. Harry and Ron were eagerly devouring a giant meat pie. Lynn and Hermione found seats. Hermione's mood was visibly brighter. She curiously poked a chocolate eyeball that split open on its own to reveal worms, actually strawberry jam, and after a startled jump, couldn't help but laugh, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Lynn, meanwhile, took a piece of what looked like a relatively normal pumpkin pie. Midway through the feast, the atmosphere was at its peak. Suddenly, the Great Hall doors burst open. Professor Quirrell stumbled in, his signature violet turban, reeking strongly of garlic, askew on his head. His face was bloodless, filled with extreme terror, and his lips trembled as if he were about to faint. Troll. In the dungeons, he shrieked, his voice distorted by fear. Thought you should know." With that, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed beside a high-backed stool, unconscious. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence enveloped the entire Great Hall. The next second, terrified screams erupted like a tsunami. The students were in chaos. Headmaster Dumbledore suddenly stood up, his booming voice like a stabilizing needle, instantly quelling the chaos. "Silence." His sharp gaze swept across the room. "Prefects, immediately lead your respective house students back to your common room. Teachers, follow me." The entire Great Hall immediately descended into greater chaos. Percy instantly stood up, waving his arms and shouting, "Gryffindors, follow me. This way." Quickly, the crowd surged towards the door like startled fish in the chaos. Lynn immediately grabbed Hermione's wrist, shielding her by his side to prevent her from being knocked over. His hand was firm and strong. The warmth from his palm and that undeniable protective posture instantly calmed Hermione, who had also been somewhat panicked. She even forgot to pull away, only instinctively squeezed back tightly, as if it were the only piece of driftwood. "Don't be afraid, follow me," Lynn's deep voice sounded in her ear, so steady it was captivating. They squeezed towards the door with the flow of people. Just as they passed the unconscious Professor Quirrell on the ground, Lynn's footsteps paused almost imperceptibly. The starstone in his chest, without warning, sent a sharp, cold, malevolent, and chaotic stab of pain, as if pricked fiercely by an invisible poison needle. The sensation was fleeting, so quick one might have thought it a delusion. Lynn sharply turned his head, his gaze, like lightning, shot towards the unconscious Professor Quirrell on the floor beneath that violet turban. Something seemed to twist. "Lynn! Hurry!" Hermione anxiously tugged at him, interrupting his gaze. Lynn withdrew his gaze, suppressing the surprise and doubt in his heart, and protected Hermione as they quickly joined the evacuating crowd. The chaotic footsteps, terrified shouts, and flickering light of the pumpkin lanterns intertwined into a scene of pandemonium. But the sensation of Hermione's tight grip on his wrist, and the lingering cold sting from the starstone, quickly dispelled by the warm current of the moonstone, reminded him, beneath the revelry of Halloween, a deeper, unsettling shadow, far more profound than a troll, was hidden, and what he needed to protect was right beside him. Chapter 20, Staniskin's Low Roar and Warm Lights Ripples, Part 1. The great hall's chaos was like a pond hit by a boulder, ripples of panic instantly spreading to their peak. Dumbledore's commands were like a lighthouse, guiding the disordered crowd. Percy Weasley's harsh shouts were faint amidst the screams and shoves. "Gryffindor! This way! Don't push! Keep up!" Lynn gripped Hermione's wrist, her slender wrist bones trembling slightly in his palm. His tall stature was like a nimble barrier, precisely carving out a relatively safe path through the chaotic, surging crowd, firmly shielding her between himself and the cold stone wall. His steps were steady, every turn, every block, carried an almost instinctive protective posture. Hermione followed him closely, her initial panic replaced by a strange sense of security. She could clearly feel the taut strength of his arm muscles and an undeniable will to protect. The Starstone and Moonstone, separated by clothing, clearly resonated amidst their breathless escape, transmitting each other's heartbeats and a sense of connection after surviving a calamity. "This way! Hurry!" Percy waved from a corner ahead. Most of the Gryffindor students were surging towards the main staircase leading to the tower. Just then, Hermione's steps abruptly halted. Her face instantly turned pale, her large eyes filled with terror as she stared fixedly at Lynn. "Wait! Parvati! Lavender! They're in the girls' lavatory. After astronomy class, they said they wanted to fix their hair. It's on the first floor." The disused one, fear instantly seized her like a cold tide. The troll was in the underground classroom, and the first floor was too close to there. She abruptly pulled free from Lynn's hand, turning to run in the opposite direction. "I have to go find them, Hermione." Lynn's voice was decisive. His arm, like an iron hoop, stopped her again, with more force than before, carrying an undeniable resolve. "You can't go. It's too dangerous." His deep eyes locked onto her, filled with unprecedented sternness and worry. "But Hermione was on the verge of tears, her eyes welling up, her voice choked with sobs. "I'll go." Lynn's voice was low and powerful, carrying a heart-wrenching determination. "You follow the prefect back to the common room." Immediately, his gaze swept over Percy. "Weasley. Take her." Percy was also somewhat stunned by the sudden situation, but he reacted immediately, trying to grab Hermione's arm. "Granger. Hurry. Leave it to the professors." "No. Lynn. You can't go alone." Hermione struggled, tears finally falling. She clutched Lynn's robe sleeve tightly. "It's too dangerous. I'm coming with you." Watching the resolute tears in Hermione's eyes and her desperate worry, the softest part of Lynn's heart was fiercely struck. He knew that forcing her away now would only cause her more pain and self-reproach. Time was short. "Stay close to me." Lynn no longer hesitated, turning to tightly grasp Hermione's hand, no longer just her wrist, but fingers intertwined. That firm and warm touch instantly conveyed strength and determination. "Don't leave my side for a single step. Understand, Hermione nodded vigorously, wiping away her tears, her eyes becoming exceptionally firm as she squeezed his hand, as if entrusting all her trust. The two moved against a flow of evacuating people, like two fish swimming upstream, quickly turning into the corridor leading to the disused lavatory on the first floor. Percy's anxious shouts were left behind. The closer they got to their destination, the more turbid the air became. The nauseating stench, a mix of mud, rotting flesh, and swamp gas, grew increasingly intense, almost suffocating. The torchlight flickering on the corridor walls cast distorted shadows on the stone. From a distance came heavy footsteps, like rolling boulders, accompanied by a grating sound of something heavy being dragged, and a low, muffled grumble, woo, like an animal's growl. Each heavy thud made the flagstones beneath their feet tremble slightly. Fear once again seized Hermione's heart. Her grip on Lynn's hand tightened unconsciously, her knuckles white. Lynn could clearly feel her trembling. He squeezed back firmly. The power of the Starstone seemed to transmit a stable warm current through their joined hands. The Moonstone also responded with a slight warmth in Hermione's chest. Turning the last corner, a terrifying sight met their eyes. In the relatively wide corridor at the entrance of the disused lavatory, a colossal creature occupied almost the entire space. It was nearly 12 feet tall. Its skin was dirty, like dried granite, grayish-brown, covered in wrinkles and wart-like protrusions. Its huge head was like an irregular granite sphere, embedded with a pair of dull, cloudy, malevolent yellowish-brown small eyes. It was wielding a massive wooden club, stained with unknown filth. It looked like the trunk of a small tree, clumsily and violently smashing it against the tightly shut lavatory door. Bang! Boom! With each strike, the heavy wooden door groaned under the strain, wood splinters flew, and spiderweb-like cracks had already appeared on the door panel. Faint screams of terror from girls could be heard from inside the door. Parvati! Lavender! Hermione cried out in alarm. The troll seemed to be further enraged by the screams from inside the door. It let out a deafening, furious roar. Ow! Foul-smelling saliva dripped from its crooked mouth. It raised its massive club high, preparing to deliver the final blow to the crumbling door. Hermione! Right, Lynn growled, abruptly releasing Hermione's hand and pushing her towards a recess on the right side of the corridor, where discarded armor and junk were piled. Hide! Don't come out! His voice carried an undeniable command at the same time. Lynn's figure shot out like an arrow from a bow. He didn't charge at the troll, but instead, with clear intent, dashed towards a heavy brass torch holder fixed to the stone wall on the left side of the corridor, just as the troll's wooden club, with a destructive whoosh, was about to smash down on the wooden door. In that critical moment, reducto, Lynn's spell was clear and cold. A concentrated, dazzling deep blue beam of light burst from the tip of his star-patterned for wood wand. The beam was not aimed at the troll's massive body, but precisely struck the connection point between the torch holder and the stone wall. Boom! Crack! A violent explosion accompanied by a piercing sound of metal breaking. The heavy brass torch holder was blown to defindo. One of the thick brass supports, with a sharp broken edge, was propelled by the explosion's shockwave, whistling and spinning out like a siege crossbow bolt. Thwack! A chilling thud. The heavy brass tube, with immense kinetic energy, struck with incredible precision and force on the troll's right wrist, which was holding the wooden club. Ow! The troll let out an earth-shattering, extremely painful shriek. The sound was even more terrifying than its previous roar, filled with pure agony. Its huge right hand instantly lost all strength, and the heavy wooden club crashed to the ground with a clank, making the floor tremble. It painfully clutched its bloody, clearly twisted and deformed wrist, its massive body staggering backward due to the intense pain, hitting the stone wall with a dull thud. Its cloudy small eyes, filled with pain and fury, stared fixedly at Lynn at the other end of the corridor. Opportunity! Hermione's heart was practically in her throat. She saw the troll retreat wounded, and the screams from inside the door turned into cries of fear. Without a moment's hesitation, the instinct for survival and worry for her friends overcame all fear. She rushed out from her hiding spot, her moonlight grapevine wand pointed directly at the troll's eyes, which were even cloudier from pain and rage. Stupefy, a not-so-powerful stupefy beam, with a milky white halo, shot towards the troll. However, the troll had thick, tough skin and extremely high resistance to spells. This beam only made its huge head wobble, further enraging it. Roar! The troll was completely enraged. It abandoned the wooden door, its massive left hand, like a giant fan, swept with a foul wind, fiercely grabbing at Hermione, who was close by. Its speed far exceeded its clumsy appearance. Hermione, Lynn's eyes were splitting. He was still some distance from Hermione. In desperation, he abruptly pointed his wand at the smooth flagstone floor beneath Hermione's feet. Lubricus! A faint blue light flashed. The flagstones beneath Hermione's feet instantly became as if covered in a thick layer of butter. Ah! Hermione cried out in surprise. Her feet suddenly slipped, and her body involuntarily fell backward. This clumsy fall, however, narrowly and dangerously avoided the troll's large hand, which could have crushed her bones. The troll's huge fingers grazed her hair, bringing with them a nauseating stench. Lynn seized this fleeting opportunity, rushing to Hermione's side like a leopard, pulling her up from the ground and shielding her behind him. The troll's attack missed, making it even more furious. It abandoned its injured right hand, supporting its body with its massive left hand, lowering its head, and like an out-of-control battering ram, with an air of crushing everything, it fiercely charged towards the two of them with its incredibly hard granite head. That huge shadow and violent oppressive feeling instantly enveloped them. Hermione could even smell the troll's intense stench. There was no escape. In this moment of life and death, Lynn's eyes were as cold as winter stars. He fiercely shielded Hermione behind him, his star-patterned wand pointing upwards at an extremely tricky angle, not at the troll's head, but at the relatively vulnerable connection between its neck and shoulder, exposed as it lowered its head to charge. All his magic surged wildly, and the starstone erupted with unprecedented heat. Petrificus totalis, an unprecedentedly thick, concentrated beam, shimmering with dazzling deep blue star-like light, like a magic cannonball fired from a barrel, with a shriek that tore through the air, precisely struck the troll's wrinkled grayish-brown neck. A dull energy explosion. The deep blue starlight, like living vines, instantly spread and penetrated the skin on the troll's neck. The troll's violent forward momentum was as if choked by an invisible giant hand. Its bloodshot yellowish-brown eyes instantly widened, filled with an unbelievable stiffness. Its massive body maintained its charging posture, but it was as if a pause button had been pressed. All its movements solidified in an instant. Then, under the influence of immense inertia, its body, stiff as a stone statue, crashed forward. Boom, an earth-shattering roar. The troll's heavy body, like a collapsing mountain, heavily slammed onto the flagstone floor less than a foot from Lynn's and Hermione's toes. Debris flew, and dust filled the air. Its huge head smashed to the ground, just inches from Hermione's shoes, its dull, cloudy eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, utterly silent. Chapter 21, Stauniskin's Low Roar in Warm Light, Part 2. The corridor was deadly silent, with only the lingering dust and Hermione's frantic heartbeat and gasps. It worked? Hermione stared at the troll, which had fallen like a small mountain before her, her mind blank, her legs weak, barely able to stand. Lynn quickly supported her, his arm firmly bracing her body. He was panting heavily. The all-out attack just now had consumed an enormous amount of magic, and the starstone radiated a searing afterglow. He watched the troll on the ground warily, his wand still clutched tightly. Hermione. Lynn. The bathroom door was suddenly pulled open a crack, and Parvati and Lavender's pale, tear-streaked faces peered out. Seeing the scene before them, they were too shocked to speak just then. A hurried and chaotic sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Here. Quickly, Professor McGonagall's stern voice rang out. She held her wand, followed by Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. He was still wearing his turban, his face ashen, but he seemed to be awake. When Professor McGonagall saw the fallen troll in the corridor, the shattered door, the scattered torch remnants, and Hermione, pale-faced and disheveled, protected behind Lynn, her usually serious face was filled with shock and lingering fear. Merlin's beard. Professor McGonagall hurried forward, her sharp gaze quickly scanning the scene before settling on Lynn and Hermione. What are you doing here? Are you hurt? Her voice carried a rare mix of sternness and concern. Miss Granger was worried about her friends, Lynn explained briefly, his voice hoarse from the battle. Glancing at Parvati and Lavender, we heard screams, and came to check. Hermione's voice was still trembling, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Lynn's hand that was supporting her arm. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over the still shaken Parvati and Lavender, then to the troll on the ground, immobilized by Petrificus totalis, and the broken brass pipe that had accurately hit the troll's wrist. Finally, her eyes rested on Lynn, who, despite his unsteady breath, still stood tall, gripping his wand and protecting Hermione, his eyes filled with complex emotions, shock, disbelief, lingering fear, and a hint of undeniable admiration. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. Are absolutely reckless. Utterly foolhardy. Her voice was still stern, but beneath the sternness was an undeniable concern. Go to the hospital wing immediately. Madame Pomfrey will check if you're injured. Go now. Her gaze fell on Hermione's dust-covered robe sleeve, where her elbow was scraped and bleeding slightly, her tone leaving no room for argument. But Professor, Hermione tried to say something else. No buts. Professor McGonagall interrupted her, turning to Snape and Quirrell. Severus, Filius, Professor Flitwick had also arrived. Please handle this. Professor Quirrell, she glanced at the still trembling Quirrell, you also need to be checked. The hospital wing was filled with a calming scent of herbs. Madame Pomfrey, a kind-faced but bustling witch, was applying a cool, mint-scented green ointment to Hermione's not too deep but stinging elbow scrape, all the while scolding her, thankfully it's just a scrape. Merlin be praised. 2 first years against a troll? Gryffindor courage can sometimes be a headache, yet, her bandaging movements were very gentle and sat on a nearby bed. Madame Pomfrey also insisted on examining him, confirming that he was merely exhausted from excessive magical expenditure, with no external injuries, but needed rest. You two will stay here for observation tonight, Madame Pomfrey said unequivocally, finishing Hermione's bandage and handing Lynn a steaming cup of a strange-smelling invigorating potion. Drink it and rest well. No running around. She glared sternly at both of them, then drew the curtain between the beds and went to check on other frightened students. Only Lynn and Hermione remained in the small cubicle. Soft moonlight streamed in through the high window, and the air was filled with a cool scent of ointment and the strange aroma of the invigorating potion. Once their taut nerves relaxed, a profound sense of exhaustion and the lingering shock of their near-death experience washed over them. Hermione looked down at her bandaged elbow, then up at Lynn on the adjacent bed. The moonlight outlined his serene profile as he slowly drank the strange-tasting potion, his brow slightly furrowed. The heart-stopping scenes in the corridor replayed in her mind, his unhesitating obstruction, his resolute decision to go against the current, his tightly clasped hands protecting, his precise and deadly attack, his tall figure shielding her, and finally, the firm strength in his arm when he caught her. A strong, uncontrollable emotion, mixed with lingering fear, gratitude, dependence, and an indescribable flutter, instantly overwhelmed her like a surging tide. Tears welled up without warning, rolling down in large drops. Lynn, her voice was thick with a nasal tone and choked, her body trembling slightly from crying. Lynn put down his cup and looked at her. In the moonlight, her small face was pale, tear-streaked, and her messy brown curls clung to her cheeks. Her large eyes, usually full of wisdom and curiosity, were now brimming with tears. Looking as fragile and helpless as a wounded small animal, he stood up and walked to her bedside. Without a word of comfort, he simply reached out, and with extreme gentleness, brushed away the hot tears on her cheeks with his fingertips. His fingertips carried the coolness of residual potion and the warm afterglow of the starstone. The touch of his fingertips made Hermione's crying pause for a moment, then her tears flowed even more fiercely. She was no longer the proud little witch, but just a frightened 11-year-old girl. She instinctively reached out her uninjured left hand and grasped Lynn's hand that was wiping her tears, holding it tightly, as if it were her only reliance. His hand was warm and strong, still stained with the dust of battle and a faint scent of gunpowder, residual magic. I'm sorry, Hermione choked, her vision blurred by tears. I was too impulsive. I almost got you hurt. If she hadn't insisted on finding Parvati and Lavender, Lynn wouldn't have had to face such a terrifying danger. You saved your friends. Lynn's voice was low and steady, carrying a peculiar calming power, letting her hold his hand tightly. And you did very well. He was referring to her courage in casting Stupefy at the last moment, even if the effect was minimal. But you, Hermione lifted her tear-filled eyes to look at him, you used such a strong Petrificus Totalis, your magic. She remembered how he had been panting. I'll be fine after some rest, Lynn said lightly. His thumb unconsciously and very gently caressing the back of her hand, gripping his, where the delicate skin revealed slightly protruding finger bones from the force. This subtle movement was like a faint electric current that instantly struck Hermione. All her grievances, fear, and lingering terror seemed to find an outlet in his silent comfort and steady gaze. She no longer suppressed it, and gently, tentatively, rested her forehead against Lynn's arm, like a fledgling seeking shelter, drawing in his reassuring scent, a mix of herbs and a faint starlight star radiance. Sobbing silently, Lynn's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. The girl's warm forehead rested against his arm, her tears dampening his sleeve, and her soft sobs were like a kitten's whimpers, scratching at his heart. A strange, soft emotion spread through the cold depths of his starlight star radiance. He did not pull his hand away, nor did he push her away. He simply stood still, letting her lean on him, and with his other hand, very slowly and gently, stroked her disheveled but soft brown hair. His movements were awkward, yet carried a clumsy tenderness. Moonlight, like water, flowed silently in the tranquil cubicle of the hospital wing. The scent of medicine in the air seemed to have taken on a hint of sweetness. The fierce battle, the raging troll, the chilling fear, all seemed to be shut out by this silent reliance and clumsy comfort. The Starstone and Moonstone emitted a soft, synchronized glow in the silence, like two stars that had finally found each other in the night and nestled together. Hermione's sobs gradually subsided, but her grip on Lynn's hand did not loosen, as if it were the only cable connecting her to a safe harbor. Madame Pomfrey's deliberately softened footsteps sounded in the distance, then gradually faded away, as if making space for this serene moment of survival. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, Rumors and Mistletoe Whispers. The moonlight and herbal scent of the hospital wing seemed to linger, but Hogwarts' wheel of time never stopped. Madame Pomfrey reluctantly let Lynn and Hermione leave only after confirming Lynn's magic had stabilized and Hermione's scrapes were fine. Just before breakfast the next day, stepping out of the hospital wing's heavy oak door, the clamor of voices and the smell of frying bacon in the corridor washed over them, as if they had entered a different world. However, returning to the everyday Gryffindor Tower, the atmosphere was subtly different. Look! It's them. Merlin's beard. They really defeated a troll. I heard Lynn Li used a super powerful Petrificus Totalis. Hermione Granger rushed in too. She cast Stupefy. Parvati said Hermione went back to save them. Whispers, like ripples on water, quickly spread as Lynn and Hermione entered the common room. Countless gazes focused on them, filled with curiosity, admiration, scrutiny, and even a hint of awe. The previously noisy common room instantly quieted down. Ron and Harry jumped up from the armchairs by the fireplace and quickly ran to them. Lynn. Hermione. Are you two alright? Harry's green eyes were filled with genuine concern and a touch of lingering fear. You scared us to death yesterday. Professor McGonagall only said you were in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey said we're fine now. Hermione's voice was a little hoarse from fatigue. She subconsciously adjusted her robe sleeve, covering the light green gauze on her elbow stained with ointment. Her gaze swept over the students watching her and Lynn in the common room, her small face slightly tense, unaccustomed to being the center of attention. Ron, on the other hand, widened his eyes, scrutinizing Lynn up and down as if seeing him for the first time. You really used Petrificus Totalis to freeze an adult troll? Just as it was about to flatten you both. Fred and George said that requires at least a 5th year level of magic. His tone was filled with incredulous amazement. Luck, Lynn's answer was as brief and calm as ever, as if he were merely stating the weather. His deep gaze swept across the common room. The probing stares did not faze him in the slightest, and the starstone in his chest emitted a steady warmth. It wasn't luck at all, Hermione immediately retorted, her tone carrying a protective edge she herself didn't notice, her small face slightly flushed with excitement. Lynn's plan was perfect. He first broke the torch holder, used the copper pipe to injure the troll's wrist, making it drop its weapon. Finally, he used Petrificus Totalis at the most dangerous moment. Every step was crucial. She recounted it clearly, her eyes shining with admiration for Lynn's calm and strength. Ron and Harry listened, dumbfounded. The surrounding whispers grew louder. All right, Miss Granger, Mr. Li. A stern voice rang out. Professor McGonagall had appeared at the common room entrance sometime earlier. Her gaze swept over the crowd with her usual sternness, but when she looked at Lynn and Hermione, there was a hint of undetectable gentleness. Given your extraordinary courage last night, she deliberated on her words, and Miss Granger's concern for her companion's safety, though the actions were extremely reckless. She gave Hermione a stern look, and Hermione immediately lowered her head. Gryffindor will be awarded 50 points for this. 50 points, the common room instantly erupted. The first years gasped in astonishment. One must know, the House Cup competition was fierce, and 50 points was an astronomical number. Even Percy pushed up his glasses, revealing a surprised expression. 50 points each. Ron's mouth hung open. No, Professor McGonagall corrected, 50 points in total. Mr. Lynn Li, 30 points, Miss Hermione Granger, 20 points. Her gaze swept over them again. I hope this reminds you that true courage requires the guidance of wisdom, not pure impulsiveness. Now, go eat breakfast and prepare for class. She finished, turned, and left, leaving behind a flurry of excited chatter. 25 points each is not bad. Ron excitedly patted Harry's shoulder. Gryffindor is definitely going to win against Slytherin now. Hermione, however, was a bit downcast. She walked beside Lynn towards the Great Hall, muttering softly, Professor McGonagall is right. I was too impulsive. If it weren't for you, She recalled the danger of last night and Lynn's powerful magic that consumed so much, feeling a deep sense of guilt. The outcome was good. Lynn's voice was low, interrupting her self-reproach. Miss Granger's courage is worth 20 points. He deliberately used Professor McGonagall's formal address, but his tone carried an almost imperceptible hint of teasing. Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she glared at him playfully. "Don't talk like Professor McGonagall." That little bit of emotion was easily diffused by Lynn's words, replaced by a subtle sweetness. The moonstone in her chest clearly responded to the warm current of the starstone. However, not everyone harbored goodwill in potion class, as Lynn and Hermione once again collaborated to brew a relatively simple awakening potion, a potion that temporarily enhances focus. Professor Snape, like a gliding shadow, stopped by their table. His cold black eyes, like probes, swept over their perfectly coordinated movements. Hermione stirring the pale golden liquid in the cauldron with concentration, while Lynn precisely handed over the neatly cut evening primrose petals. Snape's sallow face was devoid of any expression, but his thin lips curved into an extremely cold arc. It seems last night's adventurous experience has not affected Miss Granger's proud, theoretical application abilities. His voice was like a venomous serpent's hiss, laced with biting sarcasm. "And our deep-seated Mr. Li, still maintaining a remarkable precision control? I merely wonder if that instantaneous burst of powerful magic has overdrawn your precious essence from beyond the starry path." His gaze, like an ice pick, pierced Lynn, his words filled with undisguised malicious probing and mockery. The flickering flames beneath the cauldron reflected Hermione's instantly pale small face and tightly pursed lips. Snape's words were like poisoned needles, precisely pricking her underlying guilt and her concern for Lynn. Her fingers, gripping the stirring rod, turned wide at the knuckles, almost snapping the glass rod. Lynn's movements did not falter in the slightest. He calmly dropped the last evening primrose petal into the cauldron. The liquid instantly transformed into a clear, bright pale green, emitting a fresh, herbaceous scent. Only then did he raise his eyes, meeting Snape's cold, scrutinizing gaze. His deep black eyes were like an ancient well, unruffled, clearly reflecting only Snape's malicious face. "Thank you for your concern, Professor." Lynn's voice was not loud, but it clearly overshadowed the bubbling of the cauldron, as calm as if stating a fact. "Magic is like the stars, with its own trajectory. Too much focus on others' trajectories can lead one to lose their own direction." He pointedly glanced at an extremely small, almost imperceptible mark on the hem of Snape's robe, a tear from some powerful magical creature that had been crudely mended with magic. Snape's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. He abruptly clenched the fist hidden in his sleeve, and a fleeting look of furious surprise, as if a secret had been exposed, flashed across his sallow face. He stared intently at Lynn, his cold black eyes swirling with a deeper gloom and an indescribable hint of apprehension. Finally, he said nothing, only letting out a suppressed cold snort, his black robes billowing as he slid like an enraged bat to his next target. Hermione let out a long, silent breath, her tense body relaxing. Her gaze towards Lynn was filled with undisguised gratitude and admiration. In that moment, Lynn's calm yet invisibly sharp counterattack reassured her more than any spell. She quietly reached out her hand under the table, her fingertips quickly, with a hint of comforting warmth, touching the back of Lynn's hand resting on his knee. Lynn's fingers moved almost imperceptibly, but he did not pull away. A clear warmth emanated from the starstone, dispelling the chill brought by Snape. Time slipped into December. Amidst intense studies and quietly blossoming affections, the castle was thoroughly adorned with festive magic. A giant fir tree stood in the center of the great hall, hung with singing golden bells, shimmering ice crystals, and constantly changing magical ornaments. The corridors were filled with a sweet scent of pine needles and hot mead. The suits of armor were enchanted, humming off-key Christmas carols. Even Filch's scrawny cat, Madame Norris, had a small, crooked bow tied around her neck by a kind student as the Christmas holidays approached. The list of students staying at Hogwarts began to be compiled. Hermione held her quill, looking at the stay at Hogwarts and go home options on the parchment, caught in a small dilemma. Of course, she missed her parents' warm dental clinic and her home in London, but she secretly glanced at Lynn, who was quietly reading a thick magic tome by a nearby window. He leaned against the window frame, winter sunlight streaming through the stained glass, casting colorful patterns on his serene profile. He had no home to go to and could only stay at Hogwarts. "Lynn," Hermione walked over, her voice tinged with hesitation, "will you stay at school for the Christmas holidays?" Lynn looked up from his book and nodded, Then, Hermione's fingers unconsciously twisted the feather of her quill, her small face slightly flushed. "My mom and dad said, if I want to stay at school to experience a magical Christmas, I can." Her voice grew softer and softer, but her meaning was unmistakable. Lynn's deep eyes looked at her slightly flushed cheeks, and evasive gaze. Understanding dawned. A faint smile touched his lips. Christmas at Hogwarts should be very interesting. He didn't directly say stay with me, but his gentle tone and gaze were the best response. Hermione's eyes instantly lit up, as if stars had fallen into them. Really? Then I'll stay too. She immediately and enthusiastically signed her name next to the stay at Hogwarts option on the parchment, her movements filled with joy after deciding to stay. Hermione seemed to have shed a small burden, and her whole demeanor became lighter. She enthusiastically began discussing with Lynn what they could do while staying at school, exploring the edges of the restricted section in the library, just thinking about it, of course, studying the dancing suits of armor, or going to the kitchens to ask the house elves for special Christmas pastries. She'd heard about them from older students. That afternoon, they had just borrowed a few books on ancient runes from the library and were walking through an arcade adorned with holly and berry garlands. Above the arcade, a sprig of vibrant green mistletoe, dotted with pearl-like white berries, hung magically in the center, exuding a fresh, herbaceous scent. Lynn, look, Hermione pointed at the mistletoe, enthusiastically explaining, the books say mistletoe has special magic meaning at Christmas. It symbolizes. Her words abruptly trailed off because Lynn's steps had also stopped. He stood at the intersection of light and shadow at the arcade entrance, his deep gaze falling on Hermione's face, illuminated by the winter sun and glowing with a healthy blush, then slowly moving upwards to the sprig of vibrant green above her head, symbolizing love, peace, and romantic encounters. The winter sunlight outlined her fluffy, curly hair, and the air was filled with the scent of pine needles, parchment, and the faint, sun-baked scent of books from the girl. Hermione also noticed the subtle shift in atmosphere. She followed Lynn's gaze upwards, seeing the sprig of mistletoe above her head, appearing exceptionally verdant and alluring under the magical light, and the unwritten romantic tradition associated with it. Her cheeks instantly ignited as if touched by a sunset, the blush rapidly spreading to her earlobes and neck, her heart pounding uncontrollably, almost bursting from her chest. She instinctively clutched the books in her arms, her fingers digging into the hardcover, her long eyelashes fluttering rapidly like startled butterfly wings, her gaze dropping in confusion. Yet unable to resist stealing a quick glance at Lynn. The arcade was so quiet that only the faint carols from a distance and their clearly audible heartbeats remained. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass, casting dreamy patterns on the stone floor. The mistletoe leaves swayed gently in the imperceptible airflow, and the white berries resembled shy eyes. Lynn stood there silently, his gaze calm, yet filled with an unprecedented intensity. He didn't speak or make any move, just looked at her deeply, as if to engrave her current shyness, confusion, and her captivating appearance, like a budding flower, into the deep memory of the star's trajectory. The starstone in his chest pulsed with a clear and warm rhythm. Like a silent drumbeat, Hermione felt like she was suffocating. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. What should she do? Run away? Or? Her gaze involuntarily fell on Lynn's clearly defined jawline, and then further down to his slightly pursed lips, which looked somewhat soft. This thought sent all the blood rushing to her head. She abruptly closed her eyes, as if she could escape this heart-stopping ambiguous atmosphere that way, just as Hermione was about to turn and run away in embarrassment. Lynn moved. He didn't lean in as the legend suggested, but instead, very slowly, with an almost precious reverence, he raised his right hand. His fingertips did not touch her cheek or lips, but with a slightly cool touch, he very gently brushed a strand of her soft, curly hair, dyed golden by the sunlight, from her temple and tucked it behind her small ear. His fingertip brushed the sensitive edge of her earlobe, sending a subtle, shiver-inducing electric current through her. Hermione's body instantly stiffened, then trembled slightly from this extremely restrained yet incredibly intimate touch. Her long eyelashes fluttered violently like butterfly wings, but she didn't open her eyes, only letting out a faint, trembling hum from her throat. Barely audible. "You have a stray hair," Lynn's low voice sounded in her ear, with an almost imperceptible huskiness, like a feather brushing her heart. His fingers withdrew, seemingly still retaining the soft sensation of her hair and the delicate warmth of her earlobe. Having done all this, he seemed to have merely completed a perfectly natural small task, turned, and was the first to walk out of the arcade enveloped by mistletoe magic, his steps still steady, though his back seemed a little straighter than usual. The winter sun once again fell on her face, bringing a faint warmth. Only then did Hermione dare to open her eyes, looking at Lynn's tall back, her cheeks still astonishingly hot, her heart pounding like a drum. She raised her hand, her fingertips gently touching the edge of her earlobe where he had just brushed, where his cool touch and that indescribable flutter still seemed to linger. She hugged the books in her arms even tighter, As if to suppress her wildly beating heart, the mistletoe leaves swayed gently behind them, the white berries sparkling with a pure luster in the sunlight. There was no kiss, no embrace, only that one gentle gesture of brushing her hair, and a simple "you have a stray hair." Yet, in the girl's heart, it cast a star more brilliant than any magic, its ripples spreading, lingering long after she jogged a few steps to catch up with Lynn, walking side by side with him in the sun-drenched corridor, a silent understanding flowing between them. Warmer than the winter sun, the starstone and moonstone beneath their robes, separated by mere inches, emitted a soft and synchronized glow. Chapter 23, The Warm Fire and Whispering Star Wishes, Part 1. The flutter under the mistletoe was like a stone dropped into the lake of her heart, its ripples lingering within Hermione for a long time. But the Christmas magic of Hogwarts possessed a wondrous healing power, quickly enveloping that shyness in the warm, boisterous festive atmosphere. The list of students staying at Hogwarts was finalized. Gryffindor Tower was much quieter than usual, yet also held a touch more warmth. The fireplace in the common room burned exceptionally brightly, golden red flames dancing, casting a warm glow on the scarlet tapestries and comfortable armchairs. The air was filled with a fresh scent of burning pine, the sweet aroma of hot cocoa, and the caramel smell of sparkling candies that Fred and George had acquired from somewhere, which crackled as they were eaten. Hermione and Lynn occupied a corner of a large sofa by the fireplace. Hermione was wrapped in a thick wool blanket with a cartoon owl pattern, brought from her Muggle home, with her deep blue starry notebook open on her lap, surrounded by several ancient texts on Norse Yule magic traditions borrowed from the library. She was rapidly recording something in the notebook with her pen of the stars, the starlight script flowing gracefully from its tip. Lynn, meanwhile, leaned against the armrest of the sofa next to her, holding a heavy volume titled Etymological Studies of Ancient Runes, his calm gaze sweeping over the intricate symbols on the pages, occasionally taking a sip of hot cocoa from the small round table beside him. Outside, the cold wind of the Scottish Highlands howled past the tower, whipping up fine snow and pattering it against the stained glass windows with a soft rustle. Inside, the warmth of the fireplace enveloped them. There was only the soft scratch of the pen on paper, the crackling of the fire, and Hermione's occasional whispered pronunciation of an obscure runic word. It was peaceful and serene. Lynn, Hermione suddenly looked up from her notebook, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of a new discovery. Look at this. She turned the starry notebook towards Lynn. On the deep blue page, she had sketched a simple diagram with starlight, accompanied by a few lines of explanation. This book, The Magical Connection of Holly and Mistletoe, mentions that ancient druids believed the sharp thorns of holly symbolized protection, while the flexibility and parasitic nature of mistletoe symbolized connection and vitality. Under specific astrological alignments, mixing mistletoe berry juice with holly leaf powder can create a very simple guardian connection charm, which is said to subtly enhance telepathy between wearers. Her tone was full of yearning for ancient magic and an urge to experiment. Her small face flushed in the glow of the fire. Lynn's gaze shifted from his own book to Hermione's diagram and her excited face. He could clearly feel a warm, joyful ripple emanating from the moonstone on her chest. He put down his book, took the starry notebook, and his slender fingers brushed over the simple pattern formed by starlight. Extracting berry juice requires magical guidance, and the fineness of the holly leaf powder will affect energy dissipation. Lynn's voice was calm as he pointed out the key issues. And, subtle telepathy, the effectiveness is questionable. He wasn't being a wet blanket, merely stating facts. Hermione's enthusiasm wasn't dampened. Instead, she became even more animated. That's why we need to try it out. The book says that during Christmas, especially Christmas Eve, is when this type of natural magic is most active. We can try it. The ingredients should all be available in the castle greenhouses. Professor Sprout said that students staying at Hogwarts can help out in the greenhouses with the magical plans. She was already planning, her eyes curving into crescents. Watching her eager expression, a faint smile flickered in Lynn's eyes, and he didn't object. All right. Just then, the common room door was pushed open, letting in a gust of cold air. Harry and Ron, wrapped in thick scarves, their cheeks red from the cold, entered breathlessly, carrying several large rolls of parchment. Neville followed behind them, carrying a large cardboard box, Merlin's smelly socks. It's freezing outside. Ron rushed to the nearest sofa by the fireplace as soon as he entered, rubbing his hands exaggeratedly. We just got back from the owlery. Harry placed the parchments on the table. They were Christmas cards and gifts sent from home. Hagrid asked us to bring this to you all. He gestured to the large cardboard box Neville was holding, which bore the Honeydukes logo. Wow! Honeydukes? Hermione's attention was instantly captured. Momentarily forgetting her magical experiments, the box was filled with all sorts of magical candies, screaming jelly beans. Ron immediately grabbed a handful and crammed them into his mouth, nearly choking from the jelly bean screams. Chocolate cauldron cakes, with hot strawberry syrup inside, gold-foiled nougat, and a large bag of fizzing whiz-bees. Lynn. Hermione. These are for you. Harry pulled out two smaller, beautifully wrapped packages from the bottom of the box and handed them to them respectively. Hagrid said thank you for, what happened last time. He was referring to the troll incident. Hermione took the package. It was a square box wrapped in deep blue paper with gold stars, tied with a silver ribbon, very exquisite. Lynn's was a rectangular box wrapped in thick dark green craft paper, tied with a simple hemp rope. Can I open it now? Hermione was a little impatient, her eyes sparkling. Of course, Harry and Ron said in unison, curious to see what Hagrid had sent. Hermione carefully untied the ribbon and opened the box. Inside lay a thick book with a dark brown hardcover and brass-bound edges. The title was in embossed gold, ancient script, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Special Illustrated and Annotated Edition. Flipping through the pages, it contained not only detailed textual descriptions but also numerous vivid, colorful magical illustrations. The magical creatures seemed ready to leap from the pages at any moment. Tucked between the pages was a clumsy but heartfelt Christmas card from Hagrid, to the bravest and smartest little witch. Hope you like these furry, or scaly, little critters, Hagrid. This is amazing. Hermione caressed the pages, overjoyed. I've always wanted this illustrated version. Thank you, Harry. And please thank Hagrid for me. Lynn also unwrapped his package. Beneath the craft paper was a handmade, slightly rough but very sturdy wooden box. Opening the box, it was lined with soft moss, and resting quietly on the moss was a unicorn tail hair, as long as a forearm, gleaming with a cold metallic luster and exceptionally sharp. Beside it was another card from Hagrid, to the lad who knows how to protect. This hair came from the grumpiest old unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Don't ask me how I got it, and it's said to imbue weapons with pure power to ward off evil. Maybe it'll be useful for your pen of the stars, Hagrid. Lynn picked up the unicorn tail hair. It was cold to the touch and contained pure, powerful magical energy. He looked at the pen of the stars in the box, its sapphire tip bearing a tiny crack, lost in thought. Hagrid's gift, though seemingly rough, was unexpectedly thoughtful. Whoa, unicorn tail hair. Ron leaned over, looking enviously. That stuff could fetch a lot of galleons on the black market. Ron. Hermione glared at him disapprovingly. Christmas Eve finally arrived. The students staying at Hogwarts gathered in the Great Hall and enjoyed an unimaginably lavish Christmas feast. The Great Hall was decorated like a fairy tale, with 12 giant fir trees surrounding them, hung with magical ornaments. Real, non-melting snowflakes drifted down from the sky on the ceiling. Headmaster Dumbledore led the way by putting on a singing pointed nightcap, which made the students burst into laughter. After the feast, students returned to the common room in twos and threes. The fire in the fireplace burned even warmer. Harry and Ron were working on a giant magical jigsaw puzzle, a gift from Mrs. Weasley, and Neville was dozing with Trevor. Fred and George were mysteriously hiding in a corner, seemingly researching their new products. Hermione and Lynn still sat in their usual spot by the fireplace. Hermione had given up on the complex charm making, because the greenhouse manager had politely declined her request for materials on Christmas Eve, and was now contentedly flipping through the Fantastic Beasts book Hagrid had given her, occasionally pointing out some furry creature on the page to Lynn, her eyes sparkling. Lynn, meanwhile, held the unicorn tail hair and the pen of the stars, writing and drawing in the starry notebook, seemingly researching how to repair the crack in the pen's tip and integrate the tail hair's energy. Deep blue starlight script flowed across the pages, forming complex energy circuits. Time flowed by in tranquility. The wind and snow outside seemed to have intensified, but inside the tower, it was warm as spring. Hermione let out a small yawn, rubbed her eyes, and unconsciously leaned closer to Lynn, as if seeking more warmth. The illustrated guide in her arms slipped, and Lynn quickly caught it. Tired? Lynn asked softly, gently placing the book on the small round table beside them. A little? Hermione nodded shyly, pulling her blanket tighter around her. She looked at the dancing golden red flames in the fireplace and said softly, today was really fun. Better than I imagined spending Christmas in the magical world would be. Her voice held a hint of satisfied languor. Lynn looked at her profile, softened by the firelight, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyes. He was silent for a moment, then took a small, square box, meticulously wrapped in deep blue paper with a starry pattern. From his pocket, "For you," he handed the small box to Hermione. Hermione instantly sobered up, her sleepiness completely gone. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the small, clearly carefully prepared gift, her cheeks quickly flushing. For me? A Christmas present. She hadn't expected Lynn to prepare a gift just for her. Lynn responded. Hermione carefully took the box, her fingertips trembling slightly as she untied the delicate silver ribbon and opened the lid. Inside lay a small, exquisite brooch. The main body was a pure silver crescent moon, elegantly and smoothly shaped. Nestled within the embrace of the silver moon was a tiny, grain-sized, deep blue starlight gem, as profound in color as a solidified universe, with what looked like a nebula slowly swirling within it. The moon and star clung together, simple in design yet imbued with endless beauty and profound meaning. Moonlight and starlight star radiance, illuminated by the fire, flowed silently within the gem, as if holding a miniature night sky in her palm. Hermione let out a soft gasp of awe. She picked up the brooch, her fingertips brushing the cool silver moon and the warm starlight gem, unable to put it down. The gift was too beautiful, and deeply meaningful. She looked up at Lynn, her eyes sparkling with a light brighter than the fire, filled with undisguised affection and a hint of shy sweetness. "Thank you, Lynn. It's so beautiful. I love it." She was a little incoherent. "As long as you like it." Lynn watched her joyful expression, a faint warmth spreading in the depths of his eyes. I prepared a gift for you too." Hermione seemed to remember suddenly, her cheeks flushing even redder. She fumbled in her satchel, which was on the other side of the sofa, and pulled out a square box, carefully wrapped in light gold wrapping paper and tied with a beautiful deep blue bow. She solemnly handed it to Lynn. "Merry Christmas." Lynn took the box and unwrapped it. Inside was a neatly folded scarf. The scarf was made of soft, thick wool, in a warm, gentle light gold color, like her hair, but at both ends of the scarf, 2 rows of simple yet elegant star patterns were woven with delicate deep blue yarn, like his star-patterned wand. The craftsmanship wasn't perfectly flawless, some stitches were a little clumsy, and there were even signs of having been unraveled and reknitted, but the thoughtfulness and warmth were clearly conveyed through the soft wool. Chapter 24, The Warm Fire and Whispering Star Wishes, Part 2. Lynn's fingers brushed over the slightly rough star pattern on the scarf, feeling the softness and warmth of the wool. He could imagine Hermione awkwardly holding knitting needles, unraveling and reknitting, just to make those stars as perfect as possible. That clumsy earnestness touched the cold star region deep within him more directly than any exquisite magic creation. "Thank you." Lynn's voice was low, carrying an unprecedented warmth. He didn't put it on immediately but carefully folded the scarf and placed it on his lap, his slender fingers unconsciously caressing the deep blue stars, as if feeling the sentiment contained within them. Hermione watched his actions, her small face flushed with shyness and anticipation, like a ripe apple. She mustered her courage, her voice carrying a hint of imperceptible nervousness. Won't you try it on?" "I don't know if the length is suitable." Lynn looked up at her. The golden light of the fireplace danced in her bright eyes, reflecting her cautious concern. He nodded, picked up the scarf, and gracefully draped it around his neck, the ends hanging down his chest. The light gold wool softened his calm face a few shades, and the 2 rows of deep blue stars fell perfectly over his heart, subtly echoing the starstone beneath his clothes. "It fits perfectly." Lynn's voice was soft but firm. The warmth of the scarf enveloped his neck, dispelling the last trace of chill from the castle's stone walls. That warmth seemed to soothe him right to his heart. Hermione's eyes instantly lit up, as if the entire star river had fallen into them. She looked at him wearing the scarf, and a huge sense of satisfaction and sweetness urged in her heart, sweeping away her previous apprehension. She subconsciously touched the star and moon brooch she had just pinned to her chest. The cool silver moon and the warm starstone against her skin brought a strange sense of peace. "Mine looks good too," she whispered, her fingertips gently brushing the shimmering star and moonlight on the brooch, her cheeks flushing even deeper. The fireplace's firelight danced, stretching their shadows, softly merging on the crimson carpet. The air was filled with the scent of pine, the sweet aroma of cocoa, and a faint, elusive fresh scent from a girl's hair. Harry and Ron were quietly arguing in the distance about where the last piece of the puzzle should go. Neville's snores were soft and even, and a suppressed chuckle and a slight pop, possibly a test of their new product, came from Fred and George's side. Everything was enveloped in a warm, peaceful, festival-only tranquility. Hermione sighed contentedly, sinking relaxed into the soft sofa, pulling the blanket tighter around her. She looked at the open book, Etymological Studies of Ancient Runes, on Lynn's lap, and next to it, the unicorn tail hair and the pen of the stars with a crack at its tip. "You want to use it to repair your pen?" Hermione asked softly, pointing to the tail hair that shimmered with a cold luster. Lynn picked up the pen of the stars, his fingertip brushing over the deep-colored sapphire at the tip, which had a tiny crack. "Unicorn tail hair contains pure power to ward off evil. Perhaps it can mend the crack and even bestow new properties upon it." He paused, then looked at Hermione. Hagrid's gift was very timely. "Need help?" Hermione immediately sat up straight, her eyes full of interest and a hint of eagerness. "The book says that a unicorn's tail hair magic is very pure but also very stubborn. It requires extremely delicate guidance and, a pure field of intent to soothe it during fusion." She recalled the description from the bestiary. Lynn looked at her small face, full of curiosity and enthusiasm, and nodded. "A pure field of intent is key." He meaningfully glanced at the moonstone pendant on her chest, which was emitting a soft and pure glow. Hermione immediately understood what he meant, and her face flushed again, but more with excitement. She straightened her back, trying to calm herself and concentrate. The moonstone on her chest seemed to sense her intention, and the milky white halo it emitted became softer and more stable, like a small, pure moonlight barrier, enveloping her. She reached out, carefully and with a touch of reverence, and gently touched the cold unicorn tail hair. The moment her fingertip touched the tail hair, buzz, an extremely faint resonance, as if from the depths of a soul, sounded. The cold metallic luster on the unicorn tail hair seemed to be imbued with life, lighting up with a soft, pure milky white halo. This halo created a wonderful echo with the light emitted by Hermione's moonstone, harmonizing like water and milk blending. At the same time, a clear warmth emanated from the starstone in Lynn's chest, and a deep blue star glow flashed in his eyes. Lynn gently brought the tip of the pen of the stars, the end embedded with a star sapphire, close to the unicorn tail hair, which had been soothed by Hermione's intent and activated. He didn't use any spell, but merely extended a wisp of pure starlight magic, like the finest silver thread, carefully towards the crack at the pen's tip, while guiding the pure milky white energy flow from the unicorn tail hair to slowly approach the deep blue starlight. Magic was like a starlight solder repairing a crack, while the pure unicorn energy was like the gentlest adhesive and enhancer. In the pure field of intent maintained by Hermione, and guided by the starstone, the two forces, under Lynn's incredibly precise control, began to slowly and steadily mend the tiny crack. This was an extremely delicate process, allowing no room for error. Lynn's gaze was as focused as the most precise instrument, and fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. Hermione also held her breath, concentrating fully on maintaining the purity and stability of the field of intent. The moonstone's light was steady and soft, as if singing silently. Time seemed to become viscous and slow. The firelight of the fireplace danced on their focused profiles. Harry and Ron seemed to have finished the puzzle, letting out a small cheer, but their voices quickly lowered, as if afraid to disturb them. Another thud and a low complaint came from Fred and George's side after an unknown period, just as Hermione felt a little mentally fatigued. Ding! An extremely faint, pleasant chime, like crystal cups gently touching, rang out. The tiny crack on the deep blue sapphire at the tip of the pen of the stars disappeared. Not only that, the gem's color seemed to become even deeper and purer, and the slowly rotating nebula within it seemed to gain a hint of liveliness. And on the metal ferrule near the gem at the pen's tip, a single, extremely fine, almost imperceptible fiber of unicorn tail hair, shimmering with pure silver light, quietly coiled around it. Like a natural magic pattern, the repair was complete. And more perfect than expected. Lynn let out a long breath, his taut nerves relaxing. A warm current emanated from the starstone, as if celebrating. He picked up the newly repaired pen of the stars, feeling the magic flowing within it was more harmonious and stable, even imbued with a hint of pure protective aura. It worked. Hermione also breathed a sigh of relief, her small face full of excitement and a sense of accomplishment, and the moonstone's light also happily flickered. She looked at the renewed pen of the stars, genuinely exclaiming, "It looks even more beautiful." Lynn handed her the pen. Hermione carefully took it, her fingertips brushing the cool pen body and the warm, as new sapphire, feeling the more harmonious power contained within. "It feels like it has more life?" she asked curiously. The unicorn's power has imbued it with a touch of pure spirituality." Lynn nodded, his gaze resting on Hermione's face, flushed with a healthy glow from excitement and concentration. "Your field of intent was indispensable." Hermione's cheeks flushed again, but this time with a sweet pride. She looked at Lynn, then at the light gold scarf with a star pattern that she had personally knitted around his neck, then at the star and moon brooch he had given her on her chest. An indescribable, full, and warm emotion filled her chest. They had exchanged not just gifts, but intentions, strength, and silent guardianship and companionship. It's almost midnight. Harry's voice came from the other side of the fireplace, with a hint of excitement. I heard the Hogwarts Christmas bells are very special. As if to confirm his words, from deep within the castle, a melodious, rich, and seemingly magical bell chime penetrated the thick stone walls and the howling wind and snow, clearly reaching the tower. Dwang, dwang, dwang. The bell chime was solemn and warm, like the whisper of a giant, announcing the official arrival of Christmas in the common room. Neville was startled awake by the bell, rubbing his eyes groggily. Fred and George cheered, tossing several small, faintly golden glowing spherical objects into the air. These small balls exploded in the air, transforming into countless unextinguishable sparks that slowly drifted down like golden snowflakes, bringing a small cheer. Hermione and Lynn exchanged a smile. There were no more words, only the dancing flames in the fireplace, the golden sparks falling from the air, the howling wind and snow outside the window, and the melodious bell chime echoing through the ancient castle, symbolizing peace and hope. The starstone and moonstone beneath their robes, separated by the scarf and brooch, emitted a soft and synchronized glow, like two stars quietly resonating and embracing each other in the Christmas night sky. Hermione quietly, and more tightly, wrapped a blanket around herself, her body unconsciously leaning closer to Lynn's warm direction, feeling this cozy, understanding peace and beauty. Christmas Eve, blessed by magic, had arrived peacefully. Chapter 25, Zhu Yi Yin Yang and Xin Yu Wei Lan. The warm afterglow of the Christmas holidays still lingered, but Hogwarts had already welcomed a biting January. The cold winds of the Scottish Highlands carried fine snow, and the castle's stone walls were covered in a thick silver blanket. The common room fireplace became the most popular corner, and the air was filled with the scent of hot cocoa and roasted chestnuts. The days after returning to school quickly became tense again. In the library, Hermione frowned at the complex steps for shrinking potion and magical drafts and potions, her quill scratching softly on the parchment. Lynn sat opposite her, his repaired pen of the stars smoothly outlining ancient runes energy models in his dark blue notebook. The sapphire at its tip glowing with an understated starlight. Lynn, Hermione looked up, rubbing her tired eyes. Professor McGonagall said the Quidditch team tryouts for new members, especially seekers, start next week. Charlie Weasley graduated, and Gryffindor desperately needs a replacement. She paused, looking at Lynn with a hint of expectation she herself didn't notice. Will you try out your flying talent? She remembered his brief, stunning levitation above Diagon Alley before term started. Lynn's gaze shifted from his notebook to Hermione's face. The snowy light from the window illuminated her serious expression. Quidditch, he said calmly, not very interested. Guarding and exploring magic itself was his core objective. Intense sports competitions were not his first choice. A flicker of disappointment, barely perceptible, crossed Hermione's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by understanding. She nodded. Right. Training takes up a lot of time, but Harry will definitely try out. Ron said he's been muttering about broom models in the common room every day, his eyes practically glued to Quidditch through the ages. The topic shifted to Harry, and Hermione perked up again, beginning to analyze the technical points of each position, her small face filled with the earnestness of a top student. Lynn listened quietly, occasionally nodding. A few days later, on a weekend morning, the cold wind was still biting. The Quidditch pitch was covered in thick snow, gleaming a cold white under the dim sky. A sparse scattering of students, mostly Gryffindors bundled up against the cold to cheer on their house, sat in the stands, their breath instantly vanishing in the air. In the center of the pitch, Gryffindor Quidditch captain Oliver Wood was waving his arms, loudly explaining the tryout rules. Beside him stood several veteran players, including the red-haired twin brothers Fred and George Weasley. Harry stood among a group of nervous first-years, wringing his hands, his eyes fixed on the various house brooms at Wood's feet. Lynn and Hermione sat in the front row of the stands. Hermione was wrapped in a thick scarf and wool hat, only her bright, sparkling eyes visible. Clutching a thermos charm with a warming spell, filled with hot cocoa she had specially brewed that morning. Lynn wore a dark overcoat, his light gold star scarf casually draped around his neck, highlighting the serene lines of his profile. Look! It's Harry. Hermione pointed below. Harry took a deep breath and mounted what looked like the oldest Comet 260 broom with a whistle from Wood. The tryouts began. Harry's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. He seemed born for the sky. The old broom he had disdained became remarkably docile beneath him, taking off, diving, stopping short, turning. His movements were as fluid as breathing. He was like a keen peregrine falcon, weaving through the cold wind, several times narrowly brushing the broomtails of other tryout participants, eliciting gasps from the stands. "He flies so well," Hermione exclaimed, her small face flushed from excitement and cold. She opened the thermos lid, and a sweet, warm steam wafted out. "Here, Lynn, warm your hands." She poured a cup of hot cocoa and handed it to Lynn. Lynn took the warm cup, his fingertips accidentally brushing Hermione's cold fingers. He glanced at her. "Cold, I'm fine." Hermione shrinking his neck, tucking her slightly reddened hands into her sleeves, her gaze still following Harry, who was skillfully weaving through the field. Just then, a harsh burst of laughter erupted from the sidelines. A group of Slytherin students, wearing silver and green scarves, came over, clustered around Draco Malfoy, clearly there to watch the spectacle. Malfoy stood with his arms crossed, his pale face bearing his usual sneering smile. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, look at her, Great Potter, the boy who lived," Malfoy drawled, his voice unusually clear in the open pitch. "Riding an ancient Comet 260, sponsored by the Wheel Eyes, perhaps, or picked from a rubbish heap. Can this broken thing even catch the golden snitch? I bet it can't even outrun a goblin." Crabbe and Goyle behind him clumsily joined in the laughter. Several Gryffindor first years turned red with anger, and Ron wanted to charge over but was cheerfully held back by the twin brothers. Harry on the field clearly heard it too. His movements faltered slightly, and a flash of anger crossed his face. Hermione frowned, greatly displeased by Malfoy's nastiness. She was about to retort when she felt Lynn move beside her. Lynn didn't even stand up. He was still watching the pitch, holding the cup of hot cocoa in his left hand, his right hand casually resting on his knee, his slender fingers flicking ever so slightly in the cold air, like plucking a string. There was no light, no incantation, just a soft poof sound by Malfoy's feet, accompanied by a smell of something burned. The tip of the right shoe of his brand new, gleaming dragon hide boots, without warning, turned into a fluffy, silly, bright yellow rubber duck head. The duck's beak was even comically agape. Quack! The duck head by Malfoy's foot let out a realistic, confused quack. The entire field fell silent instantly. All eyes shifted from Harry, focusing on Malfoy's utterly ridiculous shoe. The sneering smile on Malfoy's face instantly froze. He looked down in disbelief at the tip of his right shoe, which had turned into a rubber duck, his pale face rapidly turning a pig liver purple. Crabbe and Goyle behind him gaped, making strange noises, and the other Slytherin students were also dumbfounded. PFFT, Fred Weasley was the first to burst into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha ha. Malfoy. Is that your new pet?" George followed, clutching his stomach. After a brief silence in the stands, Gryffindor students erupted in a cathartic roar of laughter. Even some Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students couldn't help but chuckle. Who did that?" Malfoy shrieked furiously, stomping his foot wildly, trying to shake off the cursed duck head, but only making it emit more silly quacks. Looking utterly ridiculous, his fierce gaze swept over the stands, finally landing on Lynn's calm, unperturbed profile. Lynn acted as if nothing had happened, slowly taking a sip of hot cocoa, his gaze returning to Harry on the pitch, who had already shaken off the distraction and was attempting a beautiful dive to catch the golden snitch. A test snitch released by Wood. Only Hermione, sitting beside him, clearly caught a fleeting, extremely faint curve of his lips as he put down the cup. Hermione looked at Malfoy's pathetic state, then at Lynn's subtle counterattack beside her, and a huge wave of warmth and security washed over her. She couldn't help but curve her lips too, her earlier displeasure vanishing. She quietly nudged her slightly numb fingers closer to Lynn's arm, which rested on his knee, and wore the light gold star scarf, feeling the comforting warmth radiating from it. Silence. Silence. Wood had to blow his whistle, forcibly quelling the chaos. Tryouts continue. The tryouts finally concluded with Harry catching the test snitch. Wood rushed over excitedly, clapping Harry on the shoulder, and immediately announced him as Gryffindor's new seeker. The Gryffindor stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers on the way back. The snow crunched underfoot. Hermione and Lynn walked side by side. Hermione held the empty thermos, feeling very happy. That was you, wasn't it?" Hermione couldn't help but ask softly, her eyes bright as she looked at Lynn. "Malfoy's shoe?" Lynn didn't deny it, merely saying, "He was too loud." Hermione laughed, her white breath dissipating in the cold air. "Well done, that duck." PFFT. She remembered the comical sight and couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Lynn looked at her smiling face, his gaze softening a few degrees. He noticed a few glistening snowflakes clinging to the ends of her hair, which were exposed outside her wool hat. Naturally, He raised his hand and gently brushed away the snowflakes from her hair. His fingertips grazed the edge of her slightly cool earlobe. Hermione's laughter abruptly stopped. Her body stiffened slightly, and her cheeks quickly flushed, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. She quickly lowered her head, her heart beating uncontrollably fast. How many times had this been already? His natural, protective touches. Lynn withdrew his hand, his fingertips retaining the coldness of melting snowflakes and the soft sensation of her hair. He said nothing, just continued walking forward. Hermione lagged half a step behind, watching Lynn's tall figure, the light gold scarf with star patterns she had knitted herself fluttering slightly around his neck in the cold wind. She subconsciously touched the cool star and moon brooch on her chest, then touched the strands of hair he had just brushed, an indescribable, bittersweet flutter spreading in her heart. She jogged a few steps, once again walking beside him. Snowflakes fell silently, covering the castle's ancient stone steps. A quiet understanding flowed between the two, broken only by the sound of falling snow. Hermione secretly tilted her head, looking at Lynn's serene profile. He seemed very close to her, yet also held many secrets of the stars. She quietly extended a finger, and through her thick wool glove, very lightly, tentatively, she touched the back of Lynn's hand, which hung by his side through 2 layers of wool. The touch was very light, very vague, but Lynn's footsteps paused imperceptibly. He didn't turn his head, nor did he pull away, simply allowing that tentative and dependent touch to exist through the fabric. The star stone in his chest pulsed with a clear and warm rhythm. Hermione's fingertips recoiled as if scalded, her cheeks grew even redder, and her heart pounded as if it would burst out. She frantically lowered her head, staring at the footprints her boots made in the snow, but her lips unconsciously curved into a secret smile. The snow fell heavier, but the silent warmth between them seemed to melt the surrounding cold. The beginning of the new year unfolded in the faint light of the snowy field and the quiet testing of their feelings. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.